something we're really, really proud of. And that should be then back, although I seem to have turned on ADHD. Oh, there we go. Turn on ADHD on our YouTube one. Right, the second job I have, which is very, very important, is I need to hand over for the acknowledgement of country. I have specific words to do that, and I'm going to be. I'd like now to formally hand over to Tim White, a proud Aboriginal man that will open our conference in Australia with an acknowledgement to country. And I brought him in now. He needs to turn on his camera because we can't actually see him right now. Otherwise, I'm going to need to bring in Melissa. So the acknowledgement to country is something in Australia. It's a extremely important part of acknowledging the history in the Aboriginal ownership of the land, and now I'm getting very nervous knowing that I'm saying things wrong, so I try and fill time in a nice, happy way. Timothy White, if you're able to turn on your camera, that'd be great. But you may be having some problems. I think we're good. Thank you, Mel.
Hi, Henry. How are you going?
I was under strict instructions, so I couldn't bring in Mel until we'd done the welcome. So we're having some quite exciting times.
That's okay. I just want to say thank you so much, Henry. Tim is currently having a few technical problems at the moment, but I will formally open the meeting. So I would like to acknowledge the traditional and Torres Strait Islander nations of Australia that we present from today, recognising that Australia is made up of many different and distinct groups, each with their own culture, customs, language and laws. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the world's oldest surviving culture, and this is reflective of the resilience to endure. The connection to their country, their land and their waters is the foundation of Aboriginal culture. We pay our respects to elders and ancestors of past and elders of present today. They hold the wisdom which guides me and all Aboriginal individuals to undertake the essential role of promoting and passing on the knowledge, beliefs and practices of Aboriginal culture. Today, I would like to pay my respect to elders, Aboriginal individuals. Tim, I apologise today that you have not been able to have the acknowledgement that you wanted to have so proudly as an Aboriginal individual to open up to Australia. And hopefully later we will be able to bring you back in and be able to join you to do the acknowledgement much more justice than I have. So thank you so much. Thank you, Henry. And wow, absolute amazing conference. So Mel Webster, CEO of ADHD Australia. So proud to be presenting the other half of the conference today. The sessions that you've had, I've been somewhat asleep, obviously of some, but also as well was able to see others. And by gosh, really some outstanding presenters, so much knowledge, so much intel. And how are you feeling after all of this?
Yeah, no, pretty good. Like it's it's still very high. There's such a wide variety of knowledge and the different perspectives and learning. I've absolutely loved it, and I think it's been, our session just before that one was on the positive aspects of ADHD, a review of over think he said 14,000 individual papers on ADHD and looking at the actual data. And I think that balance of looking at the challenge and the positive was lovely. And we had a lovely crossover. The person who is the most senior person in the NHS, our health service in the UK, is both Australian and UK. And picked a time so that she knew her family in Australia could also watch it, as well as everyone she knew in the UK. And I thought that was a really wonderful expression of the bridge we have. But I need to hand over to you, and it's my turn to go and get some sleep.
Thank you very much, Henry, and I look forward to seeing you later on.
I'll see you on the flip side. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Henry. Thank you very much to the UK team and those that presented. Now today we have a group of amazing speakers that hopefully are going to inspire and educate you on the importance of awareness for ADHD. First of all, I would like to bring in the chair of ADHD Australia, Matt Tice. Matt Tice. Oh.
There we go.
Matt Tice is a proven and experienced CEO, managing director with a strong track record in delivering results, an expert in strategy and innovation. His experience in working with the private, public, government and non-for-profit organisations across North America, Asia Pacific, Europe, Middle East, Africa, and could go on, Matt. You're a super talented individual. We are exceptionally lucky to have you as our chair at ADHD Australia. And I'd like to just hand over to yourself to say a few words.
Thanks, Mel. I think we're the ones who are lucky, Mel, for having you. And I'm certainly grateful for Henry and the team at ADHD UK, our partners in this titanic effort to bring this content and this dialogue to the world and share all these stories and perspectives. So Henry, your vision and bringing this together is really inspiring and amazing. And wow, almost 25,000 people joining us today and overnight is just unreal. So thank you, Henry. The other thing I want to do is acknowledge, in fact, that bringing together a big and complex event like this requires hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of volunteer time amongst people who are working at all hours to bring together speakers and content and make the technology work. And both on the ADHD UK side and the ADHD Australia side, our organizations float on the boat of all the volunteer time that's been donated to the cause, and we really appreciate you, all of you, who've made such a big effort to bring this together. And I think that having listened to a few of the talks over the evening, it's been very interesting also just to hear different perspectives, and we're really looking forward to carrying that forward today. You're going to hear stories from people that are representative of different parts of our community. We're going to hear about ADHD in women, which is going to be tremendous to hear that sort of angle. We're going to hear a lot about ADHD in the workplace environment and how individuals with ADHD navigate work, and also on the employer side, including the environment and so forth around ADHD and work, which is terrific. We're going to hear lots of personal stories today, which I always find incredibly inspiring as a dad with two boys with ADHD. That's kind of the anchor of my lived experience. And, it's been a fascinating and wonderful journey exploring this with the boys and certainly with the rest of our community. We're going to hear about mindfulness, which I think is, really, really inspiring and interesting. And I look forward to hearing about that. We're going to get an update on a couple of the national and state government inquiry processes, which I think are going to really shed some light on, kind of the government coming to the party and bringing, more awareness and resources to help our community. We're going to hear more about justice. We just heard a great talk about justice and ADHD and in that sort of setting, and so that's going to be really interesting to kind of bring together, those thoughts this afternoon. And we're, of course, going to hear about ADHD in the educational system and how that plays a role and how individuals can navigate education, communicate better with their peers, and so forth. So I'm really looking forward to that too. And obviously, we'll hear more about the role of ADHD in the brain and some of the great work. I also want to call out one of our partners, ADPA, who's been doing some great work on prescribing standards. So we'll get a bit of insight there as well. So overall, today's program, as we grab the baton from our colleagues in the UK, is really quite tremendous. Now, a couple words about ADHD Australia, and then I'll hand off to the team to really kick us off. And I also want to acknowledge, Mel, that I do hope that we're able to get Tim back on the agenda today to hear his thoughts and to kind of have that proper acknowledgement. And I think that on the theory that it's better late than never, Tim, I hope you're really able to join us at some point during the program, so we can iron out those technology difficulties. I think that would be outstanding. So a little bit about ADHD Australia. We're a national charity, and our role really is to help individuals with ADHD live their best lives. But in doing that, what we're seeking to achieve is to bring together the whole community in Australia to grow and coalesce around ADHD, and fundamentally do that in a way that supports advocacy and driving better outcomes for our community. But we really can only succeed if we all work together and we're all aligned, and individuals out there with ADHD have an opportunity to share their voice, to share their experience, and to make vocal the challenges that we all have in the community navigating ADHD. So we would encourage all of you who are joining us today to join our community of supporters, to come together to help us bring the community together and really make a difference. And I think we're now at a point where almost 15 or 20 years of hard work of those who preceded us have really started to bear fruit, where ADHD is now really at the center of a lot of important conversations. And therefore, having now the awareness of ADHD, awareness is key, being one of the themes of today's conference. Having that awareness now gives us an opportunity to really pivot into action, to help individuals navigate the different journeys of life from their experience at home and in the community, working with their parents and carers, from their experience in education, navigating different settings in school, and equipping both the educators and individuals with ADHD to navigate that effectively. We're going to hear a little bit about that today. So that's something I'm really passionate about as a father, but also, as individuals sort of exit the school system and start to join the workforce, there's a lot of opportunity really to catalyze more and more engagement with employers in the workplace, and to help the employer and the employee work together successfully to leverage all the wonderful strengths that individuals with ADHD bring, but also, as again we'll hear a bit today, sort of work through some of the challenges around workplace environment, and challenges around how to navigate peer relationships, and obviously how to just get through the world of work, from induction through to performance management and so forth. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity to bring employers to the party. So for those of you who are employers joining us today, I would encourage you to reach out to us, because we're doing a lot of work to help work with employers to pilot and develop programs that are really designed to improve the world of work for individuals with ADHD. And, sort of going from there, it's always a challenge with regard to access to diagnosis and medication, and the labyrinthine sort of system that we live in, where individuals are trying to navigate that and understand where to find the best resources, the best evidence, to hear the stories of their peers in the community. And I think that's something that we're super passionate about. And making sure that over time we're able to connect the clinical community with the education community, with the employment community, with individuals and their parents and carers in the early years, and individuals navigating all the challenges of life as they grow up and grow older. So, I think there's a lot of opportunity to bring these different strands together. And of course, as we just heard from our last speaker, the real challenge of ADHD in justice settings, that's an area that's largely been ignored. There's a lot of work to be done to better equip individuals in justice on the front lines, working with our community to better support those individuals, to be more empathetic, and certainly more able to provide the resources and support that individuals need in that sense. So, I think, again, for those out there listening that are in those settings, we'd encourage you to come forward and find ways to work with us to help you make that experience better for our community at large. So these different journeys are really important, and we've architected our whole organization around supporting individuals that drive each of these journeys, and of course supporting individuals that navigate these journeys throughout life to be much more equipped to manage life's challenges. So as we go forward, the only way that really we can make that work is to achieve three things. One, we need to continue to build our volunteer army. We're very fortunate to have at any point in time 50 to 100 volunteers working tirelessly to support the community. Imagine if we were able to double or triple that number. So I would put this out here as a call for volunteers to come forward to help us in all sorts of areas, whether it be in the education space, the employment space, the justice space, the advocacy space, or just helping us get the word out and increasing awareness. So please come forward and come find us, and we'll help you find a home in our ADHD community. And if you're unable to do that, then join us as a supporter so that we can get your voice into the mix and help your voice come across as part of our broader community. So that's number one. Two is all charities are in Australia in particular. I can't speak for the UK, but I'm sure it's similar. All charities in Australia are chronically underfunded. So whatever you can do to support your ADHD local charity, national charity, with volunteer time or precious resources, that's incredibly important to us to help us achieve our mission. And then lastly is we just encourage you all to keep bringing forward your stories. These stories are incredibly important to help others who are experiencing ADHD in the community to understand what you're going through and create a connection that allows them to help really to help navigate their own journey. So if you're not sharing your stories, and if you don't have a platform to share those stories, we're here to help with that so that you can get your personal experience on the table, and hopefully that will help others who are coming up through this experience to learn from you. And our goal is to bring those stories together. I could talk all day about all the initiatives that we're running and all the things that we're trying to achieve, but this is a signature accomplishment for us at the kickoff to ADHD Awareness Month in October. And we're very proud to have worked with our colleagues in the UK, and certainly under Mel's leadership, to bring this conference to Australia and to the world. So with that said, I'd like to turn over to Mel, who will help us navigate this program. And again, we look forward to hearing all of your stories. And for those of you who are inclined to support us further, please reach out. Thanks, Mel. And I look forward to a successful day to pick up the baton from our colleagues in the UK.
Thank you so much, Matt. Look, before you shoot off, I do want to ask you a few questions as I can at this moment. I think it's a great opportunity to, I'm going to say, talk a little bit more about yourself, but the why, and helping us to understand what, from your perspective, some of the differences are around ADHD in Australia, maybe in comparison to other countries. So I'm interested to hear from yourself around what are some of the great things you believe that we're doing here in Australia that maybe other countries could learn from.
Well, Mel, I don't know if I can speak for other countries, but I can speak a bit for what we're doing in Australia. So, I think first, and we're going to hear a little bit about this today, I think that for the last decade or even more, the the team at ADHD Australia, and indeed our sister and brother organizations around Australia at the national, state, and local level. For example, our colleagues at ADHD WA and WA, our colleagues at ADPA, working in the clinical and professional environment, our team and others who are all working around the clock to support these communities. I think the big opportunity and the big thing that we're starting to really achieve is alignment in Australia. And whilst we have a long way to go, that alignment of the many charities that are supporting individuals with ADHD, but also, the government is really starting to come to the party, and through the inquiry process and, kind of creating national awareness at this level is really has been a pivot or an inflection point for us, where we've gone from kind of stigma, which still exists, and we have a lot of work to do there. But we're kind of moving into a period of kind of national awareness, which is, I think, terrific, and I can just feel it out there. So that momentum is really strong. And, I want to call out sort of our brothers and sisters again in other parts of the the neurodiversity spectrum, in particular our colleagues in Autism Australia and other who've really done a lot of work to help bring awareness of mental health and so forth into the environment. So, we're not out here by ourselves doing this work alone. There's a tremendous number of people out doing this work. So I feel like, Mel, the signature thing that we're really starting to get traction on in Australia is creating this alignment and creating kind of a global, in a sense. I mean that in Australia, ADHD is now seen as more mainstream. And I think people are starting to come to the table. People who are not experiencing ADHD, they're coming with a position of curiosity as opposed to anger or pushback. And I think I can see it just in the communities. I'm talking to people almost every day. Oh, my brother has ADHD. Can you talk? Can you put me in touch with somebody who's experienced that? And I just find it so wonderful that maybe 5 years ago, but I would have heard something really different. So we're just getting there, and there's so much more work to do. But if we can just take these opportunities to bring the community together like this, then we can do so much more.
Thank you so much. No, fantastic. Look, I think we have come a long way. There's a huge amount still to keep doing. We talk a lot, Matt, about awareness, moving on from not just awareness, but to actually appreciation and getting to a space where ADHD is, and many people not just kind of aware, but are really doing some great things out there. And I think that in comparison to where we was, we're a long way. We still obviously have a lot to do. And obviously with ADHD Australia, we're trying to do much of that. So I am quite keen to hear, I always ask people the question of the why for you. Obviously you're super talented man, been working across multiple organizations, global organizations, doing so much. Help me to understand a bit about your personal journey, Matt. I'm quite keen to hear about your personal journey, and also from a different perspective, not just the professional that we know you from, but as what I know as a parent, and helping me to understand that a little bit more.
Look, I think my story is probably pretty similar to many people. I've got, as I mentioned earlier, 2 boys with ADHD, and one of those 2 has a number of other complex challenges, which kind of magnify his ADHD presentation. And at the beginning of the journey, if you will, as a parent, and probably an undiagnosed ADHDer myself, navigating that journey was very difficult, Mel. And I found that, whilst speaking to different experts, they always knew exactly what they were talking about. Trying to work across, experts, like having a conversation in one morning with a teacher, and then in the afternoon with a clinician, and then, sometimes with a policeman, when you're having these kinds of conversations, I just came away with this sort of overwhelming feeling that these individuals just weren't connected, and there was no kind of common DNA that linked together all these people. And I felt like, at some point we really needed to have the vision for how to bring together all these resources in Australia, um, surround individuals with ADHD with a connected community. And I felt that my experience working with businesses and charities and not-for-profits and governments to help them work through these complex challenges would be valuable. So I joined the board about 3 years ago to start working on that journey. And we are nowhere near where we need to be, but as you pointed out, it is a journey, and one step at a time, we are making that progress. But for me, it's deeply personal. It's all about my lived experience. And now that I meet people every single day who have different stories to tell, it just keeps inspiring me and puts more wind behind my back. Makes me impatient to do more for our community.
Thank you so much, Matt. Look, truly, truly inspiring. And I know, your story, like many with ADHD Australia, we have and proudly say that, about 80% of the individuals that volunteer for ADHD Australia are with ADHD, and the other percentage actually meets individuals that are parents and carers. So here to actually make a significant and strong difference. So I'm now going to hand across to Tim White, Matt. And I just want to say thank you so much for today, and sharing a little bit about your journey, and also talking about ADHD Australia. So thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Great work. And Tim, I look forward to hearing your welcome. All the best, Mel, and great work getting this all together.
Thank you. So now I would like to formally introduce Tim White. So welcome, Tim, and apologies earlier about the technology difficulties that we had. It's always tricky when you're handing across from Australia sometimes to UK or vice versa. So first off the rank, and that was the one that didn't quite work, but you're here now. So I'm going to hand across to yourself to do a much better job than I did in formally being able to introduce the next round of all of our conferences with our acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mel. No worries. We would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations of Australia we meet and present from today, recognising that Australia is made up of many different and distinct groups, each with their own culture, customs, language and laws. The importance of connection to lands, waters and community is heart of our culture. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are the world's oldest surviving culture, and this is reflective of their resilience and ability to endure. We pay our respects to elders and ancestors of the past, the elders of the present. They hold the wisdom which guides Aboriginal people to undertake essential roles of preserving, promoting, passing down knowledge and beliefs, and continuing practices that are rooted in Aboriginal culture. We would like to extend our respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people attending the ADHD conference today. Thank you, Mel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. So, like most, before you get the opportunity to run away, I'm going to ask you some questions. Look, you do some amazing things, and more recently have started a new position at Tim, just checking you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm back. Sorry for my technical difficulties.
The beauties of technology, hey? So Tim, I'm just keen to hear a bit about you. You're doing some amazing stuff at the moment, and I'd really like to share that with everybody that's here listening today.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, I come from background 30 years in disability services, and I'm a proud Wiradjuri man, and I'm very passionate about my culture and creating awareness to all people, and understand the history of Australia and the endurance of the Aboriginal people, and reaching out where I can to anyone interested in learning and understanding the culture better, and even clearing up any misconceptions that may be there as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. And before I hand across to our next guest, is there anything that you would like to tell people within Australia today that's trying to raise awareness for ADHD, or maybe more broadly across the country and the globe? Is there anything that you would like to tell people today?
I think they're all very important issues and things to be very aware of, ADHD and other disabilities. And I've been hands-on with people with disabilities with very complex abilities. And I think it's just that awareness that needs to be out there, and understanding, and how we can support people better. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Well, you're doing an absolutely amazing job. And I thank you so much for being here today and being able to do our acknowledgement and to talk so proudly about yourself and your country. So thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me on here, and thank you for creating that awareness and having me part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Dr. Ollie Sophie Meredith. Ollie is an autistic and ADHD non-binary researcher focusing on lived experience of neurodiverse and marginalised communities, leading the Hiding or Thriving project of ADHD. Ollie examines coping strategies and healthcare barriers for women and gender diverse people. With a PhD in public health from UTS, Ollie's research spans health services, sports impact, and neurodiversity in higher education. Also a strong advocate, poet, teaches mindfulness, Reiki, and yoga. Wow, Ollie, we are extremely privileged here today. I myself have had lots of conversations with you, and you truly inspire me, not just by your research, but by yourself, you and your background and history. So I am very, very honoured to be able to have you here, and extremely excited about your presentation and having that conversation also with the wider globe today. So thank you. Oh, Ollie, just checking we can hear you. Seems to be a few technical hitches with your sound.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can absolutely hear you now, yes.
Yay! Great, thank you, Mel, and thank you for that really generous acknowledgement as well, Tim. And yeah, it's really my privilege to be here. This is like a Eurovision broadcast in this moment. Am I ready to go? And can you?
Yes, you're ready to go, Ollie.
You, Mel.
Ready to go, Ollie.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Mel. Awesome. So I wanted to start just by telling you a bit about who I am and who I think I should be. So I'm a doctor of public health, as Mel said, and I'm a lecturer and a passionate teacher. And my absolute favourite subject to teach is the social determinants of health. And I love to teach. So I should be good at presentations. And I should be specifically good about presentations about the complexities of being well. And I'm a qualified Reiki master and yoga and mindfulness teacher, and have specifically worked with people with ME, CFS, cancer, MS, PTSD, CPTSD, and ADHD, as it turns out, but for years, but I had no awareness of that. And I've even healed myself through some of these things, through trauma, ME, CFS, and fibromyalgia. So I should be good at knowing how to listen to my body and stay in my body. And I'm a writer and a poet, and I've done lots of performance poetry, so I should not only be comfortable presenting, but I should be good with words. Well, the beautiful universe, on this week of all weeks, on the week I was to be presenting on unmasking and authenticity, it revealed myself to me, not as I wanted to look. I think I looked something more like this. So this week, beneath the mask, I've been a mixture of emotions. And if I could draw myself, I'd love to have been able to draw a lion, but the reality was, as always, more complicated. And when ADHD Australia asked me to share my journey related to this amazing project for women and gender diverse individuals with ADHD, my initial thought was, let me at it. Like many in this community, I've got so much to say, but then my body reacted differently. I felt panic rising. I started shaking uncontrollably a few days ago, and frustration, this familiar frustration, set in as I struggled to express thoughts that had been crystal clear in my mind. And I began to shake harder, and I began to pull at my hair, rub my hands and rock, and I couldn't think. And I froze, and my brain just crashed. I also cried, which I think was actually a helpful strategy, something I don't normally do. And while my family's hugs helped, I still felt this urge to escape my own skin. And memories of chronic illness loomed large, and I battled feelings of inadequacy. How can I feel this way after working through so much in my life? And my brain and body just seemed not to be able to bend to how I wanted them to. In the second half of this presentation, I'm going to be sharing a little bit about some of the stories of the women and gender diverse people I've spoken to for this project, Hiding or Thriving. And one of the things that really stuck out for me, and I have to let you know first that the research is at a really early stage. We've just interviewed 20 people, women and gender diverse people, diagnosed with ADHD over the last few weeks. I interviewed 18 of those. And one of the things that's really struck me was so many people talking about meltdowns. And actually, what struck me wasn't that they were talking about it. What struck me, that they were sort of whispering about it. Like maybe they wanted to talk about it more, but maybe they were shy. Maybe they weren't sure if it was acceptable to talk about even with someone else with ADHD and autism. So to give you context, this was a group of deeply generous women and gender diverse people with ADHD, telling me stuff we don't usually talk about deeply painful trauma, about surviving and fleeing war, about low self-esteem, about burnout, about getting fired, about connecting with spirits, about the deep pain of not fitting into the mold that society expects, but also about resilience and finding solutions against the odds. And every one of these women shared these stories generously and boldly. There were lots of tears, lots of laughter, but I noticed the one place there seems to be a shyness and reluctance to share was on this topic of meltdowns. So I was really curious. And as someone with ADHD and autism, I also thought, well, everyone's processes and behaviors are different. I guess I just don't get meltdowns. And if I hadn't just interviewed these amazing women, I might not have given myself a moment to honor what was going on for me, because I noticed I just kept apologizing. I'll be back to myself in a minute. It's just part of the process. Don't mind me, like rubbing my hands, rocking and feeling completely insane. I also invented a word for it, strugulation. But what I want to say about it is a bit different to what you might think, because I was absolutely strugulating. I was struggling to regulate my emotions. In fact, I was struggling to control my body. But what I mean by that was that I was trying to suppress it, fight against it, but I shouldn't have been. And it took my neurodiverse 11-year-old to make me remember what I needed to be doing. And they said, with their innocent, big, loving green eyes, you can't make your body do what it doesn't want to do. You can't make your body do what it doesn't want to do. And I carried on having my big feelings as quietly as I could. And I don't tend to get outwardly angry at others. I tend to internalize these feelings, as a lot of people do, and a lot of women do. So I set about my old habit of trying to stuff the feelings down and just apply myself, push harder to the task. But Seb's words rung true immediately and sunk in slowly. So I carried on anyway, as best I could with my strugulation. And what I was struggling through was an old problem, trying to condense myself into slides, trying to understand technology, struggling with time, not understanding how what was in my head would fit into the 30-minute time slot, not understanding how to make a structure of my non-linear thoughts. And this is another thing that's come up frequently for women. This notion of thinking differently, of thinking outside a box, and of hating being sort of put into one. And for me, this structure, or my ideas of what the expected structure, was hitting old wounds of having a format to follow and squeezing myself into it. And this idea of falling short and not reaching my potential because of it. And I realized I need to share this. I need to share this story that's happening in real time. I need to honor and be curious about this. And so I was interviewed a few months ago by the very gracious host, Melissa Hamilton, on the Brave Feminine Leadership podcast as a leader with ADHD. And she asked what I thought brave feminine leadership looks like. And one of the things I said was a receptivity to change and the bravery to do what's required in real time, whatever the rules say, to listen to your staff or your students or your kids in real time, like what's going on for them, not to the schedule. And so I guess authenticity for me was allowing myself to not stick to my planned script here, but to go with the flow of what was happening in my world. Because when we're asking people to fit into a mold, you don't know what you're asking them to bring. When you're asking them to do a certain thing a certain way, you don't know what history and layers they have or what's going on for them in that given moment. And when I say that, I've got my students in mind. And so, of course, we all come with these complex layers, and of course everyone's got probably a lot more than these, but what I realized was my body was saying no. Instead of just making it fit, I had to get curious and work out what I needed to do for me. So it seems fitting in describing a research project that sought to find out about coping strategies of women and gender diverse people with ADHD. But I ditched the script and tell you about my own coping strategy as a gender diverse person with ADHD and autism in this particular real situation this week. So I let my kids' advice simmer in the background, and I had a few strategies to start with. So I acknowledged that my response might be considered a meltdown. And because these other women I'd spoken to, I didn't feel alone in that. And I opened up to my family and my boss and my best friend and a small group of friends. And it was a significant step for me to do that. And my friend expressed that she felt really close to me for sharing. And my supervisor was incredibly kind and supportive. And by showing up authentically, I felt loved by my family and my friends and supported by my workplace. I practiced square breathing, just 10 breaths in, 10 breaths held, 10 breaths out, 10 breaths hold. And I shared my struggle with my family. And my kids and their very patient mother, who's been a source of generosity and grace through my chronic fatigue syndrome years and years ago, helped check my slides made sense to those outside of my head. And they rallied around, taking on extra tasks so I could focus during the kids' school holidays. That's another facet of self that we are as often parents, and there's all that stuff going on behind the surface that we're trying to make it look like it's easy, but it's not. And I felt really grateful for their support. So that was a strategy in itself. Noticing the kindness around me made a big difference. I realized I wasn't alone. And I wanted to highlight that because in my struggles, I often forget to express my gratitude for those close to me. And sometimes that comes from a defensiveness and trying to keep small and not wanting anyone to notice what's going on for me. I also just kept on plodding. And as my 97-year-old grandma would say, keep on plodding, Sophie. And I hear her voice all the time, just one foot in front of the other. So I recognized that my worries about timing and writing my slides were distracting me, completely distracting me from what I actually wanted to do. And with a deadline looming, I decided to just keep the slides minimal, so you won't see my new words on the slides, and keep them aligned with my core message. And that's the hardest part. Choosing from 1,000 images can be really time consuming and overwhelming. And I really struggle with choice. But I plodded on. I took 30 milligrams of Vyvanse, something I usually avoid. I don't usually take medications, but it did help me focus a little and move forward slowly. And I sent off those slides. And the next morning, yesterday, I truly listened to my body for the first time. I realized I don't experience these meltdowns often, largely because another part of me has been very good at avoiding those feelings. And I relied on an outdated avoidance strategies for so long that I didn't have time to process my emotions. I'd leave it right to the last minute so that I just allowed the cortisol to push me through the night, but not even have time to really sit in some of the things that could go on for me. But as a 45-year-old academic with young kids, I love what I want to talk about, and I'm not ready to avoid leaving anything to the last minute anymore. And what was happening this time was actually a wonderful new thing. And I needed to be much kinder to myself about it and stop strugulating. And I developed what I think is a kinder definition about this strugulation. So I was determined not to let fear of my emotions hold me back from pursuing what I wanted in life anymore. For the years I've done that and had done that. But yesterday morning at 5:30 a.m., as I felt calm after finally clearing the stressor from my deck, I suddenly realized something important. My physiological responses, shaking, rocking, hair pulling, binge eating, though unusual for me and deeply feared, as echoed by other women in the study, were just simply my beautiful body trying to communicate with me. And I have learned to listen to my body time and time again, always trusting her when I'm connected. But this presentation had pulled me into my head and I needed to reconnect with my body. And my body was recalling all the moments that I'd longed to express myself, but felt something different emerging. It remembered the frustrations and the deep struggles I faced at university when, despite being one of the smartest kids in school, I struggled to submit essays or even figure out how to begin starting something on the page, how to begin answering them. And my body was also, on the other hand, having come so far with understanding ADHD and who I am, my body was scared I might write something overly academic, lacking in soul. And my body was giving a firm no to that. So I felt this stuck energy within me. So my strategies for then getting back into my body were about to get a bit better. And so yesterday morning, 5:30, I got on my yoga mat. I began my day with exercise, meditation, some interpretive dancing. It's quite a hilarious scene, I'm sure, but it's things that I love. So I listened to drumming and I drummed along. And I'm grateful for my family. I left for work and took a swim in the Murrumbidgee River, a beautiful wild spot. And the water was freezing cold, but it felt incredibly cleansing, leaving me much more peaceful than I'd felt in a long time. And suddenly, that freeze in my brain was gone, along with the body pains that I was so scared about and the fear. And in the conversations with women, there was a lot of discussion about these practices that help us reconnect with our bodies. And there was some shyness again talking about that. And it's crucial that we find these practices in our own way. And women spoke about understanding that exercise is beneficial, yet they often dislike certain environments like the gym or in certain contexts, or typical exercise environments and what might be seen as typical exercise environments. And many people expressed preferring incidental exercise and expressed a love for music and dance and nature. And when I listened and allowed my body to feel safe, releasing the stuck memories tied to past failures over seemingly small obstacles, but we know as a community that they're not small for us, the best message from my body became clear, which was, do it your way. Write what you want to say, not what you think what others want to hear. Let the words flow as they come to you. Don't worry about the order or the timing. Order and timing. Until I heard the other stories of women, I thought I operated in a different universe in terms of order and timing. And the last thing I did was to work and write my thoughts out in a journal, pen to paper, rather than the computer. And here we are. I just needed to reconnect with the meaning of what I was doing and return to my body. But why would any of that matter? Because I think if you can't listen to what's going on for yourself, if you can't honor that, it's going to be hard to hold space for others to share their stories, because our healing contributes to the wider healing. And also because if someone who delivers presentations for a living and who has practiced somatic healing professionally and personally for years struggles to complete a PowerPoint presentation for something they genuinely care about because they've struggled with their feelings, then labeling a student, for example, because it's my area, as lazy or incompetent for not submitting something on time is not only short-sighted, it can significantly impact that student's journey. It could mean the difference between that student giving up despite enormous potential and persevering to reach their goals. And I sadly often hear assumptions in academia about what non-submission or lower marks signify of students and the effort, these assumptions about the effort that then that individual had put in. And I've poured countless hours into this presentation, even staying up through the night on a number of occasions over the last few weeks. But I won't be using any of those disjointed words. I just couldn't pull them together. And if this were a university setting, I would likely fail for not adhering to the rubric. I was going to be talking about something a bit different, but it wouldn't be due to lack of effort. And I think it's incumbent upon us as educators to help students connect with the material, to find their own entry points and to offer multiple forms of submission. And this approach enables students to engage in ways that work best for them. And in this research, several women expressed distress over not receiving promotions due to their ADHD. One woman shared that even her bosses believed she deserved the job, but because she messed up the presentation, they had to give it to someone else. And she struggles with emotional regulation around her frustrations, she said, feeling the need or being asked to fix everything for the person who took the job that she was qualified for. And I think we often focus on what I'm noticing is we often focus on fixing emotional regulation issues rather than honoring what our body's saying and addressing the underlying causes. And this is true in any workplace, but especially in schools. And women in the research expressed a need for a way to connect with the meaning of what they're doing, moving from the abstract to the concrete. And they expressed a need for a sense of safety to be themselves. And they also talked about the ability to create and suggest solutions based on their complex identities and lived experiences, doing what makes them feel safe and works for them, and them being the solution and being able to come to this to find the solutions for that. And this sort of summed up in this beautiful quote by Tracy Westerman: true leadership should champion those who have had to prove many people wrong to get where they are, who have had to surmount the most barriers to succeed. It's poor leadership to promote the idea that those who have overcome the least should drive solutions for those who have had to overcome the most. So I want to tell you a bit more about the women and gender diverse people in this research project. And I had wanted to pursue this for a long time. The reason I originally learned yoga and later earned a PhD in public health was to help people with invisible illnesses, particularly those that disproportionately affected women, like chronic fatigue syndrome. And after living for 5 years with CFS, I sought to find words for experiences that often went unrecognized. But after being diagnosed with ADHD, I noticed how many things began to fall into place for me on multiple levels. And I realized I might find more answers by exploring ADHD. As you know, women are much more likely to have co-occurring health problems or other types of neurodiversity alongside ADHD than those who don't. And I was eager to hear about what women had been doing, both unconsciously and consciously, regarding their ADHD. And given that many women have been overlooked in diagnosis until recently, it was likely that a significant number were diagnosed in adulthood. What did women perceive to be the effects of this late diagnosis? So I discussed this idea for this project actually with Melissa Webster from ADHD Australia early on, and she provided invaluable feedback and support, which she's continued throughout the project. And I also invited a wonderful interdisciplinary cross-institutional team of academics with ADHD to join. And it's been incredible to be part of this collaborative effort. So I'll just touch on a few topics. Like I said, it's really early stages, but a few topics that have emerged. The power of diagnosis, the complexity of individuals and their intersecting identities, and the potential benefits of sharing coping strategies. So participants expressed this transformative impact of receiving the diagnosis, particularly in relation to ADHD diagnosis. And it fundamentally changed individuals' perception, self-perception, and daily life, which led to improved mental health and reduced exhaustion. They emphasized that understanding their condition alleviated the cognitive burden of masking their symptoms. So diagnosis itself was a major strategy for working with ADHD. And one participant acknowledged as well their privilege as a middle-class woman, recognizing that this privilege facilitated their access to essential services, including diagnosis and medication. And this awareness underscores the importance of recognizing systemic inequalities in healthcare access. Overall, the quotes reflected a deep appreciation for the positive changes brought about by diagnosis, while also acknowledging the broader social context. And people also talked about diagnosis revealing their own masks to themselves, about transforming from feeling ashamed of who they were to celebrating being a part of the ADHD community, how they'd started to see themselves and feel seen for the first time. So while many people described diagnosis as positively life-changing, they also found the path to diagnosis challenging for several reasons. These included burdens, difficulties in finding a psychiatrist or psychologist, especially in rural areas, and encounters with psychologists who are not specialized in ADHD. And many of these professionals failed to recognize how masking techniques for women, how coping strategies and gendered socialization could affect how women presented in clinical settings. Women expressed anger and frustration with the process, often feeling that they hyper-focused on the subject themselves, reading everything they could, and learn more about it than the medical professionals that they had consulted, who lacked specialized knowledge. Both women and gender diverse individuals perceived this diagnostic process as distinctly gendered. And while diagnosis was almost universally regarded as a significant relief, most women also expressed strong feelings of grief and anger upon realizing that they had ADHD. They felt grief over not being diagnosed earlier, as earlier diagnosis could have meant access to medication and a better quality of life. Others voiced sadness over the belief that a younger diagnosis might have protected them from harm, helping them avoid internalized shame and the sense that they were somehow failing at life. The importance of listening to and accommodating intersecting identities and experiences was really evident. One participant lamented, "We don't leave room in our society for the wholeness of a person. We prefer the binary, one thing, one box fit into that." And participants identified various intersecting identities, including ethnicity, culture, race, rurality, disability, and wealth as factors that influenced their treatment experiences and contributed to their exhaustion. In particular, race, ethnicity, and culture were highlighted as complicating and exhausting factors in the diagnosis and treatment of ADHD, as individuals often felt compelled to wear masks related to these aspects of their identity. One participant shared they rarely felt safe around white people because they were often viewed solely as a Black person without their myriad identities and the complexity of that identity. And the situation was further complicated by their family's lack of recognition of ADHD and chronic conditions within their cultural context. Another participant insightfully pointed out that this widely shared theory in some communities, the spoon theory, with chronic illness, didn't apply in the same way to people from different backgrounds due to racism. So chronic conditions and were also another major intersecting experience, just as like CFS and fibromyalgia. Autism was also another common intersecting identity, also trauma, and there were a number of LGBTQI+ participants. Another participant mentioned the difficulty of finding a non-white psychologist, which was harder, and so they felt it was harder to be understood or feel culturally safe. One participant said, which I thought was well put, is there's this almost collective experience of the trauma that inherently comes with not realizing that you're different, or realizing that you're different but not having the reason why, just feeling like you're having to operate in a world not made for you. And add to that the internalized shame and guilt because we're judging ourselves based on the neurotypical standard, which is often not sustainable or achievable for people who are neurodivergent. And when you connect with other people who have been through the same experience, and that discovery only comes with diagnosis, you really realize collectively that there's been so much harm that's come from not being picked up early and from not recognizing. So people all talked about not knowing themselves, but feeling seen through sharing, a sort of return to life. And that people describe partners having to get to know them again once the mask came off. Medications made a significant difference for many individuals. However, some chose not to take them at all or found that they didn't work well, often due to side effects like jitters. It sometimes took time to find the right dose. Many reported that medications were helpful. People also, while that was true, they also clarified that these treatments don't eliminate symptoms. Instead, they made daily life a bit easier. Focusing, for example, became more manageable. Some people found medications life-changing overall, or a game changer was actually a word that was used a bit. Some individuals expressed concern about weight loss, poor nutrition, some heart problems associated with the medications, and poor nutrition was about forgetting to eat. While many individuals had developed coping strategies like drinking and avoidance prior to their diagnosis, they often felt that more options became available after receiving their diagnosis and realizing what was going on and honoring what was going on for them. So this shift was influenced by learning from others on social media, as well as through conversations with ADHD coaches and psychologists. Participants identified various symptoms they wanted to address, including overwhelm, meltdowns, PDA, RSD, burnout, frustration, perfectionism, binge eating, and brain freeze, along with issues stemming from co-occurring conditions such as sleep problems, OCD, autism, dyslexia. Some women found internal family systems therapy and EMDR helpful, while quite a few noted that CBT was unhelpful or even counterproductive. Nature, music, and the companionship of animals were frequently cited as soothing and beneficial for well-being. One participant shared that although she struggled to make eye contact with people, she felt comfortable looking into her dog's eyes, feeling safe and that nothing was expected of her. Many women enjoyed physical activity, with several mentioning that participating in sports and adhering to the structure of training helped them maintain well-being during childhood, and often that disappeared in adulthood, and that was or as they became older. And that was kind of like losing a rudder. It was common for women to discuss working part-time or outside of traditional 9 to 5 hours to manage burnout, despite the financial implications. So the financial implications of that were often talked about as well. Finally, sharing and listening to personal stories emerged as key elements in coping with ADHD and healing from the effects of delayed diagnosis. Women emphasised the importance of unmasking, finding safe spaces to be themselves, and learning more about their identities. Together, as a collective, we're not just sharing experiences. We're crafting a legacy of authenticity and of courage. With over 100 women stepping forward to be part of this project and its future phases, we're creating a space where experiences can be shared and be understood. I've also initiated an ADHD community healing project and podcast for women and gender diverse people, where we're not only discussing challenges, but also fostering an environment for women and gender diverse individuals with ADHD to be themselves. I hope that these stories will empower our children, both of mine, one with ADHD and one without, and to grow up, and everyone else's, to grow up knowing they have the freedom to be their true selves. They will learn to recognize the masks they may wear without believing those masks define who they are. By sharing these narratives, we can help them and countless others live boldly and authentically. And now, as we analyse and publish this data, we'll uncover insights that empower not just individuals, but entire communities. Together, we're building a network of support, of understanding, of empowerment, ensuring that no one has to navigate their journey alone. So I celebrate the courage it takes to share the stories these women have provided so far. And I embrace the strength that arises from community. This is just the beginning of a movement towards greater acceptance and self-discovery, not just for women and gender diverse people, but for all of us. Thank you. I don't know if you're talking, Mel. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ollie. I'm just going to bring myself into frame. I think Mel just has some tech issues, but that was a really great session. Thanks so much for taking us through that. I really loved all the insights you shared. I'm just going to go to some of our questions. So if you give me a moment. Sorry, just jumping on at...
Of course, Kylie.
I think Mel hopefully is coming back, but has not appeared yet. Oh, there she is.
Kylie, thanks so
Mel,
much for stepping in.
No problems.
Hi there, how you going? Thank you so much. And the beauty of technology, as we keep saying, I was actually really fortunate, Ollie, because right up until the end, I heard the full entirety of your presentation. So only the last bit was slightly missed as I was jumping in. So look, firstly, I just want to say a massive big thank you to you. Really inspiring presentation, Ollie. We, at this moment in time, can see your lovely swim pool, but can't see your beautiful face. But I'm sure that you'll log back on shortly. I have a few questions that I'm super keen to ask you. And really, one of them is about what have you learned about working with a team of neurodiverse women?
Yeah, thanks for asking the question. It has been the best experience. And I thought it would be, but I couldn't have imagined how different it could be. And I think it was almost another phase of unmasking. We all met up for 2 days near the beginning of the project and shared at the beginning. I just said, well, let's just talk about who we are and share a bit about us in the context of ADHD. Of course, well, everything's in the context of ADHD, isn't it? You can't separate ADHD from yourself. And it was really interesting because I knew most of these women for quite a long time, and I saw them really differently, and we all revealed very different things about ourselves, and just we looked different without the mask. And it's so nice to be able to work in an environment where you can be yourself. And I think the project has shown me that that's true to one degree, but we've all got other masks. We've all got other parts of ourselves. But and the masks are really helpful, and you can wear them in certain contexts depending on where you are, and they can be protective, and they can be boundaries. But what happened with us, the group of us, was that the more we talked, the more we recognized things about ourselves. And so that going back and forward, the generosity and sometimes risk of sharing who you are often enables this opening for others. And so I think that was a beautiful thing. And I think another thing was, it was really nice to be honest. And I've tried really hard to keep doing this, and I try really hard to keep doing it with my students, and I try really hard to do it with this group, and we do it for each other, is be honest about what you struggle with, what you're not good at. And what I think arises from that is that people, you actually end up being able to acknowledge other people's strengths. So I think this is a part of the wider community, no matter where we are on the spectrum or the neurodiversity, wherever we land. I think when we say what we're not good at, we can acknowledge someone who is good at that. And one person in our team, for example, all the researchers are neurodiverse, and the grant money that I had, you might spend on other things, some people would, and I spent it on an administrative assistant who's amazing and I've worked with 3 years, and I expect lots of people with ADHD rely on these people quite heavily. And I think her acknowledgement should be a lot bigger than it is often. And I think people often ignore the importance of people who are good at administration. And for me, it's like, I just admire it so much because it's so difficult. So yeah, it's just been absolutely beautiful, and it's nice to turn up to a meeting on the Hiding or Thriving project and to be able to say, actually, this week I'm hiding, but I'll speak to you because I know I don't have to keep up the mask, you know.
No, thank you so much for sharing, Ollie. And it's really interesting because you and I have had lots of conversations, and definitely, you know, having the opportunity to be able to share both of our journeys actually with ADHD and talk about it. I definitely find that when you're in a space of you feel safe, you actually then open up and talk more and show your true you. And you feel really proud for who you are because you learn that the you actually is beautiful. And the more people can bounce ideas off each other and the more people can share their beautiful stories, it creates this amazing opportunity for us to be able to feel really comfortable of being us and not having to feel that we need to necessarily mask.
Yeah, completely. I think that's really true. And I think I see that with my students as well. And a lot of people are surprised that people who seem like they're finding it hard with small things, once you remove some of those barriers and you make a safe space in a classroom to talk and be themselves and to talk a bit differently, and you know, we all talk a bit differently, actually then you see their potential, and this amazing stuff can come out. And I think the more you hide the things that you struggle with, the less room there is for those beautiful things.
No. Thank you so much. So I could talk to you all day, Ollie, but I am extremely conscious of time. So I just want to say a huge big thank you for your presentation. Really inspiring, and has helped us to be able to really get a great understanding of many things today, in particular to females, those individuals that may be masking. And I'm hoping that a huge amount of individuals have either watched today or I'm sure many will rewatch and have more questions. If people do have any questions that they would like to ask you, Ollie, is there some information maybe that you could share that people could maybe reach out to you or contact you? Maybe that could be through the ADHD website.
Yeah, through the ADHD website, also the ADHD Community Healing Project or podcast on Facebook, or if you look up on podcast as well. Yes, absolutely through you guys too.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time today. and I shall look forward to replaying back as well and hearing again more. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Wow. Fantastic presentation. And the next presentation that we've got is a really bit of a group conversation. We've got two individuals, inspiring individuals, both with ADHD, that today are going to share their journey, their unique journey. We have the great opportunity of having both a male and female coming on to join us today to talk about some of their differences with ADHD, to talk about their working relationship. They both work together, very successful individuals working in leadership positions at Melbourne Support Services. I'd like to welcome on today Laura and John.
Morning, Mel. How are you going?
Good, thank you. So welcome. So before we start, I would like for you to be able to just talk a little bit about yourselves. I never introduce people half as well as what you can introduce yourselves and talk a bit about your journey. So Laura, just to hand across to you, tell me a little bit about you.
Well, I, as you said, am working in a leadership role at the moment. I was diagnosed with ADHD at 23 and with autism at 26. So I've definitely had that late diagnosis experience that a lot of women have had. But it's been massive. It's, you know, the diagnosis and the processing that happened during that time has been a massive improvement. So yeah, I'm just really happy to be here.
Thank you, Laura. So mentioning obviously about later diagnosis, it'd be interesting to hear with John. Obviously, John, you're a gentleman with ADHD. Let's hear about you. Did you have an earlier diagnosis or was yours slightly later as well?
No, I was slightly later as well. Actually, very similar age to Laura at 22. So I grew up in a large family of 7 kids, and I have an older sister who was diagnosed young, which is a lot rarer.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be for females. Often we hear that females are diagnosed a lot later. So female being diagnosed young can be something obviously that we hear about, at least is a little bit rare in comparison to what we hear around the male diagnostics, and more males being diagnosed at a younger age. So
yeah, absolutely. I think I was a crazy outgoing kid, and then so was my younger sister. But it was a case of, oh, he's just a boy, but oh, look at her. She's a bit crazy or outgoing, more energetic. So yeah, it's just rare that it happens, but it was great that she got diagnosed, and later on I joined her at 22.
Yeah. So interesting, John, you say that. So do you find then that more individuals that, I'm going to say, present as those young people or people that are kind of more hyperactive, those individuals that are a little bit more noticeably energetic, they're the people maybe that are the ones that maybe tend to get diagnosed more? Do you find that, you mentioned about your sister and some of those differences?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, you know, from a historic gender point of view, it was a lot, you know, more common for young boys to be energetic. And if you're presented as energetic, or just I love sports, I love going out, running around, having fun. But then my sister didn't really fit the, you know, designated gender role for her, and she was looked into for diagnosis, and it was amazing. The early intervention for her was super helpful, and she's still energetic and outgoing and amazing. It's beautiful to see.
It's interesting you mentioned that, John. You know, earlier on it was mentioned around masking, and lots of people say around, you know, people sometimes feel that they need to mask. So what that can look like in younger life is feeling that you need to maybe do activities that your peers do, or to present as somebody that is, I'm going to say, typical to young people that age, in comparison to somebody that might have some specific differences or might want to do different things. Do you find masking is something that you've seen within your space? Maybe you personally, is that in the workplace, or maybe as a young person?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm still, I still feel like it's a recent diagnosis for me. So I'm still unmasking and still trying to, you know, take down those masks that I've built up for my whole life, pretty much. So yeah, it's definitely something that the more I unmask the more inner beauty I see, and the less shame I have for having the diagnosis. Originally, I was, didn't quite accept it, but the more that I'm learning and growing and seeing how amazing that it can be when you accept and then you unmask, that it's an awesome journey.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, John. And Laura, I'm really keen also to hear from you. You're somebody that personally you came to me and you told me a little bit about you, and I was super excited. One, because you're really inspirational leader, but also as well somebody that you was able to come out and talk about your proud self. So I'm just keen to hear, was that hard? What made you kind of go, this is me, this is who I am? And it'd be great to kind of share that experience and maybe help people to, have that confidence as well to be able to do the same.
Yeah, it was really hard to, especially when I first came to you. I was still new to at Melba and in the organisation. Unfortunately, in previous workplaces, I wasn't as confident in sharing my diagnosis and sharing what extra supports I needed in the workplace. But thankfully, when I did start with Melba, I was in a place where I was able to say, I'm going to be authentically myself. And if the workplace and the environment I'm in isn't going to be accepting and welcoming of that, then I'm going to find somewhere else. And I'm really lucky that it was my first try. I went into Melba, and they've been really, really supportive. And I'm really lucky that through my journey, I've had an incredible support team in my family and my husband and my friends and my community. And it's meant that I can be a more vocal advocate and hopefully can hold some space for people who aren't as open about it yet or haven't disclosed to anyone, especially in the workplace.
Thank you, Laura. So what are some of the things that worked for you? So obviously it's it can be quite challenging. I myself know, being a leader in particular, first of all, being a leader in an organisation that is particularly disability organisation. You work in a disability organisation and we're supposed to be great at it, right? But the reality is it can be quite challenging at times. So I'm keen to hear from you, Laura. What worked? What are some of the things that work, and how can you share that with the broader audience?
There was a lot of trial and error, and I think that's probably what I've learned most in this journey, is that what works for one person with ADHD doesn't necessarily work for everyone. So there has been, so much trial and error. Probably the thing I say most is, can you send it to me? Can you write it down? Can you send me an email? The work that we do, I'm still providing direct supports to the people. So we're running around all day, which is great. It keeps me nice and busy and engaged. But it's to keep track of everything. I have quite a lot of systems in place, including messages to myself. I'm really lucky that, so John is in my team and the others in our team also have neurodivergent tendencies and things.
And John, just tell me a little bit about you then, John, in terms of yourself. So obviously you have also as well, first of all, gender differences to Laura. You work alongside Laura, and obviously there's probably some differences that also you have or noticed in the workplace that work well for you. What are some of the things that work well for you in the workplace, John?
Laura touched on one that works really well for me, and that's the having to write things down. So especially in the fast-paced environment where there's lots of tasks or things that come up that our team might need support with. If I don't have that in writing, sometimes okay, yeah, I've heard you, but if I don't write that down or get it sent to me, then sometimes I can forget it, because it's just onto the next thing, which is great for my brain, because I absolutely love jumping from one task to the other. But yeah, definitely,
Yeah, I definitely do think that jumping from one task to another is something that can be, one of our, I'm going to say, amazing talents that we have, John, but I also feel as well that it can be a little bit problemsome at times. I know myself that jumping one task to another can also be a hindrance, but it also can be a great thing in terms of you've got this whole skill set where you can do things far quicker and kind of quite unique in a way that some people can't. So help me to understand that a little bit more. How do you manage that in the workplace?
Yeah, it's always a challenge, and you jump from one task to another, which normally means as you're jumping, there's like some of the tasks you don't always completely finish. So it's definitely a matter of I'll have supervisions with my direct manager, which is Laura, and she's really great and supporting me with being like, okay, these are what we want to prioritize, and these are the tasks that I want you to hit. And the little ones that come up in between, yeah, great, go for them. But just remember that when you're jumping around all the time, and if I ever get a bit like lost with always having to jump from one to the other, I can go back to, okay, this is what my priority and task was set for, and I can link back to that one. And then if things jump up and then jump off to another task again, I still have that to go back to. So having that framework and that overarching goal or task to hit is super helpful for me.
Thank you. And look, I'm really excited that John, you're obviously a gentleman that is proudly neurodivergent, that is also being supervised by a lady that is also proudly neurodivergent. And I'm keen to hear, do you feel that having a manager and maybe understanding some of the differences that you may bring, or kind of, some of the things that come along with ADHD, both positive and some of those challenges, has helped because you've got somebody that's your leader that understands a little bit more about, I'm going to say about you, recognizing we're all different, to the point that Laura's raised earlier?
100%. Laura's definitely the best manager, one of the best managers I've ever had. It's really helpful to have like that incredible support, and she understands the ADHD brain from her perspective, and because we're all different, with her perspective, she'll ask me and allow me to have the open space to accept that I have ADHD and give me the freedom to use my creativity and the freedom to bounce around to all these different tasks, knowing that she can support me in making sure that we're staying on track to reaching our goals as a team as well. So it's a really good manager, having a really good system to have with an ADHD brain, to have hey, you've got your freedom, but I'm also here to support you. I understand that your brain or you work a little bit like me, or a little bit like with this way. So it's it's incredible, Mel. You're very, very lucky to be in my position.
Fantastic. So I'm hearing a few things from you that's very exciting. First of all, having diversity within a team is critical. Having individuals also that can see things from diverse perspective, but also a perspective that might be from a person that is neurodivergent, and having a leader to be able to inspire you, that also as well to disclose, but have those conversations. You mentioned you obviously felt, and feel safe by Laura, which is absolutely fantastic. And having that opportunity to be able to have a leader to feel that you can talk to is great. So Laura, I'm quite keen to hear about you. Wow. First of all, it must be feeling fantastic hearing that from John. But also as well for you, what are some of the things that you do slightly different as a leader? How do you work with your divergent peers as opposed to your, your what we classify as neurotypical peers? How do you manage that? How do you balance that as a leader?
Yeah, I think the biggest part of it is a really open communication and being really flexible. So like John said, with our team, I will say, hey, these are the priorities for the day. I don't mind when and how you do them, as long as they're done by whatever time we need to do them. And we have to do that in our role. We're constantly, doing 100 different things. We've got people we support coming in with staff, all sorts of things. So I think that open communication and flexibility is so crucial for our team. And one of the things I really like is that how understanding our team is. there has been multiple occasions where there's 3 of us in our team at the moment, where we've all said to each other, I've been staring at a computer too long. I need a brain break. What can I do? And we'll go find something that's a little bit more physical or active. And that helps so much to know that we don't have to explain or justify why that is. It's just need a brain break, need to do something, we need to get up and move. And that's completely fine. And it's never going to be judged or questioned, because that's just what we need. And that's, I know that, putting more tighter structure and deadlines and things aren't necessarily going to be helpful, and it's not what's going to give us the best results. I think we just lost Mel there, but thanks, John.
Yeah, no, it's honestly the best way to, for my ADHD brain to work as well, because I've got that deadline where, I know that I need to get this task done by this certain time, and to still be able to have that creativity and freedom. And I think Laura can say on behalf of our team that we really flourish as a team when we're able to get that space and also but have those deadlines too. It's a perfect combination for my brain anyway.
We definitely play to each other's strengths, while we all have similar strengths in the sense that we need to be busy and all those sort of classic ADHD strengths. We all have different just strengths in what we're good at, and so we're able to share that as a team and work together, and that's where we've worked really well. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there are times as well where we'll have meetings or discussions, and we've got this really good way of keeping each other on track, even with using our creativity and our ADHD. Sometimes we can see ourselves going off a path, and then we can jump to another section of the meeting, absolutely smash it out, and then jump back to the last one and absolutely smash it out and get the best results out of both. It's quite amazing. It's great. It's good fun.
Yeah. Look, I think very much that it's good fun. Work should be fun. Obviously we should be successful in whatever we do, but it's about being fun. It's about feeling belonging. It's about feeling included. And I can definitely see from both of you and your passion that you both have that. I also know as well that, we talk about diversity, and one of the things that I'd say is within Melbourne Support Services is really creating this diverse workforce and starting to see more and more individuals that are proudly coming out as saying, hey, I'm neurodivergent, I'm a person with a disability, adding value to what we do and really seeing things from a different perspective is something that I think is absolutely critical. So if you was to tell the globe, because you've got many people looking at you at the moment, listening to you and hearing you and the super talents that you bring, if I was to ask you both individually, and Laura first maybe. So obviously you're a proud lady, you're a leader, you have family members and much more. And you are somebody that proudly today is a lady with ADHD talking about ADHD awareness. So if you could say to the globe one thing that has made your ADHD stand out as being absolutely fantastic, what would that be?
It's definitely hard to narrow that down. But I think the community I had when I was first exploring the diagnosis, and the fact that my family, my partner, my friends believed me, and they could see that I had these struggles and they weren't dismissing me, which obviously is something that happens a lot. And I think that that's been the best part of it, is knowing that I've got this great community around me who can see my strengths and have seen, how my brain works, and that while they don't necessarily function in the same way that I do, they believe me, and that's probably what I'd want to pass on.
Thank you. So just to summarize that is so for people, first of all, to believe some of the challenges and differences that you're presenting with, to be able to support you and work with you through those, and to be able to be there and to continue to commit to your journey as a team together has made you and be the person that you are today, and to be able to shine in all of your, not just workplace, but your home and community as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Definitely.
And John, over to you. So Same question. You know, what are some of the takeaways that you would like to give today to the audience that we have around you as an individual? If you was to communicate, what are some of the things that make your ADHD, be proud of having your ADHD, not taking away some of the challenges, but what are some of those points of difference that you have?
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway that I've had so far through my journey is just the power of acceptance and just being true to who you are, I guess. I went from, before I was diagnosed with ADHD, I was trying to balance uni and work and just couldn't do it at all. Got diagnosed, started putting some really good processes in place, and now balancing a full-time uni load with a full-time workload. And I guess, a part of the power that how I can do that is just accepting how awesome it can be to have ADHD. There are, of course, many challenges that come along with it, but the more that you accept, unmask, and just be true to who you are, I guess it really allows you to bring out the best in yourself. And then I guess I lost my train of thought. So what was the last part of that question, Mel?
No, it's good, John. So you were just saying, one of the big things is about just acceptance. Ollie earlier mentioned around acceptance and, taking a bit of time to come to terms with you as an individual. You don't have to be the same as everybody else. It's good to have some similarities to people, but also as well some unique differences, and being able to not be necessarily all things to all people. So you spoke about, trying to do multiple things at uni and work and different things and how challenging that could be. But people being able to, but importantly yourself, accepting that that's actually okay. And you can actually, by that communication and talking to people about, some of those, I'm going to say super strength areas, which, knowing you, John, and knowing Laura, you've got many of them, actually. I just don't think you tell people enough. But also recognising when a challenge is a challenge and being able to talk to your team about what that looks like.
Yeah, I think it's good summary, Mel.
Thank you. Well, look, I'm conscious of time. I just want to say thank you so much to both of you today. Really inspirational individuals, been able to share a little bit about your journey. And I'm really grateful to have you both here today. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, so next we have Isabella Rizek. Isabella is an ADHD coach based in Sydney, Australia, dedicated to supporting individuals with ADHD. Isabella's personal experience led her to observe a gap in the management of ADHD. Isabella's research study into first-hand ADHD diagnosis experience was showcased during the 2024 ADHD Conference. Isabella earned an academic scholarship and graduated from the University of Sydney with a Bachelor of Psychological Science, a Bachelor of Arts and Social Legal Justice. Wow, Isabella. Pretty impressive. You furthered your education to completing an ICF and PAC course, an ADHD course, becoming a certified ADHD behavioural coach. Isabella, we are extremely fortunate having you here today. And I'm really looking forward to hearing your presentation, looking at the critical gaps in ADHD management for individuals with ADHD. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay. So before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land from which I'm speaking today, so the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I also extend my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. So my name is Isabella Ristesky. So I am an ADHD neural coach, and today I will be discussing the critical gaps in ADHD management, as highlighted by a recent study I conducted. So before I begin, I want to share a story time about how I even got diagnosed with ADHD and how I was masking it for most of my life. So I was diagnosed when I was 22 during my final year of uni. So despite studying ADHD in many psychology classes and growing up with a tutor who actually specialized in ADHD management for children, I was not even considered to have it. nor did it even cross my mind. So I was masking it pretty well. So growing up in primary school, I thought I was so smart, and the teachers had accidentally put me into special education classes. So I got made fun of for attending special maths and reading recovery classes. I was slower than average, but in hindsight, the term reading recovery, it tends to imply that I was recovering from some sort of illness, but I still never received a get well card. But why I was put in these classes again makes complete sense, given that research has shown that people with ADHD have a developmental delay of 30%. And this has nothing to do with intelligence. So meaning an 18-year-old with ADHD is more likely to have a similar mental maturity to a 12-year-old. So this delay, again, it can affect motivation, interests, goals, trust, friendships, finances, driving, and emotional regulation. So here was the problem. So I'd gotten very, very good at masking my symptoms. Masking for me was unfortunately my brain's capacity to recognize patterns in my neurotypical peers. So I noticed that a lot of people around me at high school and uni, they studied hard and got good grades, but I tried to follow those same patterns and I kept falling short. So report cards saying that if only you applied yourself or tried harder were a little bit offensive and embarrassing, considering I probably spent more time trying to achieve less than them at the time. But by the time I was in high school, I'd gotten very good at masking my symptoms, and I realized that in order for me to get the same grades as my peers, I had to work even longer hours. So pulling all-nighters consistently since year 7, which is not good for your brain, and I do not recommend this. Working overtime to get those grades and hiding it at the same time. So technically, I am quite good at multitasking. But my reasons for masking as hard as I did was because I came from a single-parent family in a low socioeconomic background. I'm from Macedonian immigrant background, so my grandparents sacrificed a lot to come to this country, and leaving their family and friends behind where they don't speak the native tongue, face really hard work conditions, and here I am being threatened to get kicked out of school. So I was trying to apply myself, but it was terrifying. So I felt like I needed to prove that I was smart and capable as my peers so I could fit in and not get kicked out, because it was a privilege for me to be at that school. So I spent at least 90% of my lunch times in the library. It was very dorky. I was always crisis driven, so leaving assignments last minute. I'm sure we're all familiar with that one. And I got really good grades, but at a cost. So despite my achievements, I felt like an imposter. And this only got worse when I got accepted into Sydney Uni on an academic scholarship. It was my dream uni, but I felt like an alien. I thought they had made a mistake. So when I was 22, I met a girl in my psychology class. She told me that she was diagnosed with ADHD. And I told her that I had no clue that she even had ADHD. And she told me she didn't either, that her brothers had all been diagnosed with ADHD. And this makes sense, as genetically, ADHD has a heritability rate of above 80%, meaning if your parents or siblings have it, it is very likely that you may also have it. So she told me that she had been overlooked for many years because of her masked symptoms. And it's very common for females, and I still see this with my male clients, of course, to present ADHD with more internalized symptoms. And for me, this meant daydreaming for hours and being in my head and procrastinating a lot. And after this conversation, I went to my doctor and asked her for a referral for a psychiatrist to see if I had ADHD. And her response, she asked me what my end of high school exam mark was. I told her, and she responded saying, "Oh, you don't have ADHD." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool, great. I guess I'll cross that off the list. Thank you." I was done. But regardless of my doctor perpetuating that stigma that good grades did not mean that you could have ADHD, I am glad that I'm extremely annoying and persisted. And after 3 to 4 months, I had an appointment with a psychiatrist, and I was immediately diagnosed because on the way as well, to my appointment, I had lost my car keys, lost my referral letter, and then I had an example for every DSM-5 component. So I was pretty prepped. So afterwards, I was prescribed ADHD medication, and my experience, it felt like seeing the world with glasses on. For context, I used to go to my uni library, staying up till 4 to 5 a.m. there. And before I was diagnosed, I would go to the library for 8 hours. And without medication, I would do 2 lectures in 8 hours. I would break down. It was a constant cycle of self-shame and crying. And the first time I ever took my ADHD medication, I went to the library. I studied 8 lectures in 8 hours. So ADHD meds was my first experience of seeing my brain in an altered state. The constant song lyrics, they're still going now. Music, like what my crush was doing on Instagram, the daydreams, the clapping monkey, everything in my head, it was silent. Everything was quiet. I could focus and maintain my attention for longer. So I was annoyed that it was only now that I'd gotten diagnosed, and I can't imagine how it must feel for the clients that I have that receive a diagnosis even later in life. Because you see, I tend to gaslight myself in and out of ever getting a diagnosis. And I think it's quite common because it's due to the paradoxical nature of ADHD. So meaning there is hyper and hypo focus. So you can stay up till 7 a.m. researching things that you're obsessed with. And this makes sense, given that research suggests that our dopamine is interest-driven, not importance-driven. So it doesn't matter how important something is. We're going to want to do the most interesting task first, and like watching a movie and not really focusing on taxes for 5 seconds. But so in going on, research also suggests that intense concentration may also even be a coping mechanism for people with ADHD for dealing with distractions. In one case, a woman with ADHD was so hyper-focused on a project that she didn't even notice that her whole house was on fire until the fire brigade came and was searching for anyone left inside, and she only realized then. So the struggle is real. I wish that I knew that ADHD did not mean that you couldn't focus on anything. It's instead that we're focusing on everything at once. So we're struggling to filter out what's important to focus on. So the head of the nucleus accumbens in the brain is smaller in people with ADHD. This is found in one of the studies I'd researched. So this area is associated with rewards, decision-making, processing emotions, desires, impulse control, and aligning your motivation with action. So, and also if ADHD were so bad, then why would 1 in 20 Australians have ADHD? Don't we think Charles Darwin may have had a point with passing on adaptations from generation to another? Adaptations make us more fit for our environment, helping us with our survival. And during the hunter-gatherer period, the typical caveman may have even benefited from being able to divert their attention to multiple stimuli in order to survive. So we clearly didn't get extinguished for a reason. But furthermore, my own personal ADHD diagnosis, it led me to observe a pronounced gap in the management of ADHD. So after I was diagnosed, I felt like I left the appointment with all the tools and no instructions. The irony here is that we're essentially putting patients who are struggling to grapple with self-regulation at the forefront of the management of their self-regulation. So not a lot of resources as what to do and where to get support. So, or even how to process years of thinking that I was simply lazy or not smart enough. Was I suddenly meant to be this wildly confident girl after getting diagnosed? No. I remember straight after I was hiding my medication in vitamin bottles because I was embarrassed about the stigmas associated with me even taking medication that actually worked and helped. And just in case someone thought I was cheating during an exam or thought something different of me, perception is really important. Unfortunately, when my story takes a bit of a wrong turn, I had been mistakenly told to take my medication like a Panadol. That is not correct. After my appointment, I lent heavily on online forums that gave suggestions on how often, when, and how to take meds. So during a stressful exam period, I was balancing, again, full-time managing a suit store and full-time 2 degrees, and I started peeing blood. I ignored it. I left it until after my exams, which was a bad idea. I developed a dinosaur-sounding diagnosis called rhabdomyolysis. It is a life-threatening condition where damaged muscle, it leaks protein into the bloodstream. So it is not too nice. In other words, bad, not good. So I don't want this to stop you from taking a medication, by the way, if you're on it. There are multiple factors that led to me having rhabdo, and in full transparency, I'm still on different stimulant medication, but I'm sharing this to highlight what happened to me is due to a lack of guidance and support at a young age about ADHD. And I think it's important to raise awareness surrounding this, because had I known what I knew now and developed interoceptive skills and had support, I don't think I would have forfeited my body for grades. So on the third day, I took myself to the hospital. So my grades were great and my body not so much. I could not bend my legs without crying, and walking was excruciating. So after several months, I luckily had a full recovery. And reflecting back, I thought about what went wrong exactly. It took many years to look back and be like, oh, I can see it now. So yeah, I wished I had more guidance and support post-diagnosis, and I wondered if others did too and what help there was out there. So I wished at the time I knew about ADHD coaching, and since the tools and knowledge that I have learned through my studies at ADCA have been so valuable, I want to be able to help and share this with others as well. So after I finished my studies, my training hours, and became accredited as an ADHD coach, I have been interested in exploring what the gaps are in ADHD management. So earlier this year, I created a study that I presented at the AADPA, the Australasian ADHD Professional Association conference this year in July. So I ran an online study with the objective of exploring the first-hand experiences encountered by individuals with ADHD during their appointment with their psychiatrist or psychologist. So when they received their ADHD diagnosis, what was that experience like? And the focus was identifying common patterns, narratives related to their diagnosis, because I wanted to pinpoint exactly where they needed support, what was falling short, what were their challenges and barriers, because overall my aim was to enhance and overall improve collaborative care. So in my results, I found that 60% of participants were unsatisfied with the guidance and support that they received post-ADHD diagnosis. So participants raised concerns about appointments lacking support beyond simply providing prescriptions. So medication did not feel like enough. When participants were asked as to whether they would have been interested in receiving a referral from a psychiatrist or a psychologist for ADHD coaching, 90% said they were interested, but only 15% said they actually received a recommendation for ADHD coaching during their appointment. So I have a full study on my site, and that with some highlights of participants' response. That's at ADHDneuralcoaching.com, but I'm just handpicked a small amount to share with you. So study highlighted some challenges and barriers towards accessing diagnosis, with some people having to see 3 to 4 psychiatrists prior to even obtaining a diagnosis. So participants raised concerns about the need to show academic transcripts in order to obtain a diagnosis. This reminded me about the comment that doctor had made to me about my grades. ADHD isn't an academic impairment. You can still get good grades and you can still mask your symptoms. Participants highlighted that school records did not always show that they even had ADHD due to the masking effects. So saying it is a barrier to even have to show academic records based on the fact that some of the participants were stating that they had issues surrounding family abuse in even having to ask their parents for such records. So participants who reported experiencing issues when providing evidence for ADHD were asked to describe these challenges, and one female, aged 35 to 44, said that my school reports were exemplary and did not provide any evidence to show that I had ADHD, as I was highly motivated to do well. I masked many of my struggles and worked super hard to excel academically. I also knew how to play the game and be a good student, which made it even harder for teachers to see my struggles. I basically did not allow anyone to see my struggles if I could help it. And then when participants were asked to describe their overall experience with their psychiatrist or psychologist in receiving a diagnosis, one female aged 35 to 44 responded, "I was just medicated, no suggestions of therapies to help process the grief of struggling through life undiagnosed or how to better cope once medicated. Needs to be so much more than medication, especially when diagnosed later in life." And for those participants who indicated that they did not feel like they received adequate guidance to manage their ADHD effectively post-diagnosis, I asked specifically to describe what support they felt was missing. And one male aged 18 to 24 responded, there was not really any guidance aside from prescription to medication. Felt like I was just using her to receive a medication, with some tips on the dosage and time to take it and nothing else. Another response coming from a 25 to 34-year-old female was, I was given tablets and that was all. When I asked for coaching or therapy, they said, we don't offer that. You'll need to go elsewhere. And my question is, where is elsewhere? And something additionally I would like to touch on was a comment added by one female aged 25 to 34 years old. She had responded saying that I was unaware of menstrual phases and ADHD medication being less effective. This is common and unfortunately should be common knowledge, but during week before your menstrual cycle, during a luteal phase, you have a drop in dopamine levels. So luteinizing hormones, LH, and follicle stimulating hormones, FSH levels decrease. So for some female clients, I've seen that they don't even feel like their medication is working during these weeks. I would really recommend tracking this if so, because a week after your menstrual cycle, you have a burst of energy, and the second week it's even more productive and more energy. So please do not be hard on yourself, period. But the recommendation that I came to at the conclusion of my study was that we need to implement a patient-centric approach for ADHD diagnostic consultations to improve collaborative care. So increasing ADHD coaching referrals. Most of my clients are from referrals from psychiatrists, doctors, psychologists, or people who have found me without a referral. So however, based on this small study I did, as well as a number of psychiatrists and psychologists I've spoken to, this is not common knowledge as it should be currently. Participants express needs for support beyond medication adjustments, including education and tailored behavioral management to improve well-being and issues related to late diagnosis. So clinicians should increase recommendations for ADHD coaching to assist newly diagnosed patients. Reduced emphasis on academic evidence as well. So clinicians should minimize the relevancy of academic reports as this may perpetuate stigmas surrounding ADHD academic performance, and obtaining such evidence poses barriers to family abuse or masking effects. So what is ADHD coaching? So it's personalized, tailored, one-on-one support, holding clients accountable and propelling them towards their personal goals. So studies have highlighted the benefits of ADHD coaching, suggesting that ADHD coaching can be effective in supporting beneficial outcomes and useful in multimodal management of ADHD. So alongside medication or support from psychiatrists and psychologists, and cases have commonly illustrated how ADHD coaching can assist in creating successful and sustainable long-term behavioral changes, helping clients to actually reach their goals. So what I do is I apply neuropsychology with ADHD behavioral coaching tools to empower clients to manage their symptoms and capitalize on their strengths for personal and professional success. So what does this look like? This can involve educating about ADHD, helping clients find their bridges and barriers to accessing attention, rebuilding confidence in the workplace, especially after a late diagnosis, understanding emotional dysregulation, the fact that we experience emotions more intensely and for a longer duration than our neurotypical peers is something that's so important and overlooked. Being able to help and identify the warning signs that lead up to burnout, the different types of burnout, perceptual burnout, all sorts of things. So learning what processing modalities we might have as well to help remember information better. So learning to work with our ADHD and not against it. So some broader recommendations that I have at both a macro and a micro scale, they center around promoting social inclusion towards accessing socially valued resources. So one area is subsidized ADHD coaching. So I don't require my clients to have an ADHD diagnosis to have sessions with me. I'm trying to be as socially inclusive as I can, especially given the lengthy wait list for receiving an ADHD diagnosis. However, in Australia, there are government funds similar to the UK that are available for those who have ADHD. So if you are diagnosed with ADHD in Australia and are working a minimum of 8 hours a week, employed or self-employed, you may be eligible to have a big portion of ADHD coaching sessions covered by government funding. So I've also talked to the department and have been advised that for the clients that don't feel comfortable disclosing their diagnosis to the workplace, there are options to respect that. However, there needs to be more options beyond just this government grant, because in Australia, we literally have the NDIS, which is great in some aspects and not so great in some. So sometimes ADHD coaching can be covered, but it can be tricky. So look, the NDIS quite literally says that if you have an arm and a leg missing, you can't get access to NDIS funding, but because you need to have both arms and both legs missing. So I'm trying to respect the logic that it operates on, so much so that I think that maybe we should just move on to government initiatives away from NDIS that can offer subsidized ADHD coaching, unless we can improve it. So if we're not going to fix it, to make something else. So the NDIS currently, it does not accept ADHD as a disorder on its own. You must have it comorbid, meaning have it with something else. It's not bad enough on its own, like one leg and one arm missing, quite commonly seen with autism, ASD, and ADHD. So because apparently ADHD has to prove that it is a permanent disability, despite the diagnosis constituting a retrospective diagnosis, meaning once you have been diagnosed with ADHD, you technically have had it for your whole life, and it's permanent. So you also have to prove that ADHD may affect your ability to work, study, and participate in social life. So this is interesting because in July 2019, Deloitte wrote up a report about the social and economic costs of ADHD in Australia, and they found that ADHD costs socially and economically were up to 20.42 billion. So that's per person, that is 25K. So I've been in discussion to universities trying to organize subsidized ADHD coaching. I know that my mentor, Brett, has done this before successfully. So where students are out of pocket only a small amount, let's say, for example, $20 to $30, and the university is able to cover the rest of the coaching. So I think this would be a great service to extend, particularly for people who are transitioning from high school into university, as well as alumni, people who are transitioning from uni to the workplace. I did notice my own ADHD, because more so after leaving high school, because you don't get reminders about assignments all the time. Unfortunately, no one calls your parents to tell you that you're about to miss a deadline. So I also recommended in a proposal that I've sent to one university that is pending is extending subsidized ADHD coaching support for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities completely for free, but reforming policies surrounding supporting the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community needs a lot more than simply subsidized coaching at a uni. So there are several challenges presented by current Australian healthcare policy, which suggests a need to enhance the structural foundations behind policies, as well as enact legislative reform. So currently, the main issue faced by Australian healthcare policies is a need to guarantee that all Australian citizens can have access to equal healthcare. And the prevalence of ADHD for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people is largely suspected to be underdiagnosed. The WA Aboriginal Child Health Survey reported that Aboriginal children had a high risk of hyperactivity problems, up to 15.8%, when compared to 9.7% for non-Aboriginal children. So currently, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australian community are facing discrimination and experiencing subpar healthcare. So this social exclusion is based on the inability to gain access to equal healthcare and is reflective of a national healthcare policy plagued by social inequity and systemic racism. So if we are to make changes, any policy reforms should be evaluated to determine whether they're simply disguised as positive discrimination and should instead be led, informed, and approved by Indigenous community members. Again, ADHD is a disorder based on a Western health concept. So it's important that we understand how different cultures view ADHD and have healthcare workers who are trained in culturally sensitive practices. So granted that this conference is global, I would invite you to reflect on groups within your country who may also be underrepresented, undersupported, and othered by healthcare systems, and focus on what we could do to improve social inclusion, raising awareness and supporting one another. So children belonging from minority groups are significantly less likely to be diagnosed with ADHD, and this is completely unfair. These children deserve the same and equal access to socially valued resources, such as support, such as a diagnosis, such as options to even consider treatments for ADHD. My diagnosis is such a privilege. So I know this conference is global, and therefore the recommendations that I'm expressing can still be globally applied. Your country would benefit from offering subsidized ADHD coaching, removing obstacles and barriers towards obtaining an ADHD diagnosis, including lengthy waitlist periods. So I recognize that getting diagnosed with ADHD is a privilege, and I would never have ever had been able to have this privilege had my baba and dad or my grandparents not migrated to Australia from their village in Prilep, Chanishta and Krushevich. So they belong to minority groups. I see this privilege that they missed out on. I see the healthcare that they missed out on. I see so much now. I see that my grandparents may have also been masking their symptoms too. And granted all the chaos and disruption in the world right now, I recognize that it is a privilege for me to be able to share something that I'm so passionate about, especially for some children whose survival and access to basic resources like shelter and safety are not an option to them, let alone the privilege of an ADHD diagnosis. So in conclusion, I wanted to leave today with a quote from my baba, Maria Nedelkovsky. So my grandma would always she would help me raise me, and she would always tell me growing up, stega si uchi, which means be disciplined, tighten up, and learn. And učnito je važno, meaning loosely translating to your learning is the most important. So the one thing that we can all benefit from is learning. So what we focus on grows, increases our neural connections. It can change our brain and make it plastic. When we focus on learning, we focus on redirecting that focus in a positive way. We grow new neural connections, and our brains can change beautifully forever. Education is a privilege and a blessing. To learn who we are, to learn our ADHD, to learn how we can turn our weaknesses into strengths, is essentially learning how we can turn our wounds into wisdom. But yeah, thank you everyone for listening to me out.
Thank you so much, Isabella. I think, a huge amount of knowledge and wisdom coming from yourself, and, just highlighting the, I suppose, what needs to happen still clearly across the sector, wanting to emphasise, education, we know is a basic human right. Everybody deserves the right to education. Really making sure that people are informed, they're educated, and are able to receive the right supports at the right time to help them to be able to succeed. I know that there's some significant work happening at this moment in time within the NDIS around looking particularly at individuals with a range of disabilities to really continue to learn, holding a lot of community groups and advocacy groups to look at how they can learn from and support individuals with a wide range of disabilities. And one of those is particular focus also on those that are neurodivergent and also with ADHD. There's some community groups happening at the moment that ADHD Australia are part of in partnership with some research as well. So I'm hoping to see change. I have real positive kind of feelings myself that everybody has a genuine, true commitment to that change. And your presentation today highlights some of those barriers. And I thank you so much for bringing that wealth of knowledge to us, Isabella. It's truly inspirational. So just to kind of see, your contact details are up. My question to you before I move on to our next individual is, help me to understand a little bit more about if somebody wanted to reach out and to have an ADHD coach, how do they reach out? How do they go about that? Obviously, your details are up here for people to link and connect into. So,
Well, so to reach out, people can do introductory consults, but more importantly, it's really important to find ADHD coaches who are accredited. I've had some horror stories from clients who've just had TikTok ADHD coaches that don't have accreditation. So it's really important to know the green flags for finding an ADHD coach. I know in Australia, we have the AADPA directory listing, and we also have the Australasian coaches directory listing. These two are great, and what psychiatrists, psychologists usually use to refer patients to me, but we need to have more of a global directory listing. So looking for coaches who have ICF accreditation and PAAC accreditation are really important. So if those two are there, that is a really good green flag, and also investigating into where they've been studying. So in regards to your question, how they get contact would be going through the directory listing or through websites and reaching out, emailing, doing an intro call and just getting to know more. I'm happy to answer any questions in regards to coaching too.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Isabella. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your insights from your perspective. Thank you. Okay, so next we have, and I would like to introduce Rebecca McClinton. Rebecca is a board certified behaviour analyst in Australia with a deep commitment to supporting individuals with both ADHD and or autism. Later on in life, Rebecca brings a unique perspective as she also had a diagnosis of ADHD. Since 2013, she's dedicated her career and working life of supporting and working closely alongside children, youth and adults across a variety of different sectors, and also doing multiple roles. Rebecca is extremely passionate about empowering youth and young people and adults with ADHD. Rebecca has a wealth of knowledge, not only from Australia now, but also originating from the UK. And Rebecca truly believes that the right tools and support systems for ADHD individuals can be harnessed, and they can be truly a powerful asset. Rebecca is driven by a mission to support and work closely alongside individuals with ADHD and those individuals also with a range of disabilities, and feels really privileged to be able to talk from her perspective as a person with ADHD, but also as well as somebody that has significant study and knowledge in this space, but also as well has worked alongside a number of people. Thank you, Beck.
Thank you, Mel. Such a lovely introduction. Can I just check that the slides are live? Yes, they are. Okay, let's jump straight into it. I really wanted to connect this presentation to parents and educators. As Mel said, I've worked with families and children with ADHD for about 18 years. And this is a collection, I guess, of the most, well, nothing simple, but kind of the most pragmatic strategies that I've found that can really help empower children and reduce challenging behaviours in the home or classroom or whatever setting your child is in. So let's get started. Very quick intro. I'm going to just discuss a little bit about PBS. That's the field that I currently work in within Australia. So that's positive behaviour support. And then we will jump into some practical strategies that you can try and apply. And hopefully, if I don't talk too much, we will have a little bit of time for question and answer at the end. Mel's already given me a great introduction, so thank you for that. But I do want to... I guess I was diagnosed with ADHD about 3 years ago. I had worked with children and families, like I said, for about 18 years and never recognized that in myself at all. So I think finding that about myself has really helped me to not only now take the research and the education that I've done and the work experience that I've had, but also now realizing that I have lived experience of that as well, and applying that to my work when I'm working with families has been really helpful. Okay, so very quickly, what is PBS? PBS is a framework in Australia. It's defined as a framework that combines contemporary disability support with the science of behavior analysis. So it's a very person-centered approach. It puts the person with a disability at the center of everything that we do and ensures we are abiding and advocating for their human rights, which is a huge focus of what PBS is. It also aims to improve quality of life. So that is our end goal. The goal is not to reduce challenging behaviors. The goal is to improve quality of life however we can. We tend to do this by looking at the environment. So the environment being what is around the person, who is around the person, what is the person feeling inside in their own internal environment, and how can we adapt this environment to suit their needs, embrace their strengths, and reduce challenging behaviors within the home and within the environments that they exist in. So my whole talk today is about creating a neuroaffirming space. And I want to talk about why I believe that is so important. And it's unfortunate that there are some really sad statistics that come along with having ADHD. Some of them, for example, is about 15% of people with ADHD will misuse alcohol and drugs in their life, compared to about 5% of neurotypicals. In adulthood, around 20 to 30% of people with ADHD will also be diagnosed with major depression. I also saw a statistic literally yesterday that said people with ADHD are 60% more likely to be fired from a job when they are in adulthood. And I think a lot of this is to do with the fact that we are feeling lost, feeling like we don't have a space to belong, not knowing how to act, how to be ourselves in a very neurotypical world. So I believe creating a neuroaffirmative space, which is a space where you feel safe, a space to connect to your bodies, a space to learn what we need and that embraces strengths. Doing that from childhood will hopefully mitigate some of those statistics as adults grow up. It is a contrast to a deficit-based approach, which focuses on fixing the impairments. And I don't believe that people with ADHD need to be fixed. They just need to have the support in their environment to be themselves. And like Dr. Sophie was talking about in her keynote speech, learn how to unmask and learn how to be their true, authentic selves in a world that was not built for them. So my hope is the strategies that I share with you today will give you some guidelines on how you can build that neuroaffirming space, and hopefully how we can, like I said, mitigate some of these sad statistics that come along with having ADHD. So I want to start with choice and control. Choice and control in Australia is something that is actually kind of built into the legislation when you practice positive behaviour support. It's a requirement to empower our participants with choice and control. But in a general sense, it is a way of thinking that, a way of thinking about how you can arrange your care and your support. There are lots of different elements to choice and control. I have some of them listed here. I want to start with autonomy. So autonomy refers to the freedom to have choice and to control your actions. Autonomy has been linked to have far-reaching positive effects on a child's development, including having benefits to executive function, to mastery-related behaviours, to supporting children to develop self-regulation skills, which is very important in ADHD, and to develop a healthy sense of self. I also want to point out decision-making. Decision-making is something that people with ADHD and children with ADHD particularly really struggle with. ADHDers have difficulty with working memory, with sequencing, with foreseeing or predicting the consequences of certain choices. And so we need to empower our children to build the skill of decision-making quite early on in life so that they get a lot of practice. Another thing I want to point out is dignity of risk. So the idea of dignity of risk is, well, we have a duty of care to keep our children safe, but everybody also has a human right of kind of dignity of risk, which is the dignity or the ability, the human right to make mistakes, to engage in risky behaviors, to learn from trial and error, to do things that neurotypical people can do. So these elements, I guess, of choice and control, so autonomy, motivation, decision-making, self-determination, dignity of risk, they're all really important kind of elements that we need to instill in our children so that they can grow up feeling motivated, feeling like they are in control, feeling like they have a choice, feeling like they have power and that they can take ownership over their own lives. I really want to point out as well the idea of assent and consent. I think, and it has been shown actually, that this is usually a right that is afforded to those who are deemed competent or able to give consent. But the idea of assent is that we can remove or give consent with our body language. We can remove and give consent when we're under 18. It doesn't have to be a legal thing. It's the idea that we are allowed to say no whenever we want. And we should be teaching our children that their ability to say no is important and is powerful. If we don't teach our children that they're able to say no, then they're going to grow up being overly compliant and putting themselves in some dangerous situations. So I really think it's important to teach children the idea of assent from a very early age. Okay, we are going to jump into the practical strategies. So the first one, very easy strategy. It's simply using a choice board. We all use visuals to make choices. For example, you've finished eating your dinner, you fancy a sweet treat, you go into the fridge and you scan from left to right, and you can see that there is an apple pie, a chocolate, or a yogurt. So you have these visual aids which have now determined what your choice is from. For people with ADHD, visual aids are especially helpful. We really struggle with executive functioning, and we can get caught up in what I call analysis paralysis. So this is when you have way too much choice, it becomes way too overwhelming, and instead of making any decision, you kind of shut down, your nervous system gives up, and you make no choice at all, and you get stuck. Having a visual aid, a really clear visual aid, can really, really help in displaying choices to your child. And it can also allow you to remove or reduce the amount of verbal direction that you're giving. When a child with ADHD is given too much verbal direction, it can start to feel like a demand, and it can cause ADHDers to shut down as well. So having a choice board, which is as simple as what you can see on the screen here, like 3 pictures in a row, for example, can really help a child to make a choice from a limited series of options. And it also allows you as a parent or as an educator, whichever setting you are in, to offer the choices that are actually available to that person at that moment. So it's really simple. You start off with 2 or 3 choices of preferred items. So when you're first introducing this, you really want to make a choice board fun. You want to make it valuable. So you would choose the child's favorite things and offer it to them and help them make that choice. As they become a little bit more comfortable with using a choice board, you can then start to gradually increase some non-preferred items. For example, you could use it at dinner time, saying, okay, we're going to have chicken nuggets and chips, your favorite, but you do have to eat 1 vegetable. So which vegetable is it going to be? And then given an option of 3 vegetables you know that they like. Over time, and as, like I said, they become more comfortable with using the choice board, you can start to add in maybe some of the more non-preferred items. So things like the chores that need to be done or the homework that they need to do that day. Whatever it is that you need to get your child to make a choice about, you can start to add in. But I really want to stress, don't be tempted to jump straight into adding the non-preferred activities just because they're things you need to be done. If we don't teach the child the value of the choice boards early on by using fun things that are rewarding and exciting to engage in, they're not going to value the choice boards at all, and they will ignore it. Another great strategy, I think, is to create a flexible routine. ADHDers really struggle with impulsivity, hyperactivity, and focusing. They are the traits that are the defining factors of ADHD. These things can make it really, really difficult to get through a day. And when we add into that things like sensory difficulties, emotional dysregulation, lack of sleep, all of those other things that come with ADHD, it can become really difficult to just get through a day. And if you Google, how can I help my child with ADHD, I bet the first thing that comes up is to establish routines. And research does show that families who implement routines experience fewer externalizing symptoms of ADHD, such as tantrums or outbursts, impulsivity, anger, those things. And that's because predictability really helps with ADHD. It really helps with executive dysfunction. It helps with the anxiety of not knowing what's coming next. It really helps with time blindness because we struggle with understanding how long something might take. So having a routine built in for us would really help with that. But I've found through practice and through my own experience as an ADHD woman that routines are pretty boring to follow. There's no novelty, there's no excitement, when it's too predictable, it's even harder to stick to because an ADHD mind thrives on novelty and excitement and challenge. So what I recommend to the families that I work with is to develop a flexible routine. So you do this by establishing what kind of routine it is you want to make. So break them down into small sort of sections of your day. So you might start with, for example, the return home from school until dinner time type routine. Break it down into chunks, but not too specifically. So you'll have, for example, unpack your lunchbox, then 15 minutes of homework needs to be done, and then 10 minutes chore, and then you can have 1 hour of independent playtime while me and your dad cook dinner. You want to embed choice in this wherever possible. So a huge tip is to use that choice board, like I said. You can give them choices to help your child feel more in control and feel like they do have more choice in that routine. And whether that's in the order the routine is done in or within the actual activities themselves. So, do you want to do your maths homework or your English homework? Do you want to play outside or play on your iPad? Giving the child choice and control will really help with that motivation. It's proven to help with motivation when a child feels like they're more in control of their own time. I would also try to build in movement time into every routine where possible. Science tells us that movement is really helpful for the ADHD brain to help it focus. So embedding, losing my words, embedding movement time built into your routines is really going to help your child to stay focused throughout that routine. Another tip is to use environmental cues. So wherever possible, have things that will keep your child on track for the routine by having things like a visual schedule or a to-do list or a timer to help them know when to move on to the next thing. Another option is to have all the items that they need out and kind of in a row. So, lunchbox and then the homework and then the items required to complete the chore that you want them to do. A top tip for your own sanity and for theirs is to practice compassion and understanding whenever possible. Some days are harder than others. Sometimes you wouldn't have had any sleep the night before. Sometimes your child wouldn't have had any sleep the night before. It might have been a really tricky day at school. We don't know what's happened, but sometimes some days are harder than others. And the main thing is to work towards consistency where possible. We're not looking for perfection. We're just looking for some sort of loose routine that helps us understand how to get through the day without it becoming overwhelming and really triggering that executive dysfunction. So back to choice and control, which we spoke about a few minutes ago. The more choice we build into a day, the more autonomy the child has, and the more motivation will be harnessed. I wanted to come back to this so that I could give some more specific strategies on how you can embed choice and control into your child's day through lots of different strategies. And these aren't strategies that need to be used all day, every day. They're kind of tools that you will pick and choose for whatever the moment allows for. So that's things like an effort menu. I find this really helpful, especially if you have a child who seems to be very avoidant of particular tasks. Breaking things down into an effort menu can really help. So this is, for example, if we're talking about tooth hygiene, you might break it down into a low effort, medium effort, or high effort. Low effort being, we just require mouthwash today, or 30 seconds of brushing will do. A medium effort might be, we're going to brush for 1 minute. And then the high effort might be the full routine of brushing your teeth, mouthwash, and flossing. You can ask your child, what is their effort level today? Which one are they willing to engage in? Otherwise, you could simply choose for them if you can recognize the signs of where your child is at and how many spoons they have that day, like what Sophie was referring to this morning in her keynote speech. Another strategy is to randomize choices. Like I said before, sometimes being given lots of choice can actually feel like a demand for a child or any ADHD, regardless of age. And so sometimes randomizing a choice and putting it onto, say, a lolly stick or bits of paper in a hat that you just pull out and it's like, okay, this is what we've got to do right now. It takes the onus away from you being the instructor, the instruction giver, or you being the person demanding something, and puts it onto an inanimate object. And it also adds a little bit of fun and novelty to the choice. So children will be more amenable, I guess, to following through with the choice that has been made for them by this lolly stick. Choice boards, I already covered a little bit earlier. I think choice boards are a really helpful way to help ADHDers choose from the activities that are available. And I still use choice boards all the time now. I'm not ashamed to say my partner will write down on a whiteboard 3 things that need to be done that day, and I choose one of them. It does really help with that executive dysfunctioning and analysis paralysis. So it can be used with the pictures like I showed earlier, or it can just be, like I said, words on a whiteboard or on pieces of paper that can kind of help you to make that choice from what is available. A really easy option that you can add in throughout the day is time choices. So this is literally saying things like, do you want to do your homework now, or do you want to do it in 5 minutes? Would you like 10 more minutes on your iPad or 20 more minutes? Or it could be now or later, today or tomorrow. Those kinds of things can really help a child feel like they are motivated and they have autonomy over when they are doing something, and they can learn to harness when their own motivation is high and choose to engage in it during that time. Another option is material choices. So wherever possible, we can give a child the control over what materials they use to carry out the task you're asking them to do. For example, if it's dinner time, it could be, okay, do you want your food on your princess plate or your Spider-Man plate? Would you like your sandwich cut into triangles or into squares? Adding these little choices, it's really simple for us as adults to do, but it really gives that child the sense of autonomy and power that will help them with their motivation to engage. Again, I could spend probably a whole day talking about the choice to say no. I think it is very important that we teach children the choice to say no. We need to respect and honor when a child is telling us that they're unable to do something at that moment. And I think it's difficult sometimes I think if we don't teach a child the power of their own voice and the power of their assent and the power of their ability to say no, they will tell us that they mean no in different ways, whether that's challenging behaviors, tantrums, withdrawal. It could be many things. But we will still learn that they mean no, but it might not be in a socially appropriate way. Teaching children the ability to say no will protect them as well later in life as they learn to advocate for themselves, and when they're maybe put in riskier positions or positions where they need to advocate for themselves, hopefully they will have been taught that their voice is powerful from an early age. So I think teaching children the option to say no from really early on is going to save you from having to deal with difficulties kind of later in life. Okay, my favorite strategy, and this is a strategy that I use all the time as well for myself, and I use this constantly within my work each day, and it's a really fun way to engage your child, and that is this idea of gamification. So gamification is it's basically adding game elements to non-game environments to promote participation. So gamification adds novelty. I said before, ADHD brains really thrive on novelty. Adding gaming elements to mundane activities can really increase the novelty that we experience day to day and help us to be more motivated to engage in those activities. It's also adaptable. So you can think of a game on the fly, you can plan it ahead, you can apply it to any strategy. Creativity really is your only limitation with gamification. Another thing that's really great about gamification is it embeds rules. All games, whether they're online games, board games, apps on your phone, they all have some sort of rule that you need to follow to be able to level up or earn points or win the game. So you can embed rules into your games and teach your children how to follow rules, but in a much more fun and engaging way. It's also shown to increase motivation. So like I said, it adds that novelty. It's got that really great dopamine seeking kind of element to it where a mundane activity can be turned into a game and make it much more motivating for children to engage in. So apologies for all the text on the slide, but I really did want to give some of the ideas of the games I found to be most helpful in my work and for myself. The first one is the family points game. So this is a game where you essentially have the tasks you need to do, but then you add points. So you could add points to chores or non-negotiable tasks that need to be completed through the week. At the end of each week or each day, you can tally up those points and see what each family member has got. You can make it as simple as something like 10 points equals an hour extra iPad time on Saturday. Or it could be as an elaborate as an ongoing game where, I don't know, 10 points equals you've leveled up to unicorn status, and unicorns have special powers like immunity from chores for one day plus extra iPad time. Whatever it is that your child will be engaged by. So it's simply just adding points to things that need to be done and rewarding different levels of points. It's a really easy game to do. One that works especially well for me, I think, is Racing Against Time. This game creates urgency, and urgency is a really good motivator for ADHD brains. So you can use things like timers on YouTube. There's lots of fun ones on YouTube. You could use songs. So an example my partner does with me is like, okay, we need to put the laundry away. I bet you can't do it all within 3 songs time. And even though I know it's silly, it works for me every time. I like to try and get it done before the 3 songs are up, because in my head, I know 3 songs is only about 9 minutes, and that doesn't seem like that much time. So I can definitely do it. And it adds a bit of fun into the mundane. I think it's really important to use external timers. So things like, songs or before the microwave is finished, or timers on YouTube, rather than kind of racing against each other or racing against other family members. For example, I would avoid saying things like, you and your sister need to clean your bedrooms. Let's see who can finish it first, because that can cause a little bit of emotional dysregulation if it doesn't quite go right. So stick to the external cues and you'll be safe. There's also lots of games out, lots of apps, sorry. So gamification is becoming more and more researched, and people are seeing the power of gamification. And so they are adding lots of apps that will help people with ADHD. So my favorite one at the moment is Happy. This is, if you're from the 90s, you might remember Tamagotchis. It's like a little creature that you have in your phone, and it stays alive by you logging self-care tasks that you've done. Another example is Zombie Run. So this is a running app where you actually are running away from zombies, but it's tracking how far you travel as well, and you get different points. Another fun game is, and you would do this depending on your child's interests, their favorite characters, their favorite TV shows, things like that. You can do the mystery game. So we need to find the mystery of the smelly sock. There's a smelly sock in this house somewhere. We need to go around, collect all of the dirty laundry, put it in the hamper, and figure out which one is the smelliest. It's a really fun, really silly game that kind of, again, creates that sense of urgency and a little bit of healthy competition for children to engage in the mundane tasks that we're asking them to do. Some of the different outcomes you can get from gamification are things like points. You could use tangible items, so actual toys or, chocolate or whatever it is as the reward. You could offer up favorite activities or more time with favorite activities, a time bonus. So that could be something like an hour extra on the iPad or an hour daddy-daughter time or things like that. You can also offer immunity, which I've found to be particularly helpful, is, offering immunity if they do whatever it is that needs to be done today, like they complete all of their homework, then they get immunity from chores tomorrow. Sometimes just progress tracking, just the visual representation of seeing points on a board or seeing kind of I've seen people do like kind of graphs where, you color in a square for everything that's been done. Sometimes that alone, or ticking off the things on the to-do list, is reinforcing enough to kind of keep the momentum going. Okay. Talking about rewards, I did really want to touch on reinforcement. I think there's some misconceptions about what reinforcement is, and I wanted to cover them because I think it's really important to understand it to be able to reinforce your child's good or more wanted behaviors, I guess, and reduce the challenging behaviors where possible. We all use reinforcement to learn. So we've all gone through school getting praise from teachers, 100% marks on our tasks. We've had salaries from our jobs. Reinforcement also is there when we have a glass of wine after a really difficult day, or if we're itchy and we scratch and that removes the itch. That's also an example of reinforcement. So I want to just jump into what reinforcement is. So it is essentially adding something or something in the environment that increases the future likelihood of that behavior occurring again. And it's how we develop skills. There are two types of reinforcement. The first being positive reinforcement. So this is adding something into the environment to increase the future likelihood of behavior. So, for example, this could be given an ice cream when the homework is completed, or praise once they've done their chores, maybe a high five when they've been especially nice to their sister, those kinds of things. Salary after a hard day's work. There is also negative reinforcement, and this is removing something from the environment to increase the future likelihood of that behavior occurring again. So a good example of this, and one I often use, is, we step outside, it's a really sunny day, and so we put on sunglasses. That's removed the sun from our eyes. So we've added the sunglasses and removed the sunlight. That increases the chance that next time it's sunny, we're going to wear sunglasses again because it helps. Another example could be we go into a really noisy environment, we're feeling a little bit overwhelmed, so we pop in some earplugs and it dims or dulls the noise. So this is adding earplugs to remove the noise and will increase the likelihood that next time we know we're going to a noisy place, we take our earplugs with us. It's not bribery. And I really want to make that clear. Reinforcement is not the same as bribery. Bribery is something that typically happens after a challenging behavior has already occurred. So, for example, you're experiencing a tantrum in the supermarket and you say, if you stop crying, I'll give you a lolly. The behavior's already began, the challenge has already begun, and you're offering a reward for it to stop. That is a tricky place to find yourself in because it opens up the floor for negotiation and for the child to say, no, I want 2 lollies and then I'll stop crying. So it's different. Bribery is not the same as reinforcement. Reinforcement can be planned or it can happen kind of naturally, like in the example of sunglasses, removing the sunlight. It doesn't necessarily have to be delivered by someone else, but reinforcement is essentially something that is in the environment that increases the likelihood of the behavior happening again. So if we can learn to harness how to use reinforcement, we can really help our children to be successful in building skills. Okay, I tried to keep this talk as practical as possible with just giving some simple practical solutions that you can do day to day to help your child with ADHD. But I do think it's important to delve a little bit into the science behind reinforcement and ADHD. So research at both the neural and the behavioral level has shown that children with ADHD have motivation deficits. And it highlights phenomena such as the delay aversion, which is a tendency to avoid delayed gratification. We want things now. An ADHD brain has a very now and not now kind of mindset. And so we seek the reinforcement that is available immediately rather than waiting for reinforcement that may come later. There is also that's also describing kind of that delay discounting, which is a preference to have the reward now, a smaller rewards now, rather than waiting for a bigger reward later. That's due to our impulsivity. We also know from research that there is something called the fast attenuation of the dopamine response. So this is the idea that ADHD brains really struggle to connect response to reinforcement. And so that's what helps having the dopamine that comes after kind of completion of a skill or completion of an action is what helps neurotypical people to develop habits, develop skills, and to kind of keep building on those skills. Whereas people with ADHD will struggle with that. They don't have that fast attenuation of dopamine response. And so the development or the understanding of like this, building on that skill and building habits is a lot harder. We also know from studies that ADHDers don't have that anticipatory dopamine, it's called, which is the dopamine that's kind of released in excitement of knowing that something great is coming soon. That a reward is coming at some point, which is, again, why we prefer that kind of now routine, the now reinforcement, the reinforcement that's much more available quickly. So with knowing all of that, it's important to know how to use reinforcement effectively. So first of all, what you need to do is identify some reinforcers. It's important to know that not all favorite things or rewards can be considered a reinforcer. A reinforcer can only be called such if it increases the future likelihood of that behavior occurring again. For example, I really love pizza. It's my favorite food. But if my boss said to me that she was going to pay me in pizza instead of paying me in dollars, I probably wouldn't be as engaged in work as I am. The effort really needs to match the reward. So the amount of effort that's being put in by the child to engage in an activity must be matched with the reward that's being offered at the end for the motivation to be maintained. Again, if my boss said, I really want you to work this week, but I'm going to pay you in pizza, I'm probably not going to put the effort in that I need to. We want to avoid satiation. So if you found a reinforcer that works, I don't know, maybe you identified, for example, of kind of Coke or an hour extra iPad time as work today for your child to do what they need to do. It might not work tomorrow, and we can become satiated on reinforcers, and this applies for everyone, not just children with ADHD. Using the pizza example again, if I'd just eaten a whole pizza and then my partner came in and said, right, we need to do a spring clean and I'll get us a pizza afterwards, it's probably not going to work because I'm full up on pizza already and I don't want any more. So the idea is to keep rotating it as much as possible. In the beginning, we want to make sure that reinforcement is delivered immediately, and research tells us that within 3 seconds is the most potent. So delivering the reinforcement really quickly will help with that connection between this is the skill that I've just done, or this is the behavior I've just engaged in, and here's the reinforcement, and I'm going to do that again in the future. As a child starts to learn delayed gratification, you can start to deliver the reinforcement a little bit later. A really good tip is to use a visual, so something like a voucher. For example, if the reward or the reinforcement is, a family day out to a theme park on Saturday, you might kind of deliver the voucher now of, hey, here's your voucher. On Saturday, we're going to go to your favorite theme park. So you're delivering the promise now, but the actual reward comes later. So there's still reinforcement that's delivered quickly, but you get the benefit of delaying that where possible. I think another thing is it's really important to kind of evaluate your reinforcement system often. It won't work all the same every day. You need to kind of be looking out for those signs in your child and figuring out, is this still working? Is this matching the effort I'm requiring from them? Are they struggling to engage in the gamification and the point system that I've just developed? It can be disheartening sometimes if you spend a long time kind of developing a reinforcement system or a strategy to use, and then it doesn't work in the way you imagined it to. But the best advice that I can give is just to keep trying, keep changing it, keep the novelty high. The more novel you make things and the more you rotate the reinforcements, the more motivation you are going to maintain from your child. Another thing is on tricky days, and a tricky day looks different for everyone, but on a tricky day, we might need to increase the reinforcements that we're delivering, even for skills that are already developed. An example, when I'm a 34-year-old woman who has a successful career, but there are still days when doing the washing up or cleaning the balcony outside is just way too hard for me. And my partner he can recognize this in me, and he can change and adapt the reinforcement that he gives me. And even though I know that's what he's doing, it still helps. It still speaks to my ADHD brain. So sometimes, even though I'm fully capable of doing the washing up, it's too hard for me that day. And so the reinforcement kind of needs to be increased. And so you can do that with your child as well. Okay, I tried to squeeze a lot into that short talk, but I think if there's some conclusions that we can take, it's choice and control is the key thing. It's giving your child as much choice and as much control through the day as possible, and being as flexible in your routine wherever you can. This will really help to build those autonomy skills. It will help with developing executive functioning. It will help them to develop reasoning and decision-making skills, which are all going to contribute to you having to fight less battles each day, and for your child to have to fight less battles each day. The more in control that they feel, the more autonomous they feel, the less challenging behaviors you tend to see. Another is gamification is key. So the research tells us that dragons, pixie dust, points boards, all those things, they are a research-proven way to help your child engage in tasks. So use them wherever possible. I use them on myself all of the time. You can use it as a family a family game that will bring you all together as well. And the last thing is we all need reinforcement. I think people shy away from rewards because they feel that their child may become dependent on them. But it's important to recognize we all need reinforcement, and we all have it in some form. We all work for a salary. We all like a glass of wine or chocolate at the end of the day, at the end of a tricky day. We all like praise from our friends, our partners, our bosses, all of those things. We all need reinforcement, and children with ADHD just needed that little bit more. And that is me. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you for staying with me for that one. And my details are there on the page. If you want to get in contact with me, please feel free. I'm happy to share any strategies and advice.
Thank you, Beck. Look, I think, talking as a mum of a child with ADHD, I've learned so much around specific strategies that can be implemented, and I'm sure a wide range of professionals have as well. Really useful information. I've probably got 2 questions that are just burning that I'm really keen to ask you, if I may. So first of all is, how do people find out more about gamification?
Oh, well, it's gamification is actually a really hot topic at the moment. And if you're on TikTok or Instagram, you've probably seen, and follow ADHDers, you've probably seen a lot of examples of it. Honestly, I would say the easiest way to find out more about gamification is to Google gamification. Like so many different blog posts and things like that will pop up for you. Another thing is to just, gamification, it doesn't follow strict rules other than there's got to be some novelty in it. There's got to be some engagement, and it's whatever's fun for you and your child. So encourage people to think back to, you know, those car rides where before phones existed and we were stuck in the car for 2 hours and you would play random games to keep engaged, like, I don't know, I Spy and things like that. I think just Google and digging really deep into your imagination. There is also a lot of books. So if you Google like games for my ADHD child, or if you search for games to teach social skills and things like that, you will find books where there's activities like 100 games for your ADHD child and things like that. So there is lots of things available. And if people are struggling, I'm happy for you to email me and I'll send you a list of recommendations.
Beautiful, thanks, Beck. And the other final question is, obviously speak about lots of examples around amazing strategies that work really well with children. Could I just ask, do these also potentially apply to older individuals and to adults?
Yeah. I think I gave a few examples there of where they work for me, and like, you know, I'm a 34-year-old woman, so yes, they definitely do. I think the main thing you need to consider is, you know, making it age appropriate. So for a child that's young, you might use, for example, if we're talking about the choice boards, for example, it may be using pictures or even the actual items, whereas for your teenager, you might just write things down on a whiteboard or a piece of paper. For the gamification, you have to be a little bit more subtle. I think with the teens, they do kind of tend to resent when they can see you're trying to trick them into things. So I think just making sure that it's age appropriate and talking to your child as well and getting them as involved as possible into these strategies, asking them what works for them and following their leads to promote that autonomy will be really helpful.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Beck. Amazing presentation, a huge amount of information to be able to give to our audience today. And like you say, if anyone needs to reach out, you've provided your details, please do so. So thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome, thank you. Next, I would like to welcome on Rob. Rob Lowe is co-hosting with me today and will be bringing in the fantastic presentation, which is going to be talking about mindfulness, disability, and mindful support. So thank you, Rob. I'm going to hand over to yourself as my co-host, and I am going to leave you to present the next presentations until I see you again.
Thank you, Mel. That's fantastic. Hello, everybody. Before I introduce the next guest, just a couple of housekeeping things. My name is Rob Lowe. I am the Chief Marketing Officer of ADHD Australia and delighted to be here. I just noticed that this conference has been streaming for 12 hours, 39 minutes and 16 seconds. So quite the marathon effort. I'm sure a lot of people have been watching for a long time. Thank you very much to our UK hosts as well that you'll see later in the broadcast. We've had up to 12,000 people watching in 104 countries. So that really is something, and I never cease to be amazed at the technology that drives all this. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes as well, but thank you mostly to you all for watching. Another thing I'd like to say is these conferences are complex to put on and take a lot of resources as well. So two things I would ask: if you've got friends, if you're watching and you think friends would be interested, get them to register so they can watch as well. And if anyone could donate as well, there's a donate button next to the live screen button. That would be terrific as well. It helps us to defray some of those costs. Now, before I go much further and introduce my next guest, I just want to do an acknowledgement of country. I begin today by acknowledging the Bidjigal, Birrabirgal and Gadigal people, traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders and people viewing here today. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so Mel has mentioned what the topic is about. I'd like to give some background on my next guest. Dr. Yun Suk Hwang is an adjunct fellow at the University of Queensland here in Australia and a practitioner of mindfulness and positive behavioural support. As an author of journal articles, book chapters and a book, Dr. Hwang's research Interests include applications of mindfulness for empowering individuals with social, emotional, behavioural and learning difficulties, learning and wellbeing, students' voices and engagement and special needs and family support. Welcome, Dr. Yinsuk.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Yoon-Suk Hwang, and yes, as introduced, I am currently working as a positive behavior support practitioner with a not-for-profit organization and as an adjunct research fellow at University of Queensland. Welcome to the presentation on mindfulness, disability, and mindful support. Next slide, please. Okay, first of all, I'd like to attribute this presentation to Professor Nobei Singh, who was the founding editor of several journals, including the journal Mindfulness. He was a pioneer of the applications of mindfulness for enhancing the quality of life of people living with developmental disabilities. Without his dedication to this field, this presentation would have not existed. Thank you. Next slide, please. This presentation has 3 parts. We will first touch briefly on the concepts and practices of mindfulness. Second, we will discuss research studies examining the effects of okay. Can you hear me better? It seems like my voice is too soft. How about now? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay now?
I think that's better. Thank you, Yinsuk. That helps.
Thank you. Okay. So let me begin again. This presentation has 3 parts. We will first touch briefly on the concepts and practices of mindfulness. Second, we'll discuss research studies examining the effects of training children, adolescents, and adults with different conditions of developmental disabilities in mindfulness. Lastly, we will explore research studies reporting the effects of training key supports of people with developmental disabilities in mindfulness, such as parents and professional carers. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Okay, there are a range of definitions and practices of mindfulness. Mindfulness has been studied and practiced over 2,000 years in various traditions. What will be discussed here today about mindfulness is just a tip of an iceberg. So the word mindfulness came from an ancient Indian word sati. Sati means memory of the present. It is about keeping one's consciousness alive to the present experience and reality. So it is a practice of remembering to be here and now. It is also a practice of just being here and now. So there are 2 styles of practices that are conducive to developing mindfulness. They are serenity and vipassana. So serenity practice aims to calm and unify the mind. And insight practices, insight practice aims to see things as they really are. So using breathing as an example, we may stay with the sensations of breathing in and out repeatedly over time, which calms and unifies our mind. When our mind is calm and unified, then it is easier to be aware and to pay attention to what we experience now, including our thoughts and feelings. Breathing has been often used for mindfulness practices because it is always happening here and now. Next slide, please. The most cited definition in research of mindfulness comes from John Kabat-Zinn. So mindfulness was operationally defined as the awareness that emerges through paying attention on purpose in the present moment and non-judgmentally to the unfolding of experience moment by moment. And mindfulness in the field of ADHD has been used as a non-pharmacological intervention. Next slide, please. Before we move to the next sections of the presentation, I'd like to share with you the CDC definition of developmental disabilities that I am following in this presentation. So here, well, developmental disabilities, according to CDC, it's a group of conditions due to an impairment in physical, learning, language, or behavior areas. These conditions begin during the child's developmental period, may impact day-to-day functioning, and usually last throughout a person's lifetime. Most developmental disabilities begin before a baby is born, and some can happen after birth because of injury, infection, or other factors. And developmental disabilities include ADHD, autism, intellectual disability, and some other neurodivergent conditions. The reason I am referring to CDC definition of developmental disabilities is I'm going to refer to or talk about different research studies. And in order to explain to you the participants and the conditions they live with, I think it's better to stick to the CDC definitions. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we usually see three approaches when using mindfulness for supporting people living with developmental disabilities. First, training people with developmental disabilities directly in mindfulness. Second, training their key supports in mindfulness, such as their parents, professional carers, or teachers. And the third approach is combining the two by training both people with developmental disabilities and their key supports in mindfulness. Next slide, please. Okay. There are mindfulness-based intervention studies training children or adults with ADHD in mindfulness. Two frequently reported outcomes were, first, reductions in ADHD symptoms, such as hyperactivity. And second, increases in attentional or executive functioning. These outcomes were usually based on self-reports. So people live with ADHD conditions, learn to practice mindfulness, and then they report what experience they have. And then proxy reports, so like parents or teachers of children or adolescents with ADHD, after they observe their children or their students with ADHD learning to practice mindfulness and then see a change in their behavior, for example, or neurocognitive tasks. And so in addition to these outcomes like reductions in ADHD symptoms or increases in attentional functioning, improved mental health, and increases in compliance to mothers' requests were also reported. Then there are also studies reporting the effects of training people with intellectual impairment or autism in mindfulness. And well, then with that, the studies reported the successful applications of mindfulness training. Well, there are areas they talked about, like, yes, mindfulness actually was useful for behavior self-management. Also, it was useful and effective for, well, teaching, making a healthy lifestyle change. Exactly, especially for people with like Prader-Willi syndrome who have difficulties with like eating, feeling full after eating, good amount of food, and then still they may not know that they had enough food, but maintaining a healthy lifestyle, then controlling overeating and controlling weight reduction or working on weight reduction. Mindfulness has been used as a self-management strategies for this kind of health issues. Then a common feature of these reported outcomes is that the changes were made from within the participants. So they chose to practice mindfulness. They chose to apply what they have learned to in their everyday life. So the last thing, actually, what we can expect to do is making or forcing people to be mindful. And then can you please have the next slide? Yes, this shows, like, this is a showcase. It shows how mindfulness can be used for young adults with ADHD, and it's one of the early studies that was done. In this study, a total of 10 young adults with ADHD attended 8 weekly training sessions, and each session lasted for about 1.5 hours, and they learned and practiced mindfulness in a small group setting with their peers. They learned to focus and enhance attention, awareness, and self-control by engaging in a range of mindfulness exercises. For example, they practiced a breathing space to be aware and address their ADHD symptoms. And they practiced it through role play and also homework assignments. When they demonstrated good compliance during and after the exercises, it was also positively acknowledged by their trainers. There were usually two trainers during this study intervention. And next slide, please. Okay. Next example study is a seminal one. A 27-year-old man with a mild intellectual disability and mental health conditions was at risk of losing his community living arrangement because of his uncontrolled, aggressive behavior. He was receiving psychotropic medication and behavior therapy without much success. He learned to engage in meditation on soles of the feet, which is a mindful-based practice and procedures. So what he learned, basically, it can be practiced like as short as 5 minutes. It can be practiced as long as 20 minutes, even longer. Then the basic structure is first establishing a natural posture and then breathing naturally, and cast his mind back to an anger-provoking incident and stay with this anger. And then shift his attention to the soles of his feet. Stay there until calmness and clarity of mind is established, and then walk away from the situation with a smile on his face. These procedures were taught by the author, the first author of the study, twice a day for 5 days. And the young man continued to practice the soles of the feet to the degree he managed his aggressive behavior, self-managed, and retained his community living arrangement. Next slide, please. Yeah. It's the second part of the presentation. So let's move on to the studies that are reporting the effects of training parents of children with ADHD in mindfulness. These studies in general provided 8 to 12 mindfulness-based intervention sessions in a group setting. The concept of mindfulness was taught and the meditation exercises were practiced, and the importance of especially paying attention to parent-child interaction was stressed, along with mindfulness in everyday life. The reported outcomes of such interventions include improvements in self-reported mindful parenting stress, and interestingly, satisfaction with interactions with their children who have ADHD and their own ADHD symptoms, parents' own ADHD symptoms. These studies took like a combined approach, meaning training both people with ADHD and their key supports in ADHD. So it is difficult to tell whether positive changes occurred because of the mindfulness training for parents or because of the training, mindfulness training for their children with ADHD, or both. From a research perspective, it's hard to tell where the positive change comes from. Maybe a little bit of an issue, but from a practical side of view, if you live with ADHD or if you're a parent of children or child living with ADHD, then actually it doesn't matter. If positive changes occur, it's great. Next slide, please. Okay, then from here, we'll talk about the last intervention approach, which is training only parents or professional carers in mindfulness, and then see what kind of change it makes. So an example study is NICE's 2014 study, which examined the effects of training 46 parents of young children with developmental delay in mindfulness. And then this study provided a standard 8-week mindfulness-based stress reduction program. And the findings include reductions in parental stress and depression in those who practiced mindfulness. And the findings also showed parent-reported reductions in their children's behavioral issues or problems. And the children with ADHD, or no, actually developmental delay, they did not learn mindfulness. And these findings together suggest a transactional relationship between parental stress and child behavior problems, and also the importance of self-care to care for others. So when mothers or parents of young children with developmental delay learned to practice mindfulness, the reported outcomes, yes, it was good for reductions in parental stress, as well as reductions in their children's behavior. And then, well, it shows maybe if parents and children are connected in their problems, it may be they're also connected in their well-being. And so it was a good reminder in terms of, for whatever reason, if we cannot teach our children or young adults in ADHD or other different types of neurodivergent condition, then maybe there is also a way to help them through helping their key supports, parents or professional carers. Then this approach, like using mindfulness-based interventions such as MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, teaches the ways to reduce one's own stress levels, but does not necessarily teach ways of managing their children's behavior. Then what happens when these two components are combined? The next slide shows what happens. Next slide, please. Okay. This study examined the effects of providing mindfulness-based positive behavior support training to 47 mothers of young children with autism and behaviors of concern, and 45 mothers of young adults with intellectual impairment and behavior of concern. And in PBS, the MB part addresses stress reduction and self-care in those mothers. And the PBS part speaks to ways of supporting children with developmental disabilities to self-manage their behavior, like physical aggression type of. Then training was provided for 3 days, learning and practicing concepts and practices of mindfulness, and for sublime states. So for sublime states include loving kindness, compassion, altruistic joy, and equanimity. Practicing those mental states, and also beginner's mind. Yeah, it has a long list of programs, but they are the examples. Then PBS, positive behavior support. The PBS training included principles, assessment, and designing PBS plans and data collection methods, and etc. And the findings also showed reductions in their children's aggressive and disruptive behavior who did not yet learn MBPBS. Of course, it showed also reductions in mothers' self-reported stress who learned mindfulness MBPBS. So in this case, again, it shows, yes, we can influence children or young adults with developmental delay or developmental disabilities behavior through supporting mothers and their mothers, and through supporting their mothers to reduce their stress levels, and also by upskilling them to manage their children's behavior and teach them to make more positive behavior choice. Then the next slide, please. With this, like when parents or other key supports are learning mindfulness, then it makes positive change or influence to the care recipients or children's behavior. Then we want to know how it can happen. So there is also a study then examining the nature of change in care provider and care recipients interactions after 7 days of MBPBS training. And in this study, MBPBS training occurred over 9 weeks, including self-practice in between training days. And carer and client engagements were video recorded and analyzed using microanalysis of partial interval recording methods. I know it's mouthful and also it's technical, but basically what in this research happened was the care recipients and carers interactions were video recorded for 10 minutes, and 10 minutes video recording was divided into 1 minute segments, and then 2 behavior analysts actually observed and analyzed whether the engagement between the 2 parties happened. If so, the quality of engagements and things like that. So the results include in this study, first, increases in caregiver and care recipients in engagement during learning and leisure activities. And second, decreases in clients' challenging behavior. So yes, the challenging behavior decreased, and also the duration and the latency of carers' attention to client challenging behavior were reduced. What it means is carers became quicker to attend to clients' challenging behavior, and they spent less time to address challenging behavior. The results also include increases in clients' socially appropriate behavior and increases in the duration of carers' attention to clients' socially appropriate behavior, along with decreased latency. What it means is carers became quicker to attend to their clients' behavior, whether it was the behavior of concern, like challenging behavior, or socially appropriate behavior. And when the carers attended to the client's challenging behavior, it was also found that the attention was immediate and it was short. It was also low quality, which contrasted with the high quality attention they provided to socially appropriate behavior of the clients. This way, carers positively reinforced their clients' socially appropriate behavior, making it highly probable to reoccur. And clients' challenging behavior did not get positive reinforcement, which means making it less probable to reoccur. In other words, the carers may have caught their clients who have developmental disabilities being good and being skillful. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, today, we discussed mindfulness as a way of supporting people living with developmental disabilities. Direct mindfulness training appears to nurture change from within, like self-management of behavior of concern or overeating behavior, or even, although I didn't talk about it today, smoking cessation. And reductions in ADHD symptoms were also reported. And especially behavior self-management reduces external interventions, which has positive implications for protecting human rights of people with developmental delays or developmental disabilities. And for whatever reason, if people with developmental disabilities cannot learn and practice mindfulness, we may be able to indirectly support them through supporting their key adults. And in that sense, their key adults' self-care would be instrumental for positively influencing care recipients' behavior. And lastly, both direct and indirect training can be combined, like family training. And I discussed a lot of studies reporting positive outcomes of training people living with developmental disabilities in mindfulness. However, I'd like to stress that these studies are not without methodological limitations. Mindfulness research in the field of developmental disabilities is still in its infancy, and it needs to be further advanced through trial and error. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yunsuk. That was absolutely fascinating. It's terrific to see a number of presentations in this conference for things other than just the straight pharmacological approach. It's really enlightening. Just a few questions, if I may. The quantitative studies that you cited, is there some evidence that this approach is more effective when compared to, say, a pharmacological only regime?
My answer is quickly, no.
So,
No.
So if you augment it, is that the best way of looking at it?
Yes. So a recent randomized controlled trial, which is a relatively large study with 91 children with ADHD The study compared the effects of mindfulness-based interventions with the effects of taking ADHD medication. And the findings show that first, both approaches, mindfulness and medication, were effective to reduce the core symptoms of ADHD, childhood ADHD. And also then no difference between treatment were found on neuropsychological tasks. So they were both effective. Then medication was more effective than mindfulness on multi-informant questionnaires, like questionnaires of children's ADHD symptoms or behavior, completed by parents, teachers, and things like that, multiple people, in the short term and in the midterm.
Yeah.
However, in the midterm, when mindfulness treatment had already finished, but medication was still taken, the differences between medication and mindfulness diminished.
Interesting.
Yes, that's right. And in the long term, differences between the two groups further diminished.
Interesting. So it also seems like a bit of a multiplier effect as well for those who are also taking medication. Excellent.
That's
So
right.
for our Australian viewers, where would they go to get this training? Would it be psychologists, psychiatrists, coaches? Where would they go?
Well, my simple answer is, I don't know. Because it's a matter of finding who do you have in your area, geographical area or online area. It's a matter of finding, like I say, it's not based on the job. It's like psychologist or psychiatrist or things like that. It's based on who is practicing mindfulness genuinely and who knows mindfulness at a theoretical level as well as experiential level. And on top of that, those who understand what it is like to live with ADHD. So, for example, when we look for teachers who can teach mindfulness to people with ADHD, we need to look at least two different aspects of it. First is understanding mindfulness inside out, theoretically and experientially, as I pointed out. And second, the conditions of living with ADHD, what it is like. So there are programs like, for example, MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, or MBCT, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. Then they are standardized programs. Then that we need to modify the ways of presenting the content, the ways of teaching how to practice mindfulness according to the learning requirements or the learning styles, different learning styles of neurodivergent people. Then it can be done through trial and error, and it can be done if we know what mindfulness is, how to practice it, and what ADHD may present in us.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate your contribution of all our speakers today. It's excellent, and I hope you've reached a wide audience here. So thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, the guests keep on coming. Our next guest will explore and discuss the newly developed ADHD prescribing guide for Australian healthcare professionals, its contributors, and highlight the key contents along with the rationale behind the recommendations. The guide aims to deepen prescribers' understanding, enhance confidence, and promote more consistent practices. Although focused on medication, it underscores the importance of combining non-medication strategies for optimal patient outcomes. I'd like to welcome Kate Tognarini. She is a community pharmacist and an ADPA board director. ADPA is the ADHD Professionals Association. Kate has experience in all areas of pharmacy, including hospital, industry, and community. With over 20 years in pharmacy, Kate specialises in mental health and neurodivergence, in particular, all things ADHD. Also, as an ADPA board director, she's passionate about training and education in ADHD and fostering interprofessional collaboration. Welcome, Kate.
Hello. Now,
I'm sure you can see me because I can't see you at the moment. So I'm just going to go through, and thank you so much for inviting me to present at this conference. I'm really excited to share with you this new resource which ADPA has just recently launched on the 1st of this month. Now, Rob, you've done the acknowledgement of country, and I would just like to mention that I'm coming from Melbourne, which is the Wurundjeri land. And I would also like to explain a little bit why a pharmacist like myself has contributed to a prescribing guide. So I would like to tell you just a little bit about my story of how I came to co-lead this with Dave Coghill, who is a well-known psychiatrist and world leader in this field. So a number of years ago, I was really surprised to be diagnosed with ADHD. It was me, it was other members of my family, and it was then that I really realized that as a pharmacist, I knew very little about ADHD. I was still working on that perception that it was a young boy bouncing around the place. I knew about the drugs, but nowhere near enough, which I know now. So I also saw that there was a general gap in the healthcare knowledge about ADHD and the medications and how they work and how can they be optimized. So I did what every person with ADHD possibly does and did a very deep dive into the condition. I also joined ADPA, which, as you said, is the Australasian ADHD Professionals Association. And there again, I was quite active on the communication channels because I was one of only a few pharmacists in the membership. So then when the opportunity came up to co-lead writing of the prescribing guide with Dave, I jumped at the chance. It was amazing. It was exactly what I wanted to achieve from my own experience. So I don't have very many slides. I'd rather just talk you through it because the actual guide is an extensive 150-page document. So there's no way I can do it justice just by showing a few pages. So I will give you almost like a storyline instead, and then some take-home messages. So my plan is to tell you how the prescribing guide came about, why we decided to do it, who it's for, and also who contributed to it, what kind of information is contained within it, the main takeaways, and I will finish off with where I hope this guide can take us. So I'm just going to leave these authors there so that you can have a look through the names that were involved. But the how of the slide is that the ADPA ADHD guideline was released 2 years ago. And that was a roadmap to the whole clinical practice of ADHD, very heavily evidence-based, and it was a top-level type of resource. It needed more practical details in various areas, and we decided to focus in on one of those sections, which was on medication. The why is that we needed specifics. We needed to bridge the gap between the high-level recommendations and the practical needs of the prescribers and also other healthcare professionals. So why did we focus on medication? Well, in Australia, we found that there is significant variability in prescribing. There is also inequality of access to treatment and diagnosis. The other thing is because some of the medications are stimulants and they're very highly controlled, they can be a little bit scary and daunting for people to get into the area to specialize. So we felt that increasing the information about this would lead to increased knowledge, so increased understanding, and then filter through to better care and really safer and optimized treatment. So just to inform all healthcare professionals, because in my pharmacy degree, which was more than actually 20 years ago, we didn't get any training. We didn't touch on ADHD at all. Now there is a lot more coming through in the last, 5 or 6 years or so. There are more conferences and more seminars which address ADHD, but we didn't get very much at all. So it's all pretty much self-research. And also the reason we decided to do it is when you look at these authors, they're just a small percentage of the amount of knowledge that we have in the membership of ADPA. So we wanted to capture that as well. So the guide itself is primarily aimed at healthcare professionals, but we really wanted to make it as accessible and useful for the experienced prescriber as well as the novice. We wanted to put something in there for pretty much everybody. The guide itself was also written with lived experience collaboration. I myself have ADHD. We have an ADHD lived experience representative, which is Lou Brown. And we also have a few other members who have lived experience. So we really wanted to be true to our experiences and result in positive outcomes for the community. So the guide aims to walk the clinician through the prescribing process. So starting from the point of diagnosis. It's not to replace clinical judgment, but rather to just really complement it. Now, getting back to the previous speaker and many of the speakers during this conference, we also would like to point out that the treatment of ADHD is multimodal. The medications are important, but so are the non-pharmacological strategies, which you would have learned so much about during this conference. So the medications will reduce the core symptoms of ADHD, but we also need non-medical strategies to work together. In fact, there is that saying, pills don't teach skills. In this case, it is very, very true. They do make things better and help implement the strategies, but the two definitely work together. Now, the other point about the guide is that it will be regularly updated. We are setting up a panel with both national and international experts who will then contribute to further updates, because in anything in science, the new evidence is always coming up. So we want to stay current. Now, the other point of who is the contributors. So I've got there on the slide the people who contributed to this writing. They all very generously donated their time and expertise over 2 years to make this happen. So we've got psychiatrists, pediatricians, specialist GPs, psychologists, pharmacists, academia, and also lived experience. And they all brought something unique to the guide. Now, as Dave quite often says, ADHD is easy to treat, but hard to treat well. It's really great to have so much experience to put together into this resource. Now, what does the guide contain? So I'll give you an overview of the information that is contained in this guide. So it's 150 pages and it's divided into 2 different sections, the patient journey and the frequently asked questions. So sometimes from the point of diagnosis in the patient journey, that can be quite overwhelming, not only for the person with ADHD, but sometimes for a new prescribing clinician. So this guide is a roadmap. It is available for access by anyone on the ADPA website, but its use is intended as a team effort, a collaboration. So any changes to the prescribing process need to be done together with the prescriber. So let me tell you through what the prescribing journey actually is. So it includes starting medication, if that's the path that's decided on. The medication choice, which one to choose first. Titration, how fast, how, exactly how to do the titration or the upping of the dose process. It covers both stimulant and non-stimulant medication. Monitoring the progress. The whole idea is to optimize the treatment outcomes. So we want to get a dose that is the perfect dose or close to it for everybody. Any precautions, tips about helping with adherence and sticking with the plan, looking at side effects and how we can manage those. There is a bit of pharmacology in terms of how the medications work, and looking also at the pharmacokinetics, and that's how the different dose forms will release the medications and how long that they will be active for. There's information on swapping, increasing, stopping treatment altogether, also using with other medications and in different population groups, and also with other coexisting diagnoses. Together with that, there are also some sample protocols. They are just sample protocols for reference so that someone who is new to the area can just have a look and see what resonates with them. So the second section, that's the frequently asked questions. And these were obtained not only from healthcare professionals, but also from the community itself. So having ADHD myself, I can see on social media what kind of questions come up. And it was really important to try and include some of those answers at least. Now, there are quite a few of these frequently asked questions, but some examples are use in pregnancy or breastfeeding, in other coexisting conditions, medications which contain gluten or lactose, practical advice on which ones can be crushed or dissolved in water or changed to possibly a different dose form. There is a section on sleep, a section on supplements. All of this is very, very heavily evidence-based and reference. So we were really looking at completely putting, along with the guideline, information that has evidence backing it. There's more in there. There's iron status, for example. There's a whole section on pharmacists that I did in terms of some of the things that I do, which is because some of the medications available in Australia have a 6-month prescription expiry date. I always put that date on the actual label because I've missed it before, and it's quite common to run out and not realize that the prescription is expired. There's also information there about using with over-the-counter products, a section on jobs, travel, and substance use disorder, and just so much more. So as I said, all of that is very heavily referenced. So it's designed to be a practical and user-friendly guide, and the aim of that is to increase the patient outcomes. Now, in addition to those two sections, there are also reference tables in there. There's a summary of all of the medications available in Australia for ADHD. There are tables on pregnancy, breastfeeding, side effects, and more. And there are also practice points. And we had, from the contributors, things that have worked in practice for them. So they have included some of those points in the guide. There are also lived experience perspectives. And actually, these these are one of my favorite things in that guide, and they really bridge the gap between expectation and real world experience. They really add context for both the prescriber and the person with ADHD, so that the focus can be on the whole person and be realistic and sustainable and something that is individualized. Now, this is my last slide, but I'll just keep talking because I want to give you those take-home messages. So ADPA has also additional resources available on the website, and we're still working to produce more. A lot of the work that we do is voluntary, so we try and get as much done with the time that we have and then the resources that we can allocate to that. So we have quite a few fact sheets available, and there's more coming. So these will all be freely available on that website. We have, with the prescribing guide, there is a cost for it, and that's just the cost recovery to produce it and get it printed and make it available online. So we have applied for government funding, for federal funding, but we're still waiting to see whether some money will come our way, because ideally we would like to make it available as widely as possible. So what I might do is just give some of the takeaways from doing the guide. I actually learned an incredible amount. So when Dave says that it's hard to treat, but easy to treat, but hard to treat well, I get that now. So some of the takeaways for prescribers would be to not stop at the first dose that shows to be working, to take the time to get the dose right, and to also encourage those other complementary strategies. And also to pay particular attention to the release rates of different preparations, so that the person can get a cover of treatment for as long as they need, whether that be short or would that be an entire day. And also those release rates can help with changing from one to the other. Now, for people with ADHD like myself, I think we have to realize that medication will not address all of our ADHD challenges. It will reduce the symptoms, and it's part of the complete treatment plan. So setting realistic expectations is also important. So for example, they will increase focus, but you get to decide what to focus on. So the medication is usually the start of a journey. There may be quite a few emotions that come up at the point of diagnosis and starting those medications. There's an increase in self-awareness and, thoughts about what life could have been like or how things could have been different. Can get anxiety as a result, or the anxiety can go. And it's also important to decide what is a side effect of the actual medication or the process of this life-changing experience that, a change in cognitive function brings about. So, I don't know about you, but when I started, I was happy with any improvement. So the whole point of this is to optimize treatment to see how good it can get, because it can get a lot better. It can be a lot more nuanced. And also it's around messaging to children. We're not giving them medication because there's something wrong with them or they're bad. We're giving them medication so that they can be their best selves. And I think empowering them to be able to eventually manage their own medication needs and see in terms of feedback how it affects them is really, really important. The other thing I really learned was that sometimes you may feel like your medication is not working or it works in a different way. And one of the contributors made a really good point saying that medications are actually the constant thing. So when you get the dose right, that medication doesn't really change, but life changes. You can still have bad days and good days. So just to look at what else is happening, looking at the quality of sleep, for example, or the amount of stress you're having in the day, or hormones, for example, it all plays a part. And also that medications will change with time, like for children, they may need increasing doses as they grow up, which will then level up with different stages of life, and they may need different amounts of medication or different regimens, different parts of the menstrual cycle, for example, as well. There is a little bit of discussion about having days off. For children, that can be quite important if they are losing weight, if they're using stimulants. And for adults, it's more to see whether what life is without them. I actually do this myself quite a bit because I just want to see why I need the medication, and sometimes not taking them for a day or two really tells you what their benefit is. So always staying in charge of your own treatment. There was a practice point in there as well about changing doses, especially for children over the weekend, so that the family can see what the effect of the medication, what effect of the changed medication is. There may also be a little bit of nausea when medications are changed or started. So over the weekend is also a good time to try and work out the foods that will work. In fact, in the whole guide, there's quite a lot of information about food, and that's one of the lived experience sections. It offers really good advice about low volume, calorie-rich foods, and so forth. So where do we want to work going forward? So really, we're hoping for some change. We want this to be the start of unified national prescribing standards and more consistency in prescribing and care. So we want it to result in high quality and reliable care. So from then, we're hoping that more prescribers will get interested in their area, feel supported, and that will then improve access regardless of location. So ultimately, safer prescribing. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for having me. And I really hope that this guide makes a really big impact on the ADHD community. Thank you.
Kate, thank you so much for that. It is an extraordinary amount of work that AB has done for those guides. You must be very proud.
I sometimes thought we'd never get there. So I'm really happy that it's finally been released. But it's not over, so I know that.
Yeah, those things, it's a continuum. It keeps on going, doesn't it?
Yes.
For you, I just want to ask you some brief questions. What was some of the key takeaways for you personally about the long-term outcomes and for people with ADHD from the guide?
For me, it was all about getting that dose to be optimal, and just exploring which medication works the best and which dose, and just looking also back on, keeping almost a diary of good days and bad days to see how that can be optimized. It is a team effort in the end with the prescriber. So the more feedback that we can give, the more optimized that dose can be for us. And also learning how we are to use it. I've got two older teenage children, and I think it's really important to also teach them what their needs are, and to be able to, in a way, control their dose or feedback on how it's working, so that they also have, that optimized care.
and that they have agency in that sort of like approach as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had a number of speakers that have talked about non-pharmacological approaches as well as that. You obviously think it's important to combine the two. Could you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I think it's crucial. I think just relying on the medication, it will help with some executive functions, but it's putting strategies into place that's going to make it gel and work together. So when you start taking the medication, it starts working, things will start to make sense a little bit, and those processes do start to get easier. So they do work in a complementary way. And that also includes, meditation, as we've had from the previous speaker, and food and exercise, and just all those things that sometimes can be quite overwhelming before treatment. So just trying to get strategies in place to make the two really work well together.
Yeah, in the guide, you've got some misconceptions about ADHD, some of the more popular ones. Can you share some of those with us?
Yep, so we do tackle in the guide things like, long-term use and safety of medications. So there are very good studies showing that these medications are safe long-term. In fact, the most recent study showed that the risk of accidental injury is reduced, and the risk of substance seeking is also reduced, whereas normal cause mortality is not affected. So we want to allay some of that fear associated with medication, as long as it's prescribed, under the care of a physician that knows what they're doing, and all the right monitoring is also done, such as blood pressure and looking at cardiac history and looking at side effects. And the other misconception really is that just starting medication is going to fix everything, because we know it's not. It's just the first step.
This last question I've got for you is particularly interesting to me because it's been a source of debate in our own household. For anyone considering alternatives to daily medication use, what considerations should they have regarding stimulant-free days?
So, sorry, are you asking about alternative medications, or?
No, days when you don't have medication.
Yep. So days when you don't have medication, that for me, it really depends on what your demands are of that day. Yeah. If, for example, some people will only take medication during the working week and not need to take it on the weekends. It really is very individualized, whether for an adult it helps with your driving, whether you need to fulfill certain obligations, whether you want to express your artistic side and just let things flow a little bit more, then you would choose to possibly not. And it is very individual, I find. So yeah, that would be down to the individual person, and just learning. It's almost like, for me, like wearing a pair of glasses. If I don't need to read something, then I may not need to wear them for that particular time.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and your valuable contribution.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. All right, the our next speaker is ready in the green room. Simon Barakis, MP, will discuss the inquiry into the assessment and treatment of ADHD and support services. The Honourable Simon Barakis is a Liberal member for Clark in the Tasmanian House of Assembly, is a dedicated advocate for housing, economic growth and ADHD awareness. He was diagnosed with ADHD in 2023, and he is the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Inquiry into ADHD. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Yep. Excellent. Look, all right, I'll say a few words, and then I'd love to do a hear from what questions people have. But I'll get right into it. Thank you, Rob. Thanks to Kylie and Mel and the rest of the team for including me in this important conference. I'm joining you from the beautiful state of Tasmania in Australia. My name's Simon Brackus. As Rob introduced me, I'm a member of the Tasmanian House of Assembly. As far as my story, in early 2023, I was diagnosed with ADHD. When I say that I was diagnosed, it would be more correct to call it re-diagnosed. I was told that I had ADHD as a child, and it was a typical story of a kid who was told that he was bright, but if only he just applied himself more in school, otherwise I'd never get anywhere in life, and told that I was disruptive in class and all those truisms that I think many people watching would be familiar with. At the time, the conventional wisdom was that kids would grow out of it, and coupled with all the sensationalist stories that you see on Today Tonight and Current Affair and those shows that Ritalin and other ADHD medications were turning people's kids into zombies, my parents discontinued treatment, and I continued to just live my life. As we know, children with ADHD don't grow out of it, and it just presents differently in adulthood. As I found out growing up and struggling with aspects of my life that seemed inexplicably challenging. In 2022, a severe case of burnout gave me cause to reflect on my childhood diagnosis. Spoke to a GP to begin that process of getting re-diagnosed. And the process, I have to say, was arduous and seems specifically challenging for somebody with ADHD, which, as viewers would know, is a condition which is, when untreated, presents with chronic procrastination, bad organisation, and all those sort of things. The process seemed specifically designed to make it as hard as possible for people with those symptoms to navigate. The first GP I spoke to was cynical, to say the least, about the concept of me even having ADHD, even though I was previously diagnosed with it, suggesting even that maybe I just had 9 deficiency. Eventually, after some prodding and pushing and urging, they agreed to provide me with a referral, refer me to a psychologist, who told me they were more than happy to provide me with therapy, but they had no idea why I was referred to them because they couldn't diagnose or prescribe, and that was a job for a psychiatrist. So I then had to go back to a GP, a different GP this time, and start that whole process from scratch. And when I started this process to when I sat down with a psychiatrist, got a diagnosis, got a prescription, it was about 10 months, which is a timeline that would have been about 4 months longer if a cancellation hadn't caused an early opening. That period of uncertainty and limbo was a really, really difficult time. It's the closest I've been to saying that I've had depression, feeling burnt out and just treading water and wondering when I'm going to be able to move forward with my life and fix things. Luckily for me, my story does have a happy ending. The good news is, as people would know, the majority of cases, ADHD is very treatable, and treatment can be very literally life-changing. Talking to people with lived experiences online, on Facebook and in person, it made it apparent to me that what I experienced, which was difficult for me, was in fact possibly a best-case scenario as far as people's experiences navigating the system. There's people that have to wait much, much longer. There's people facing prohibitive cost to treatments, and other roadblocks. And when I say, me going through that re-diagnosis, that is important because I knew from the beginning of that process what was wrong, so to speak. I never had this. I never had that like, oh, what's wrong with me? Why can't I do this? Why am I having so much trouble with this? I knew, okay, I have ADHD. I need to go through that process. And as someone that's worked in government, works in politics, navigating bureaucracy is something that is part of my day-to-day job, and I found it painfully arduous. So for someone that is confused as to where they are in life, confused as to why they can't, why they're having trouble doing things that other people aren't having trouble with, the difficulties they must face is just something that breaks my heart, to be quite frank. And that's when you hear waiting lists around Australia being so long that in some cases you've got clinics that pop up offering, diagnosis for a fee, and sometimes these fees costing as much as $3,000 to jump the queue, which is, just call it price gouging vulnerable people, I think is an understatement. The turning the medical care into a transaction and a commoditization, I think, is just the worst thing for medical care, and I think it's an abuse of vulnerable people. Personally, but it is only something that is available because of the difficulties in accessing care through the normal channels. Current regulatory framework in this space further limits the already limited capacity to treat that condition in Tasmania. My experiences with ADHD haven't been something I've spoken about until recently. For many reasons. Being in a public-facing role, you've got that sort of fear or worry that if I speak about the fact that I have ADHD, or if I let anyone know, then maybe it's going to ruin my career or hurt my career, or maybe people won't take me seriously. When I spoke to my diagnosing psychiatrist, he did say to me, "Look, you're not even the first politician in Tasmania I've diagnosed. I'm obviously not going to." He goes, "Obviously won't tell you who, but you're definitely not the first one." And this really came to a head for me prior to the election, which was earlier this year, the Tasmanian state election. I had a conversation with the CEO of a local mental health advocacy group, and just in conversation, raised some issues that I had some familiarity with, and so I know exactly what you're talking about. I went through the process not long ago of being diagnosed with ADHD, and I had that exact same experience. And she says, "Oh, I've got ADHD too." Oh, great. She goes, "Do you know you're the first person I've met in the professional world that has ADHD?" I was like, "Well, I promise you that's not the case. I'm just the first person that
admitted it. Yeah,
said it to you, right?" And she did say how it would be so powerful for more people that are in your position that have ADHD to be able to speak about it, to talk about it, and normalize it. Not so much to deal with the issues, but just to make people feel comfortable that they can, they can have something like ADHD, but still be, successful, if you want to use that word, but still live fulfilling lives and still do all the things that they want to do in life. And it did give me a bit of reflection, and thought, well, if I'm in a position now where I can do something about, making things better, and I can improve things and talk about things, then I have a responsibility to. And so once the opportunity,
it's easy to say that, it's hard to do, and kudos to you for doing it.
I thank you, because thank you. And on that, look, and I'm now skipping past a couple of things in my speech, but the fear of what might happen if I spoke about it, when I did, there was nothing but support. So, and that's, in a role such as politics, you stand in a chamber, you've got people from different political parties, everybody's, out to get each other and out to, it's a combative space. And you kind of walk into the chamber thinking, like, am I making a big mistake doing this? People are going to use this against me. And I think one of the best parts of this whole process, and I think a really important part of this process, and it's a really important point to make, to get meaningful change in this space, and it is so important that it's something that everybody be involved in. If it turned into a political issue, it's the government, it's this government's fault that this didn't work, or it's that government's fault, people start falling into talking points. People start falling into defensive, lines, and then people jump in their trenches and nothing gets done. But something that I will, say has been really positive so far, and what I was able to do in the Tasmanian Parliament is move a motion that the Tasmanian Parliament embark on a parliamentary inquiry into ADHD in Tasmania. And part of that has been so successful so far because all the different parties, all the independent MPs have been very happy for this not to be a partisan issue, and to just accept that we, the royal we, have fallen behind where we need to be in this space. More work needs to be done, for the sake of everybody in the thousands of people in Tasmania that are experiencing this. And rather than it being a Liberal versus Labor versus Green issue, it's just an issue that we all need to acknowledge, that we need to find ways to do better. And I'll acknowledge as well the work that Senator Steele Jordan, the Green Senator, has done. And I see that he's the next speaker. And
That's
he
right.
and I have spoken. He undertook a Senate inquiry a couple of years ago, which did much the same, but in the Commonwealth sense, because in Australia there's certain things fall within the federal jurisdiction, certain things fall within the state jurisdiction, and this Tasmanian inquiry is aimed to complement and build off the work that Senator Steele John and that Senate inquiry has done in a way that's specific to the Tasmanian context, which includes things like prescription regulations, which fall under state, the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, and things like that. But it's just, I just want to reiterate the importance of that. If people want to, in their jurisdictions, try and advocate for change and try and push for similar actions to make things better in their societies, in their jurisdictions, making it as apolitical as possible and making it something that everybody can take ownership of, rather than people jumping into their trenches, is really, really, really important. Otherwise, you just get people trying to manage the issue, and which holds things up. So, just some of the examples we have in Tasmania, we've got maybe, as a state, Tasmania's got a population of a bit over 500,000 people. There's maybe 4 psychiatrists in the state that treat or assess ADHD for adults. Their books are always completely full, and so there is a restriction in the capacity and the resource there, but also the existing protocols and regulations and rules in Tasmania for prescribing and for assessing serve only to stretch those limited resources thinner than they need to, and the level of coordination, the level of standardization is so minimal that anyone can go to any GP and they'll have a completely different experience. Everyone's experience, there is no standardized experience, which is hard for people with ADHD because of the symptoms that people like me and others that have it have. It's just that much more difficult to try and navigate those systems where there isn't a clear-cut pathway. And then you have these wait times, and you have, no, you went to the wrong specialist, you need to go to that specialist, and it's months and months and months. One of the other issues is the regulation around prescriptions. There's people that have risk of or any history of drug use that then get completely restricted in the methods and the ability to access the important medications they need to treat the condition. And ironically, the untreated ADHD, one of the symptoms is a higher risk of drug taking behavior. You would think that, the easiest way to treat those symptoms is to give the medication that they need. But as soon as someone has a risk of drug taking behavior, we're going to make it harder to access that treatment. We have, in Tasmania, arbitrarily, you cannot access ADHD medication after 70 years of age. We don't have GP co-prescribing, which means that the psychiatrist books are just full of people like me who have to go there every 6 months or so to get my scripts redone, which is something a GP could very, very easily do, rather instead of assessing people that are waiting in line that are, have their lives on hold like I did for 10 months. These are just some of the issues, and there's numerous issues, and it's a space that I don't understand. I'm not a medical healthcare expert, neither are the majority of my colleagues in the Parliament. So it's very easy for me to identify 2 or 3 things that need to be done and say and advocate for them. But I think the reason why Senator Steele John's Senate inquiry was successful, and what I'm hoping to get out of this parliamentary inquiry, is actually listening to the numerous people that have lived experiences, the numerous medical healthcare professionals, and have like a comprehensive list of findings and recommendations based on people that know what they're talking about, not just politicians that think that they know what they're talking about, and then recommending to government action based on those things. So, so you look like you're about to say something, Rob.
Yeah, sorry, just it leads to my first question, so I might ask it now.
Yeah.
Given the inquiry, but we'll go back a step. Did you say that there's four psychiatrists that can prescribe, or sorry, diagnose people with ADHD in Tasmania?
I think it's four. It's somewhere. It's like 3 or 4 or 5, but it's a very, very, very small number for a population of 500 something thousand people.
So
it's very limited.
So from the inquiry, does that what sort of information did you get in terms of being able to reduce the waiting list? Sorry, I just got a bit of noise in the background. Reduce the waiting list and streamline the process. You mentioned GPs doing scripts. What else would it involve?
A part of it is, look, we're actually at the early stage of the inquiry. The inquiry has only just sort of started. We've just got the submissions in. Submissions have closed, so we're still going through all the written submissions, and then we had the first hearing, I think, a fortnight from now. So we're still at the early stages of that process, but a lot of it is about giving GPs more involvement, standardization of the treatment. If somebody presents with this, have some level of standardization, making it easy to access the medication. There's a lot of difficulties people have in interacting with the pharmaceutical, the PSB, the Pharmaceutical Services Board. Apologies. But there's numerous recommendations. One of the ones that has come to us, which is also a recommendation under the Senate inquiry, was a recommendation to adopt the ADPA guidelines for assessment and treatment. So that's pretty comprehensive on its own, and they're great places to start at the very least. But a big part of it is just acknowledging that this is something that we can't just take a status quo approach to. So it's what do you call it? It's something that I'm hoping will actually help really identify those main headline issues, and also those little issues that people that work in the medical healthcare space know where those touch points are. Like I don't know that. I'm not a medical healthcare expert. I just know that there's from firsthand experience from talking to people where those difficulties are. It's just even giving people that. I think we're in a lucky stage in 2024. 5, 6, 10 years ago, I think if I was to come out publicly, or others were to come out publicly and say I've got ADHD, that could be the end of a career. People won't take you seriously. And I think we're now in a place where we can, I can talk about it, and it's been a positive thing for me to talk about. I've spent a fair bit of time with imposter syndrome. You're sitting in council, sitting in the Tasmanian Parliament, and have had people take video captures of me posted on Facebook of me fidgeting and looking around and picking and saying, oh, look, Simon's not paying attention, Simon doesn't care what's going on, he's just buggering around. No, I actually was listening. If anything, if I'm trying to look like I'm listening, I'm focusing more on listening than I am on actually paying attention, right? So that's the ironic thing there. But it's something that people that are going through a difficult time with this need to know that it's something that they can be spoken about. And I think a lot of people have found just the conversation in the news and whatnot that's occurred around this, and likewise with the Senate inquiry, has just been empowering, if for nothing else other than to give them an opportunity to say, yeah, this is what I'm going through. It's there's just a big part of this whole issue is that there's just such a huge lack of understanding around the issue. That's where that stigma comes from. There's people that say, oh, it's just a bunch of hyperactive kids that need more discipline. I grew up in a traditional Greek household, and I'll tell you, I got plenty of discipline. Didn't cure anything. We announced some policies during the state election. They were, I think, minor in the scheme of what needs to be done in the space, but I think beneficial. And posted it to my social media, and one of the comments that I got were, I don't want to sound cynical or nothing, but it just seems a bit funny that ADHD didn't seem to exist before the 1990s, and now suddenly everybody seems to have ADHD. That one of those sort of comments. And the reality is ADHD didn't exist before the 90s the same way gravity didn't exist before Isaac Newton discovered it. It's always been there. So look, I've got a lot more I can say. But correct. And so look, I've got a lot more that I could say, but I'm actually really interested in if people have questions and just get a conversation going. I think it's really important that people use the where we are in 2024, where there's an openness to have these conversations, to use that to drive some change, to make things better. Because I don't think that there's improvements that need to be made in Tasmania. Well, there are, but it's just we need to catch up in Australia. We need to catch up in I don't know if there's any country that's kind of gotten it right yet. We need to be able to talk about these things if you want to get to where we need to be, so that people that need support are able to get it and live fulfilling lives. So, in your hands, Rob.
Yeah. So, well, you talked about stigma and the importance of reducing and hopefully removing stigma. What sort of strategies would you recommend that we undertake with the general public, but also the medical fraternity as well, in terms of going about reducing that stigma?
I think a big part of it is just talking about it. And I think the more people, I don't know about from the medical side, it's not something I don't know too much about the perspective of that side. But I think, we've got Australian celebrities and comedians and actors and actresses, and, myself and Senator Steele John and others, that work in the public roles, that are now coming out talking about it. I think the more people that are able to do that and to just show that vulnerability, speak about what their experiences are, because I think so many people see ADHD as hyperactive kids bouncing off the wall, causing trouble in class. Like that's what the everyday person that doesn't know about it thinks that's what ADHD is. It's a person that can't concentrate. It's a person that doesn't do things that they're supposed to do, and is disruptive and all that. But to see, you've got senators, you've got actors and actresses, and people that you see on TV and respect them, like they've got it. They're successful people. It's not just correct. You do, and it's not just that stereotype. It's not high. My hyperactivity often isn't outward hyperactivity. It's me not being able to shut off or slow my brain down. And the days where I'm where my symptoms are at their worst, I actually accomplish almost nothing that day, but then just get home exhausted, feeling like I've worked an 18-hour shift, but I've done almost nothing, because I feel like a car spinning its tires. Like you're not going anywhere, but you're revving to the red line. That looks like someone that's sluggish and tired, but it's actually hyperactivity. So it's the more people are able to just talk about it, the more people that hear those conversations can understand what it actually is, rather than what people think that it is. And because a lot of the misunderstanding and stigma just comes from an understanding of ADHD, I think, that existed in the year 2000, when people were watching those current affair videos about Ritalin turning your kids into zombies. That's what people I know people that think that's what their view of ADHD is.
That analogy you had with the car is an interesting one. My son's got ADHD. He's a very bright boy. But I say he's like a Ferrari, 1,000 horsepower, but ball tires. It's worse when it rains, But also that same kid has extraordinary ability to solve problems that others don't as well, because he does think laterally. He does have many hypotheses at once. It's just pulling it all together and putting it in a meaningful format. So it's a blessing as well. But yeah.
if you can manage it and control it and treat it. And, it's, especially when you have that, not to say this, it feels weird saying this about myself, but when you've got that kind of bright kid with ADHD that's got an above average intelligence, you get that, it's one of the most painful things to hear is when people say, oh, you're so smart, but you're so dumb. Like, how do you, you have someone as smart as you not able to do these things, and how can you not concentrate when you're able to do all these things and you can't pay your bills on time? What sort of, it's such, it makes it, it's like people have this, because they think, oh, this person, it's so common. You have so many kids and people with ADHD that are really bright. So you have this expectation, oh, that person's smart, but how come you're such a, it's like such a missed potential sort of person. It's such a common story. And being able to understand what they're going through is, I think, the best way to identify that. Sometimes, how many people have gone through life without ever knowing that they've had ADHD.
Yeah.
And that's just who they are. When you say to a kid or an adult, you have people, oh, he was so smart, he just never got there in life. He never did what he was,
Just needs to apply himself.
Well, yeah, that's, telling a kid, oh, you're bright, but you just need to apply yourself, or, if only you paid more attention. It's telling someone who has a medical, it's a medical condition, it's a mental health condition, that the issues that they're experiencing are one of moral failure because they're choosing not to apply themselves. And the impact that has on someone when you're telling you, it's like, oh no, it was your choice not to pay attention. It was your choice not to do the thing that you were supposed to do. It's yeah, sure, but like that doesn't work that way. And,
yeah.
You can promise to yourself, I'm going to tomorrow I'm going to do all these things that I've been to do, and you're not lying to yourself. You 100% mean it. But once you get in the car and try and drive off, those tires are spinning. And people say, oh, you chose not to drive off. That's not, to use that analogy. And it's for a lot of people having that. They're being told that what the circumstances they're in are a result of their own choices and moral failure. So it's it's a harmful thing, but it comes from people not understanding what it's like.
Simon, I just got one question on the feed. It said that you mentioned that it was the early days of the Tasmanian inquiry. What are the next steps, and what does that look like, and what does success look like for the Tasmanian inquiry?
So that's a really good question. Where we're at the moment, submissions have closed. So we've got about 60 something submissions that are in the process of getting uploaded onto the Tasmanian Parliament website. It's groups like ADPA, it's groups like the College of Physicians, it's then also people with lived experiences talking about the difficulties they've faced, and also the government submission. That's, some of them are a page, some of them are 50, 60 pages. So there's a bit of reading to do. I've done a bit of reading already, but in typical ADHD, what do you call it? As a typical person with ADHD, I'm going to do most of that reading probably the day before the first hearing. But the first hearing is on the 18th of October.
Yeah.
I finished writing my speech for this on Tuesday, which I thought was actually quite good for me. But we are going, so 18th of October we start the hearings. There'll be about 3-4 sessions of hearings. It is also it's a first for the Tasmanian Parliament as far as actually changing the way that we do our inquiry process to make it more accessible and friendly for people with ADHD. So we rather than expecting everyone to give a fulsome written submission, which most inquiries do, people can say, obviously for some people the idea of writing a submission to a parliament's worse than a university assignment, which it's a big thing. You can just say, hey, you can send an email to the inquiry, my name's such and such, I've got ADHD, I'd love to talk about my experiences, and that's being included. We're doing roundtables that aren't going to be live streamed or publicized, so that people that aren't comfortable speaking to a committee in a hearing setting can still get their views and their experiences out there. And we're doing quite a few things like that to make it as easy and as comfortable for people that are, feeling a bit vulnerable. talking about themselves like this, as well as just making these submissions in the context of having the symptoms of ADHD, to be able to do that. So that's, I think, a really positive thing just for the Tasmanian Parliament. Then we will write a report, we'll have findings, we'll have recommendations, and my hope would be that the recommendations complement the recommendations of the Senate inquiry. And importantly, the next step after that, and this is, I think, the really important thing. It's why I think it's so important that this hasn't been a partisan political issue. Yeah. Is that the government's, and I say this as a member of the governing party. So it's important the governments actually take on board and seriously consider, and then hopefully start adopting or seriously considering some of the recommendations that come out of this. I've really avoided getting political as much as possible for the reasons I've already said. But I can't remember what date last year. I think it was earlier last year. The Senate inquiry tabled its report into the Australian Parliament. Had a range of recommendations. A lot of them are really important recommendations, and the government hasn't written a response to the inquiry, let alone looked at adopting any of the recommendations. So it's all great and amazing and fantastic to make all these findings, do all this work, give all these recommendations, but it needs to be something that the government's willing to actually take on board and seriously consider adopting some of those recommendations. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. But so far, the Premier, the ministers have all been very, very supportive of this whole process. So I've got a lot of hope, and I hope there's at the very least something that helps kick into gear some of those changes and some of those adoptions at the Commonwealth level.
Well, so thank you very, very much. I just want to say that the work that you have done so far and continue to do is an inspiration for the ADHD community, because there is no way that we can rise to the challenge and celebrate the pluses as well of ADHD if we don't have friends and supporters and boosters in all parts of the community, particularly in Parliament. So it's a major effort. It's an inspiration. We thank you very much. And as we get more questions in, we'll forward them to you, because I think
please do, yeah.
Dialogue, yeah. But thank you, sir.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
Busy portfolio.
I do. Busy day. And thanks so much for having me on. It's an honour to have been invited on here, and thanks for all the work you guys are doing. And I look forward to watching some of the other presenters.
Honour to have you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Bye. Right. Well, that was terrific to see. And it continues. Simon was the first of two members of Parliament that will be featuring today. It's encouraging that in Australia that we have this much interest from people in government, because they will be able to move things quicker than just ourselves on our own. The next member of Parliament is a federal member of Parliament, and you would have heard him speak last year. It's Senator Jordan Steele John. We pre-recorded an interview with him. He regrets not being able to be here today, but there were certain demands on his time that didn't coincide with this time slot. So I'll give you a bit of a background on the good senator, and then we'll cue up the video and we'll look at his interview shortly. So Senator Jordan Steele John will discuss the federal Senate inquiry into ADHD and the effective work being done in Australia. Senator Jordan Steele John is a Green senator for Western Australia and a proud disabled person. He advocates for disability rights and equitable healthcare for all Australians. Jordan and his team were instrumental in establishing a parliamentary inquiry into access of ADHD assessment and support services, the first of its kind in Australia. So with that, we'll go over to our pre-recorded interview with the Senator. Thank you.
Prior to the inquiry, ADHD had not garnered much interest within Parliament. What was behind your drive to change this?
Through our work with the disability rights movement here in Australia, we had the opportunity to collaborate with many fantastic individuals and organisations who are part of the neurodivergent community. particularly those with ADHD. And in that work and through those campaigns, we received really clear feedback that there were gaps in services and supports for those with ADHD here in Australia. What really took that piece of information for me and added an additional layer of motivation was then when we as a team looked at the gap between the experiences of the community that they were sharing with us and the level of knowledge of the issues in Parliament. We did a bit of research, for example, to identify the number of times in the last 6 years previous to our work in this space that ADHD had been mentioned in the Parliament, and it had been mentioned less than 5 times in that period. And most of those references were either myself and my team talking about the experience of ADHDers with the NDIS, or it had been a reference made by a parliamentarian to another parliamentarian in a derogatory sense during the course of a debate around a piece of legislation. So there was this massive gap between the community experience and the community need and the level of knowledge in the Parliament and also in the government. And that was a really motivating realization for me. It sent a very clear message that we needed to dive into this, led by the lived experience of the community, to ensure the government and the Parliament was actually able to address and engage with the needs of the community.
Can you talk us through the process of getting support for a Senate inquiry and the major steps involved?
Absolutely. So the first step in setting up our Senate inquiry into ADHD was to check that the feedback we had received from the community in a kind of ad hoc way based on campaigns that we had run collaborating with the community was representative of the broad experience of ADHDers in Australia. And so we launched a ADHD community survey asking the community, asking ADHDers whether they be formally diagnosed, whether they have engaged in self-diagnosis, whether they have decided to select medication as a form of support, to share with us their experience of that process. And we received an overwhelming response. Thousands of people took the time to fill in that survey, and it enabled us to identify very clearly that yes, the common experiences of cost being a barrier, of diagnosis, wait time being a barrier, discrimination, poor access to supports were indeed a national experience. Wherever you lived in Australia, these things were common experiences. From there, we worked on a terms of reference for the inquiry with the community to ensure it reflected that lived experience, and members of my team with lived experience of ADHD themselves took the lead in the creation of both the terms of reference and the campaign that would sit around the inquiry itself. We then worked with members of Parliament within our own party, within the Australian Greens, and across the Parliament to build understanding and support for the proposed inquiry and for the timeline of the inquiry. Critical to this piece of work was ensuring that there was a shared understanding within the various Senate committees and among the various senators that we would need to take a different approach to this inquiry in order for it to be successful, that we would need to modify as much as possible committee practice and process to recognise and enable ADHDers to actually share their experience with the committee. The end result of these negotiations and this time taken explaining and checking our assumptions was that we delivered a terms of reference that reflected the real need of the community in terms of where people needed us to look, and began that work of building a shared understanding in Parliament of the problems and the solutions.
Excellent, thank you. So how did you go about identifying appropriate stakeholders within the community and government?
Well, we as a team take a lived experience first approach. Our work is grounded in the human rights of disabled people and neurodivergent people, and we seek to translate that commitment to human rights into reality, into our actions, via a deep understanding of the social model of disability as well as the affirmative and other models of disability. All of this leads us back to and ground us in an approach which centres the lived experience of whichever community we are inquiring into or collaborating with. So it's really important that from the beginning we were looking to engage with ADHDers themselves, with academics and experts who have lived experience themselves, and with lived experience-led organisations. We also really wanted to engage with clinicians from across the professional spectrums who work with and collaborate with ADHD community to understand their experience of providing support to the community and the changes in policy that they saw as necessary. We were additionally keen to make sure that the witnesses we brought before the committee, if they engaged in a spreading of myths or misconceptions around ADHD, and these myths and misconceptions are still very prevalent in the discussion, that they were challenged clearly, and that the community saw that that was what was occurring, so there could be trust in the inquiry process.
Of the many submissions that the committee received, what were some of the major themes?
So the major themes that were raised in the submission were firstly cost. The cost barrier to getting diagnosis is profound. Witnesses gave us evidence speaking to thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars being needed to access diagnosis. Completely prohibitive for many of those searching for diagnosis, and that very much drove a large portion, though not the entire portion, of those that had to turn to self-diagnosis to be able to get some element of understanding and articulate their support needs. Secondly, the issue of wait times. For those that were able to access and overcome the cost barrier, people then join a queue that is often 6 months, a year and a half, 2 years long. Meaning that they go for an extended period of time without the understanding and supports that they may otherwise access and often very desperately need. Those wait times get worse if you need a pediatric psychologist or psychiatrist to be involved, or if you live in a rural or regional setting. Third, misunderstanding and discrimination, whether it be medical misogyny, whether it be myths about what ADHD looks like and what it doesn't look like in certain cohorts of the community, or whether it be discriminatory ideas as to why somebody may or may not be accessing or seeking to access medication. There was so many pieces of evidence that built a common theme around misunderstanding and discrimination. And fourth and finally, I would say inconsistent regulation and treatment of various ADHD related medications, whether it be each state and territory regulating substances such as dexamphetamine in different quantities with different requirements or different prescribing requirements particularly, or whether it be the types of medication that are or are not publicly subsidised here in Australia. The inconsistency across the board was in itself a barrier and reflected outdated thinking of policy makers of the past as they sought to regulate these different substances and medications. So those were, I would say, the four most consistent themes.
And was there anything that came through in those submissions that you or the committee found surprising?
Because of the extensive amount of community engagement and consultation that we conducted prior to our launching of the inquiry, and because members of my team were proudly those with ADHD, the evidence that we took as a committee didn't necessarily come as a particular surprise to me. It very much did come as a surprise to other members of the committee who weren't aware of these issues and barriers in the same level of detail. And I think what was very much revealed to all of us was that the Parliament and governments of all parties need to do more work in understanding ADHD properly and ensuring that understanding is reflected in policy, because there was a suspicion that there was a large gap between community need and government action at the beginning of the inquiry, and that suspicion was absolutely confirmed as we continue to explore these topics. There was a vast gulf, and there sadly still remains in many areas, a vast gulf between what the community is experiencing and what the government's policy response is, and that gap needs to be closed.
And what are the next steps for the Senate inquiry?
The next step for the Senate inquiry, and it's slightly ironic, we delivered our report many months ago. The government had a deadline to respond to that report and has failed to meet the deadline for response. So the next step in the inquiry's processes, the next step for the recommendations is for the government to give us an actual official response to our recommendations. That's what we're going to continue to push for. And then once we have that response, we can continue the work from there.
And going forward, what does success look like to you? What do you hope is the outcome of this inquiry and this process?
To myself, my team, and to the Australian Green, success looks like the removal of the barriers the inquiry identified, particularly the barriers of cost and the barriers in terms of wait time and discrimination that exists in the various different government systems. To come to an understanding of yourself as an ADHD or somebody that would like to explore diagnosis often requires a deep amount of emotional work and emotional labour, to say nothing of the money you might have had to expend even to get to that point. Once you get there, once you get to the point where you would like to explore a diagnosis or self-understanding, or to ask for a support or to a modification, like your role in that process in terms of finding money and time should end. You should simply have to find whatever you need in yourself to go through that diagnostic process, to make that ask, to begin that journey of understanding. And that's the world and the system we've got to build together, one that is free of the barriers of cost and excessive wait time, so people can just get the information and the understanding and the supports that they need to live a good life.
Well, it's great to hear from the Senator. The Senator spoke to us last year, so it's great to have his participation again this year. So we are entering into, we're halfway through the 14th hour of broadcasting around the world to 104 countries. We're having great support. We appreciate that. Again, if you've got any friends who you think would be interested in this, get them to register. And if you feel inclined to donate as well, we would also appreciate that, so we can put more of this content on. Next guest is a moderator and a panel as well. I'm going to introduce shortly Julie Robertson. She will be speaking to ADHD professionals and entrepreneurs about overcoming workplace challenges to succeed and insights from those people. Just a little bit of a background on Julie. She is a diversity inclusion specialist, an executive leader with experience in government, community and corporate sectors to develop impactful programs and solutions for marginalised individuals and communities. She's the inaugural CEO of Specialist Intern Australia, and she's championed inclusive employment for neurodivergent individuals. I hope I've done you justice there, Julie.
Thank you for that, Rob. Thank you, everyone, and welcome. As Rob said, I am today's panel moderator. We have an interesting group of guests. And as Rob said, I have an interest in this myself, having spent 5 and a bit years as CEO at Specialist STEM Australia, which is specifically set up to actually look at improving the employment prospects of neurodivergent people. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the people of the Wurundjeri Nation, and the owners of who are the owners of the Kulin Nation and other traditional people on the land in which we live, work and meet online today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are the first people of this great nation. I'm going to start by introducing our panel members. We have an interesting mix today. I felt it was important to put a balanced panel together if we're going to talk about employment experiences. So we all know that the reason why we're talking about employment experiences of ADHD is because they can be quite different. They have a life to themselves in terms of what road they go, and they can go either one way or the other. And most people at some point in their life of work and seeking to find your vocation when you're an ADHD person can experience struggles to maintain the focus or the momentum to stay in an area or to get to where you want to be. I'll be speaking to a mix of people that are adults who are all ADHD, have had a range of different experiences in their journeys in terms of the date or the time frame of their diagnosis, round to where they've ended in their career or where they're currently at in their career just now. Our panel members today are Rebecca McClendon, and Rebecca has also been involved in some of the other presentations, so you might have heard about Rebecca already. Rebecca, I will introduce you when we move to first question, but Rebecca is a late diagnosed ADHD professional and a behaviour support specialist, and I'll talk more about that when we get to your first question. Our other speakers include Crawford Ross. Crawford Ross is an ADHD professional financial planner, and Crawford, another late diagnosed individual, and we'll dig into that when we get to questions. In addition to Crawford and Rebecca, we have Andrew Thompson, who is the Executive Director of a creative agency and also on the board of ADHD Australia. And last but by no means least, we have Melissa Webster. Can't even tell you how long it would take me to tell you about all the businesses that Melissa is involved in, but we will get to that at some point. And Melissa is also the CEO of ADHD Australia, as well as being a Chief Executive Member of Melba Support Services. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Julie. Welcome.
Hello.
Thank you.
So I'm going to dig in because I know that we don't have a lot of time and there's so much that I want to hear and learn from each of you. I think that you've got so much to add in terms of the diversity of experiences here. What I will say is that we have got the hour. And for people on the chat, I apologise in advance. We have a lot of questions amongst ourselves here, so we might not get a chance to ask chat-based questions. If we do, we'll take some from the chat towards the last 5 minutes. We will work our hardest to stay within the realms of a 3-minute scope response to each of the questions, but I will start with you, Beck.
Yeah.
So, Rebecca, you are a behaviour support manager, a specialist in autism and neurodiversity, a qualified behaviour analyst, if you like. Have I missed anything?
No, that's about it.
That's about it. And you spent your time on looking at behaviour, supporting people in this type of field to actually positively work towards their goals and aspirations and make sure that they can contribute like everyone else. Mm-hmm. But you didn't diagnose till later yourself.
Yeah, I was just over 30 when I received my own diagnosis. I didn't recognise it in myself at all because, well, all I'd seen so far was the representation of it in young boys and young girls as well, but I'd never seen it in women, so I didn't know what to look for.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And the reason why I was keen to talk with you is because I recently listened to your podcast that you kindly gave to the Brave Feminine Leadership series around your own challenges when you were in the workspace and potentially unknowingly dealing with your ADHD and how to navigate people, the workplace politics, and how we work inside neurotypical organisations and environments. Can you tell me a bit about what the specific challenges were that you had in work in relation to what you know now is mostly your ADHD traits?
Yeah. So I think, what drove me to get an ADHD diagnosis is because I was just continuously struggling with things like time management and the distractibility. So in my work, I have to balance kind of working to tight deadlines, working with families, working with the children directly, managing a team. There was lots of different kind of plates to spin, and I often found myself, I actually would blame the workplace a lot of the time. I would say that it was too busy, I was overworked and things like that. And I guess, I don't know what happened, but I came to the realization it was actually, I was just not managing my time well at all. So I would overpromise myself. I would think that activities would take way less time than they actually would, so I wouldn't account for the time properly. I would think to myself, oh, I'm going to go and see that kid in room 10. I would go down thinking I'd spent 10 minutes there, and it had actually been 2 hours, and now I'm behind on my reports, and then I'm chatting to someone else, and before I know it, the day had finished, and I'd actually finished no work at all. Like I'd got nothing done. I'd started lots of things. I'd started lots of different reports, or, you know, half-written emails here and there. My draft inbox was always so full of emails. But yeah, time management and distractibility were really the main things that I struggled with.
And did it impact any of your role performance or like your job security in any, like, was it a concern so much as that there was flags towards your performance?
Yeah, probably. Like I was grateful and lucky, I guess, that I had really supportive managers. So they would recognize I would struggle with things like deadlines, and they would give me a lot of kind of advice on how to get there sooner. I would still, it still wouldn't work a lot of the time. Honestly, I could see that if I didn't provide some of the outcomes I was supposed to provide, I would work overtime. So sometimes I'd be doing like 12, 13, 14-hour days just to fit in 4 hours worth of work because I'd spent time kind of being distracted through the day. So I found I actually worked better at home where there was less distractions. So I would, work late to keep my job, I guess.
So that leads me to the next question then, because obviously if you had navigated those or had those challenges, I wanted to ask you about what sort of self-realization or what you identified as being the potential strategies or the things that you needed to get through or get by. And that question relates to pre-diagnosis. Like, what did you do to get by pre-diagnosis, and what did you do and what helped strategy-wise once you had the knowledge to hand?
Pre-diagnosis, it was pretty much what I've just described. It was working late, working overtime, crying a lot, getting back into it, doing it again. Like I really love my job and I love the people I worked with, so that motivated me to continue working overtime and spinning my wheels, like I heard in one of the previous talks. I remember when I first was going through my assessment for ADHD, my mindset was like, I'm going to get a diagnosis and then I'm going to be on medication and then I'm going to be fine. Like it'll fix everything. And medication did definitely help initially. It did help me to focus, but for me, in the end, it wasn't the right choice. So I kind of came to a realization that I spent my life helping other people set up environmental supports to allow them to be their best selves and live a better quality of life. And why wasn't I applying those same strategies to my own life? So I did that. And I think part of what's kind of helped me in work is getting the ADHD diagnosis really allowed me to unmask and to start to learn to just be my authentic self. And when I started to be more compassionate towards myself, I think I modeled that to the people around me as well, who over time, realized maybe I need instructions in writing. Like, you can't just tell me something. If you're going to come up to me with a verbal instruction, also put it on the Post-it note on my desk. My manager would tell me the deadline was 3 days before it actually was. Like, things, they're the
one of my favorite strategies.
Yeah. But I think I'm really lucky to be able to manage my own calendar. And what I've figured helps for me now is I categorize things by like brain task. And I can't think of a better way to describe it, but instead of thinking like case by case for the people I work with and doing like the report, the visit, the phone calls, whatever, I set my calendar up so that Mondays is kind of like a planning day and get myself together day. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I schedule myself back to back supervision, so that all my brain has to think about is like supervision. It doesn't have to think about changing to a phone call, then doing a report, then following through an Excel spreadsheet. Like it's just one track of like, I'm talking to people and I'm helping them. And then on Friday, I do the Excel spreadsheets in the morning, and then in the afternoon, it's the report writing. So
you've used extensive periods of time blocking?
Yeah. So one of my staff looked at my calendar the other day and said it nearly gave him an anxiety attack because it was so like back to back with no breaks. And I think one of the strategies people see a lot is take lots of breaks. But for me, I learned that that didn't work. It's easier for me to kind of get in the hyper-focus zone and just keep going, keep going basically. And then, block it by activity.
Yeah, that's a really good insight, but also really, really important to, like as a statement there, saying that might work for some, but that doesn't work for everyone. So that is good that you've acknowledged that that's something that you need, is to keep it tight, to keep it back to back, and make sure that you chunk down the tasks and work through them. Thank you for that, Beck.
Yeah.
I will come back to you, but I'm actually going to introduce Crawford Ross, a fellow Scot. Welcome, Crawford. If I didn't give it away, I don't know what would, but Crawford is a master's of different types of degrees. How many degrees have you got now? 2, 3? And now looking at financial advisor and planning.
There's a couple in there, yeah.
Qualification.
Uni was my happy place.
Yes, studying in academia and learning. I mean, you do have a strong interest in finance, project management, strategy and consultancy, which has led you to different careers and different experiences so far. And I know from our interactions and our discussions, as a late diagnosed ADHDer, that has also for you been something that you've really had to tackle and negotiate to think about where you go career-wise and what you want to do professionally. So I'm so grateful to have you here, and I do want to delve in with you a bit about your experience and what that's meant for you on your career journey. So I'll start by asking you about your late diagnosis and just your thoughts on how you feel just now, where you're at in your career and where you're at professionally, and whether or not you think that the ADHD diagnosis coming late or not having that awareness of the ADHD has impacted you in any way.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. First of all, you're doing a great job, so thank you. Really appreciate it, and I know how hard you've worked here. But yeah, it is. It's a funny one. There's a lot of things I have done. Being the host and a moderator of an ADHD conference panel is not one that I would try, because I think that would be the hardest job in the world. So great job there. But yeah, it's. So when I was looking back, so it was a late diagnosis, right? And you go through that, replaying your whole life in the rearview mirror, and you go through the grief stage, and then you go through the over-optimism, and then you find a bit of a balance, and, we'll talk about it later on, but it's a fundamental part of who I am, right? For all the good bits. It's not a thing that's been foisted upon me. It's just who I am. And it's a process of knowing what makes you tick. But I was, as an ADHD person, right, we're very good with analogies. So I thought it's not a bad one to start. Now, this is quite UK focused, and there's a lot of us here. But if anyone remembers Woolies back in the UK, so not the Woolies that we have here in Australia, but I mean, this was the greatest place ever, right? You would go in and you would get a pick and mix and a Linkin Park CD, and you'd get your school books and some underwear, and it was magic. It was amazing, right? It's not around anymore. So the point being is it did all these great things, but it just had no executive function. It had no consistency. The strategy wasn't there, right? So, taking a bit of pausing to reflect and look back, I realized that, yeah, early career, a lot of decisions were maybe made through interest and novelty and, wanting to try new things, move to the other side of the world, consulting, finance, following passion, which was great at the time. And, there wasn't really a master plan, in the rearview mirror, yeah, you craft a story and a narrative and it starts to work. But I think that was, a real sort of feature up until now, was that sort of lack of coherency. Specific to the ADHD diagnosis then, which I think is where I could actually identify, first of all, that I had ADHD in the diagnosis journey, and then, you know, how that had impacted. And it was, like a lot of us here, it was sort of off the back of COVID. So I'd gone to business school and, you know, maybe reflected. Uni was ironically a sort of a safe space. It was a place where I could go and it had the right amount of structure, motivation, external drive, also the ability to prove that, hey, I'm not lazy and I'm not just some fun-loving guy who doesn't really care about his career. I really care, and I've got the heck step to prove it. You know, I'm all in, and I didn't realize why I loved that, you know, that situation, and I excelled at it to a degree, but, you know, had challenges elsewhere. And obviously, so post business school and a trip to America, then I'd come back and I got this dream job, and then boom, COVID, and everyone's had a pretty rough time with COVID. And my son, Alex, was born first day of lockdown. So, you know, in this rock and hard place of this new dream job, you know, this incredible upheaval, new parenthood thrown into the mix. And, you know, yeah, it was a very challenging time, right? You know, for a lot of us, and it, you know, that just sort of encapsulated it. So it did two things. It was a really challenging one personally, and one I've, you know, reflected a lot on, but it also put me down the road to the financial advisor path that I'm on just now. So, you know, without going too much into that, but what I also then did was, you know, I gave up drinking, and I thought, right, I'm really going to commit to this. If I've got to become a financial planner, one of the key pieces you have to do is go back and do this apprenticeship, essentially, this professional year. And it is, you know, you're doing all the lower level admin function tasks for quite a long time now, you know, coming out of, you know, a high level of education and a lot of experience and management consulting. I knew I had the capabilities and I knew what the end goal was, but I have to do these mechanical tasks, to be polite about them, right? No problem. I'm all in, I'm committed. And I've also quit drinking. And that's where suddenly I found myself sitting at my desk, and it was this realization where I'm like, what's going on here? I've not had a hangover for 6 months. I'm not distracted by the weekend. I'm not, you know, there's nothing else. I'm just really struggling. And it was the most ADHD unfriendly thing you could have. A task list of 150 tasks, open up an application form, do this, make it. It was, you know, everything that we now know struggle with. So fast forward, that led to the questioning, you know, the psychologist appointment, what's going on, the referral, and in the rearview mirror going, great. So cut a long story short, as we're going to do, that realization that, yeah, it was always that I was gravitating towards the end goal and the strategy and the people aspect and the things that light you up and that you're really, really good at, or can be, but just falling short of getting there, because you're always having to start in the support role. And, you know, a lot of these professional services, you are the support role. You're the associate, the senior associate to the director, who relies on you to do a lot of the admin and the project management so they can do the bits that, you know, you're good at. So it was role reversal. And I have had times in the past where, you know, in management roles, I've had an assistant manager and I was like, wow, now knowing how incredible that is, but it's a hard thing to ask for. So yeah, it's in the rearview mirror, understanding that it had always been there, and that was a challenge. So now, you know, working with it and getting through.
So I'm going to take you somewhere else, and I want the audience to hold on to the point that you just made about when there is changeability in your career and you are quite ambitious, or you're focused or passionate about something, but you always have to either take a step back if you're wanting to learn a new thing, or passionate about a new piece, and you don't get that opportunity to start in a lead role or in an area where you can drive it. You're often doing things that aren't friendly for ADHD. You're doing that sort of BAU, really sort of process-driven tasks to get yourself up to where you need to be. And that will lead us into the conversation about why some people do choose to set up on their own. We will go there. But I want to ask you, Crawford, and thank you for sharing that, because I know it's very recent and I know it's all currently happening just now, and I know you're still navigating that, but I think it's important that we all look at ADHD as having both sides. This session is not about we're all superheroes with superpowers. I think it's really important to acknowledge to the audience that there is struggles, and that we all do struggle at parts of our careers. And even when we are successful, there are things that behind the scenes that we've had to work on a lot and continue to have to work on to keep the engines going. So the next thing I'm going to ask you is, with the hindsight of having your diagnosis and knowing what you know now about yourself and the challenges that you have what are some of the strategies and some of the things that you are applying now or that you are going to do to take you forward to that next goal of where you want to be with the financial planning and the excitement piece about financial planning with a focus on neurodivergence?
Yeah, well, that's the end goal. I'm going to answer this in the pyramid principle, because that's something I learned in consulting, which I got pulled up on once. But, there's probably 3 key things that really, reflecting on it is, first of all, and this is generalized, right? You got to know yourself, and you got to know, like, we share these common traits in this thread, and, things that challenge, we're all very different, right? And I think Beck just listed about 4 or 5 of the same things that I realize now I need on a strategic level, and it might not be the same for other people, but you got to know who yourself, know your drivers, but communicate that better. And that's been a real failing for me, personally, right? Is the shame that comes with struggling with the easy things, knowing that you're good at the hard things. It's this weird, role reversal. So you're struggling under the weight of 4 or 5 different directors throwing tasks at you, and it's PowerPoint decks, and it's it's diary management, and it's not the hard stuff per se, but you just get weighed under, right? So being able to communicate now and go, well, actually, I'm struggling, and saying no sometimes in that space and just defending your space. And that kind of leads to the third one, which is being really in control of your surroundings and, advocating for yourself. And I think that's something that I'm really sort of realizing at the moment. I'm 41, I'm diagnosed, but I've got a young family. We're going through a house renovation, going through the training year, and there's a lot of upheaval, and I've really noticed how much that's impacted me. It's defend your physical, mental health, and this is appropriate for every professional, right? ADHD, neurotypical, neurodivergent or not, but it's accentuated, and it's just knowing that it's that lack of balance. Sometimes it's when things are good, wow, they're really good. I'm a downhill skier. And when things are bad, oh my God, I'm like it's that holding the beach ball underwater analogy, right? It's just like, so I think really just defending your own space, I think, is a big one. And, and if more of a sort of strategic perspective, I've noticed recently, and there's a couple of things that the things that got you there won't get you there, sort of thing. Whereas, I realize now, and university was a great example. Yeah, great. I can write a dissertation in literally 2 nights. I met up with an old university friend who's still a bit annoyed with me that he spent so much time on his dissertation, and I just smashed it out in 2 days. And now that's not a boast. That's going, well, actually, that's what I needed to do it, right? And it was, probably needed a bit of editing, but
your brain works.
Yeah, and what I've realized now is, relying on, this is pre-medication, relying on adrenaline and fear and that as a motivator, right? Such a classic ADHD behavior. That's not great in a corporate environment, right? You can't leave things to the last minute. Now, that's a bit of an aside. Adam Grant does talk about how that leads to better ideas. The first draft's usually a rubbish one anyway. So I go through that period of, positive procrastination. But yeah, a lot of those old techniques and tricks, they're not relevant. And I'm 41, right? And I've realized that partly just getting a bit older and also a different stage, that, the short-term memory issue is quite a thing, but it's that processing of information is really one thing that I've noticed stands out. It's not understanding, it's not conceptualizing, it's not anything that's intelligence per se. It's not being able to sit there and communicate and read the room. It's sometimes, where is it? I remember the first time I got a job, investment bank back office, and I had 2 screens, and I'd gone from, 2000, I went to uni, and having 1 screen and everything's handwritten, to 2 screens, multiple tabs open. And still to this day, I'm like, if I didn't put something somewhere, I struggle to remember where it was. So if I don't,
what I use 2 screens for.
and it's, and that's it. And it's, it's being able to create your surroundings that work for you. And,
exactly.
Just know where you put things.
That's a good segue. So thank you for that. And I will come back to you again. I'm not finished with anyone yet. There's more questions to come. But getting something that works for you, getting an environment that works for you, and getting a rhythm that works for you is something that I'm going to move on to. And I'm going to introduce Andrew Thompson. Andrew, it's so nice to have you here. And I am really interested to learn from your take on this, because your experience specifically in work and career life has been that you were a professional, you were working in professional environments, you did like unconsciously work in a certain way and succeed, but noted yourself even pre-diagnosis that there was going to have to be things that you would do to allow yourself to thrive and succeed in a way that you wanted to. And I'm really keen to hear about that. So what motivated you, Andrew, to become self-employed and start your own business?
Thank you for having me. Yes, what motivated me was I fell into it, to be honest. I studied law. I was going to be a barrister. Did 6 years. Realized at the end that I wasn't going to be a good lawyer. My legal studies were indicative, actually. I only had 2 performances, brilliant and appalling. So what Crawford just said about, I'm really good at some things and then really terrible at the simple ones was me. When I say I'm 69 now, I was diagnosed 6 years ago. So talk about late diagnosis. That's it. I didn't believe in ADHD, by the way, for my whole life. It didn't exist as far as I was concerned, even though I had 2 children who were. I was dragged kicking and screaming over the line, and only when they were diagnosed and I realized, hang on, this is me. So I sort of bumbled my way along. I think the main reason was that so after I decided I couldn't be a lawyer, I went into advertising as a copywriter because I had a gift for language and loved it. Just suited me so brilliantly. But I was working in, big American corporate ad agencies where there were lots of systems in place. I didn't have to do any of that. All I would do is get a pile of briefs on my desk and I would just be able to have fun playing with words. It was the dream job. And I did that for quite a few years in South Africa, where I was born, and then in Zimbabwe, where I went to escape the South African draft. And then when we came to Australia, I once again went into corporate American-based ad agencies. And that was the first time I really encountered, in Africa, things are you have to be much more adaptable. Because nothing works the way it's supposed to, and even if it does, it doesn't mean it's going to work tomorrow. So we have to be. It's very flexible, and you have to be adaptable, and that suited me because that is what I was. Yeah. Whereas in Australia, it's much more the corporate structure. I found much more rigid, much more hierarchical, and it didn't only lasted. I think 9 months in my first and only job in corporate advertising in Australia before I was retrenched for basically failing to do what Crawford had identified, and that is the simple things, and also being, getting out of my area. So, and then I started freelancing, and that was fantastic. Again, I didn't have to worry about structures. I could just do the work, hired by various agencies to do it, and it sort of snowballed from there. I think I was a bit naive and I thought, oh, well, I can do the rest of it as well. So with my art director wife, we started an agency, we started getting clients, and then it sort of grew like Topsy. And I think the danger signs were that, it grew very quickly. But we had no idea about process and all those support structures that actually had allowed us to do what we did. So in retrospect, I think now I can see that the main motivator was to get agency over my life. I think that was probably the real reason, and it's true now, and as it was then. I just to feel that I'm because like everybody who with ADHD, I have that performance anxiety, or I think it's called efficacy anxiety, because all that you're going to fail at the simple things. I love that thing. I've adopted it already, as you can see. I've used it twice. That analogy. But I think the reason also that I was able to it worked was because in advertising, where the currency is creativity, it's lateral thinking. for us, so certainly for me, lateral thinking is the default thinking. And neurotypical people, I've been part of those training sessions where we did the de Bono stuff about how to think laterally. And I think that in as much as it's difficult for neurotypical people to think laterally, and they have to do courses and so on to achieve that, to think outside the box, whereas for me, I was always thinking outside the box. There was no box. And so in that sense, you got that superpower in the important stuff, which is what you're being hired to do. And then these honestly ghastly failures at the most mundane, silly procedural stuff. So I think I didn't decide, it decided for me.
So I'm so interested to know though that mostly every business, even if you run a business for yourself, has a lot of interactions with those ghastly, annoying, pernickety, back-end, fiddly things that you don't enjoy. Like, to actually maintain a business, there are things that you have to do to keep all that happening, as well as the fun stuff and the creative stuff. So that's what I'm interested in. What rules and disciplines, or what did you do to make sure that for yourself and your own business that you could do that?
Oh, that was fundamentally important. So now I'm talking in retrospect, right? Post-diagnosis. Before, I was very fortunate, certainly with the beginning of the agency, was to find someone who was very good at that, neurotypical, but who also had the empathy to understand that she was dealing with a whole bunch of people like me who were all over the place. And those people exist, and there's certainly a lot of them in advertising industry who can understand how. Advertising, the creative side, is wall-to-wall ADHD people. I guarantee it. It's 90%.
Yeah, and sales.
Subsequently, though, and this is, I think, was the really interesting thing and empowering thing, is that recently my son has basically taken over the agency, and he's ADHD inattentive, which is like ADHD times 2. And so working with him to we had to even work even harder on the processes. And I think one of the most important things that we've learned is that as ADHD people, it's not that we don't know what to do, it's we have that difficulty in simply doing it. And so what we found was the most important thing was to strip away all irrelevant, non-informative information on a screen, for example. So a good example is that we only want to see the task. We don't need to see the list of bits and pieces that go with it, because all that does is make us anxious. It distracts, it makes us anxious, and we lose focus on. So keep focus is to say, okay, you've got to do an EDM next week to those people. That's all I need to know. And that's all the other people in the agency who are tasked with that sort of thing need to know. They don't need to know, write the thing, blah, 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 tick off boxes in project management systems. They just want to know. It's like a flashcard, bang, and that's it. And then strip away everything else. So a good example is, say, Microsoft's Teams and 365 and those project management systems, which to my brain is huge amounts of irrelevant information that I don't need. I want something real simple. And so we use a tool called Slack, for example, which is just about communications. Everything's very simple. Everything's layered. There's no distractions. And replacing email, for example, which is honestly, to my brain, I look at my email inbox sometimes and I just want to cry. It's just a mess. Then we dropped email completely, and we only communicate through Slack. And that's really nice because it organizes everything under, in the right places. There's lots of messages there, but there's nothing irrelevant to distract me. I mean, that was the key thing. And then we tried literally every project management system known to humanity. and we eventually settled on Monday.com because it's the simplest thing. It's got nice little colors, like color the things together so I can see the pattern. That's that sort of thing. And by sort of, hook or by crook, one step and another, we found the system that works. No distractions, very focused, and it's working. Oh, and labels. So it's much like, tasks. Again, I hear the word and I sort of, and so we don't say tasks, we say things to do, and we don't say deadlines, we say goals, and those labels help to, I think, keep us all focused and motivated, I guess. Seems to be working anyway.
And I take it in your industry, because you're working in a client-facing business, hard date finishes is something that happens a lot, where if you don't finish it by the date that the client asks you to finish it for, then you don't get paid. So there is another motivation there.
Correct. And we have then an operations. Found the most gorgeous operations manager who understands perfectly how we work and think, and is able to interface with the client and make sense of it to the client. It's that sort of joining thing between the neurotypical and the neurodiverse, somebody who can understand both.
You found a broker. You found someone to broker it for you. That's awesome. And I do think there's going to be, it's a pity we might get a couple of questions in, but I think there's going to be heaps of questions around how you've done that, because I know that there's a lot of interest out there in ADHD and neurodivergent individuals around wanting to do something on their own, having an idea, having a real passion, but just not feeling that they could apply the discipline to do it. So I know that there's going to be follow-up in this, Andrew, but thank you for that. No. I'm going to come back to you again near the end. I'm not finished with questioning, but Mel, thanks for joining us, and thanks for being part of the panel. You, as an ADHD woman, are fascinating, because if you look at the number of areas of work that you have engaged in, if you look at the number of roles and activities that you've chosen to be part of and actually embarked upon as part of your professional career, mostly around impact, change and disability and advocacy. I mean, you've been highly driven. Your life has been driven by making a difference, getting involved, getting hands-on, shaping the way people do things, shaping the way services look, to the extent that you're on the board or you're part of the executive team in at least 4 or 5 different businesses, as well as a full-time job running a large support service that covers disability as one of the executive team. So to what extent do you think that your ADHD has played a part in driving that level of ambition and that ability to straddle so many different roles?
Well, look, Julie, I think it's interesting, because people often ask me, how do you know that, this has been your ADHD that has driven this, as opposed to if you didn't have ADHD, and basically, how do you know what that difference would look like? But I always say, like you mentioned, I sit on many different boards, and I have multiple different activities that I do from a voluntary perspective. And
well, we've lost Mel.
I don't know how Mel does it.
I know. I'll maybe actually talk about that while she's out of the room, and I'll let her know. But Mel is at least in 3 boards of businesses, all related to neurodiversity or neurodivergent design in terms of improving talent identification or skills identification. I'm just saying, Mel, that you're involved in at least 2 or 3 different organisations at a board level, helping people design and think about where they take their talent. So it was filling the gap for you.
Thank you.
On.
I was just going to say, and I think the question, that I always ask people, do you know anybody that does the things that I do? And the answer most people say is no. And what I'd say is that not everybody with ADHD, but me, my area that I'm extremely interested in and always have been, and my focused areas that kind of keeps me the way that I am and as kind of keen in the workspace is my work. I absolutely love what I do. I talk about it as being my hyper focus. And, for me, for example, I don't watch TV. I'm very, not often reading books. The only times I do, it's about, my particular interest areas, which is, obviously around disability, ADHD, neurodiversity. Everything that I do is that. So there isn't many people that actually have that focused area, but also can juggle multiple things in the way that I can. So, is it a good thing? It's absolutely amazing for me because I'm interested in it and I love it. And it's something that I really kind of put my mind to and focus on. So I think from a work perspective, my ADHD has drove me, because of my hyperfocus, because of my interest in multiple different things at any given time, has enabled me to be able to achieve that. Many years ago, not so much. Trying to manage that, it was even harder. But now it's a lot easier for me to be able to have that focus and know what that looks like.
So you had diagnosis at around 19 or 20, so still not as a child, but reasonably young adult. So did you even see then at that point that in terms of how you were like using your, I suppose, knowledge of what you knew about yourself then, were you using that to think about, well, I'm going to need to do stuff that gives me energy, keeps me like sort of interested, or were you just like basically working on autopilot, continuing to drive towards things that you were drawn to? Like how did you do that?
Yeah, probably a couple of things I'd comment to is that it wasn't my ADHD initially. I didn't notice at all. And even when I had a diagnosis of ADHD, I was kind of like, oh, that's sort of me. Talking to people actually said, did you not know? It was kind of really obvious for many years. I was like, no. But it was actually my dyslexia that created me challenges. And because of my dyslexia and having a dyslexia diagnosis, and then obviously talking about the other challenges I had that came about actually also as well, you have ADHD and also some other comorbidity. So from my perspective, my ADHD, I didn't notice. I didn't see that it was necessarily creating, I'm going to say some positives, but also many challenges for me. It was really at university, my challenges I felt were more to do with my dyslexia at the time. When I look back and now I know more about ADHD, obviously having lived with it and worked alongside many different individuals, young people and adults, there was many obvious signs, at university, having the ability to, I'm going to say, keep long-term friends. I had so many friends because I loved different people, lots of different things, still do. But my particular interest and my particular focus areas was my thing, which was obviously trying to learn about what I want to do. So some of those things and holding on to those things as a youth was quite difficult. And people understanding me, you have a conversation and you take over everybody. And then all of a sudden you go, actually, I've spoke the whole time. Many years ago, I used to go on dates and probably I'd be 3 or 4 dates in and somebody go, tell me about him. And I go, I don't know anything about him. All I did was talk about me. I kind of realised that it's a term-taking thing we have to do.
Okay, that's actually a good segue into the next question, because there are a lot of really driven and successful people and entrepreneurs and self-employed people out there that are ADHD, and this is potentially a future conference, and you and I have both spoke about this. This is potentially a future conference conversation, but what are the downsides to actually being so driven in pursuit of your career, your hyper focus and your passion? And does it affect your personal life? Is there like sacrifices that you have to make?
Yeah, and I find those really hard, Julie, to be able to come to terms with and even know what they are. But what I can say is, from asking my friends and kind of all of my history of relationships, there's a very common theme that I forget really important events like birthdays and activities that is supposed to happen that I don't turn up to because I get sidetracked with work. I'm in work, I'm focused down, and I forget these really important things. The other side of it as well is then, again, having a conversation with me. I'm so passionate and interested in my thing that sometimes it can be quite difficult because I get bored sometimes of other people's conversation. I've moved on because I want to talk about my thing and I'm doing this. So what I would say is that's a really hard thing to be able to do sometimes as an ADHD person, and to maintain focus on things that are so important, but I personally wouldn't necessarily see them as areas that I find a particular interest. They're important, but I have to maintain focus. And that took me a long time to do. So as a young person, I'd just walk off and be seen as ignorant. Nowadays, I know that I have to stay and look and remain focused and do those things because it's important, because people care and you care about that person and you don't want to hurt the person, but you need to that. So it impacts others, it impacts relationships quite a bit.
And that's that masking piece as well. It's putting that game face on, because you kind of have to, because it would be inappropriate to like take the mask off and be like the daydreaming self when you know that there's something else or another tab or something else that you're pursuing in your head. So that is where that masking piece and those unwritten rules of how you actually interact. Because for you and I, like, we probably do daydream, go off in one and start having 7 conversations and we're not offended by it. But for others, if they're in the middle of telling you something and they've got a point to make and you're off on a tangent, that does have an impact. It does have an impact. I really hope that we do something more about this in future, because I do think there is an interesting piece around ADHD and how it impacts your personal world and how you interface with the personal world and what it looks like in relationships. So thank you for sharing that. Can I ask you as a final question, Mel, what's the most important lesson that you've learned in relation to your life and work in your ADHD, and what advice would you give to others?
Yeah, I'd probably say 2 things. Individual that I used to work with, and many people have said to me, but one person was very bold and said, Mel, you need to slow down. You can do it, but not everybody else can. So my lesson as a leader is really spending time getting to know each individual and their unique self, because not everybody wants to or can operate on multiple different things at multiple different times. And it's having that ability to be able to recognize when I'm not necessarily having everybody on my wavelength. So that's a really big thing in the workspace if you're a leader with ADHD. The other thing I would say is around your own health and well-being. So just because I'm, multiply doing different boards, different roles, different things, it doesn't mean it doesn't impact on my own health and well-being. So it's really making sure that I, as an individual, and I'd advise anybody to make sure that they're checking in with their own health and well-being, making sure that they're having time, for example, to eat, they're having time to do all of those regular walks or different things that you do. Because when you're hyper-focused, you can go, 12 hours and you haven't got up, for example, to get a coffee. So it's just little things like that you have to check in with and make sure I've got little alerts to remind me of these things. So, checking in on those things, helping yourself out and making sure your own health and well-being is paramount as well.
Yeah, so not just being motivated in work, but being motivated to look after your own personal life and self-care. Like, that's important, not to let that struggle. Thank you for that. And I'm going to segue then to Rebecca. I'm going to ask you a question about, resilience and maintaining some sort of degree of functioning. But can you tell me, how do you maintain resilience, focus and motivation? And it can be work and personal life, but obviously work is an important part of what you do. So how do you maintain your resilience, your focus and your motivation?
I think for resilience, it's probably one I'm still working on and will be working on for the rest of my life. But whether it's work or personal life, I think for resilience, what I've learned is to be just my authentic self as much as possible. I think by being humorous, being myself, by teaching the people around me what I need and like Mel said, learning what they need as well and kind of responding to that in the best way that I can. It's allowed for a space to be myself, which means I don't have to mask, which means I am more resilient. So it's not one kind of magic strategy that I've used. It literally is kind of being compassionate to myself, which allows my team to also understand my struggles, my strengths, and vice versa. So that helps me to be resilient both at work, at home. In terms of focus and motivation, like Mel, what I do is my hyperfocus. I adore it. I also only read books if it's about disability or ADHD or acceptance and commitment therapy, or I love to work. My social media stream is not Facebook or Instagram, but it's LinkedIn and reading all the latest research and stuff. And that's what helps me stay focused most of the time. And I already spoke about the strategies that I use in terms of the way I set up my work day and things like that. And sometimes I do burn out. I'm not going to pretend that that's perfect all of the time. Sometimes I do burn out and sometimes I can't maintain focus. And I just allow myself the space to be like, okay, I did have this planned for today, but I'm actually unable to. And one of my favorite things to do is create Excel spreadsheets. And I really need to be able to move forwards with a project. I need to be able to oversee the whole thing. So I'm quite different to you, Andrew. You said you like to just see the task. I can't. I need to know where it started, where it's going, why it's happening. Like, even if I think of what I was doing for ADHD Australia to make some resources, I couldn't just pick one resource to make. I needed to map out the resources, what they were going to look like, how they were going to be presented, what format. Once I've done that, then I can go back to the beginning and start. So if I'm struggling or I find myself in a place of losing focus, I go back to my Excel spreadsheets and I make a new one, and I've got a million. And sometimes they only last a week. Sometimes they last a lot longer. I think it's just forgiving yourself and allowing yourself to change with different.
The same person, Beck.
And it depends how your memory and how your visualization works. So that makes sense, especially if you do lose train or if there are those moments of burnout. That's what's so interesting about ADHD, that it is so different. And thank you for that. Andrew, same question to you. How do you maintain your focus, your motivation, and your resilience?
Yeah, resilience is an interesting one. I was just recently focused. I have been described as resilient. I was actually talking to someone. I said I've been described as resilient, but I don't feel like that I am. And she said something I found really interesting, that it's not, resilience is not that feeling that, not the absence of feeling bad about things that go wrong or aren't going to the way you want them to, but rather to just accept that feeling and to go do it anyway. So it's sort of a that feel the fear and do it anyway is what I do.
Getting into it.
I'd be dishonest if I didn't say that my medication is absolutely, managing my medication is critical. But without that, it's really nothing happens. And which is weird, because it did for 63 years somehow before that. I don't know how, but it did. So and I think what Mel was alluding to as well is a lot of self-awareness. And what Rebecca said, sometimes, it's just not going to happen today. And then accepting that thing and not trying to beat myself up because I failed to do that thing. But just to go to whoever it is and say, look, I'm afraid it's not going to happen today. It'll be tomorrow or whatever. So that acceptance that things are not always going to go the way you want them, stop beating yourself up about things that go wrong. And absolutely what Mel was saying again about making sure that I have the exercise, the self-awareness, the taking time out. So I've got a routine now where twice a day I go away from the workplace and just chill out. And I find that with exercise, all that the things going on in my head just drop away, and I can get a perspective back, and then I come back. So I do it twice a day, sort of late morning and late afternoon. And that probably actually now, as these words are coming out of my mouth, I'm realizing that probably is the thing. Getting out, doing that exercise. It's the exercise is not. It's got physical, but it's actually much more. It's totally a mental thing. And I think
it's resetting yourself.
By doing stuff, it quietens all the noise. So let me nominate that. Let me say that. Getting out.
Thank you.
Getting
that's
away.
That's a good one. That's a good piece of advice. And Crawford, lastly to you, my question is, you've had some struggles, some recent struggles, but what advice would you give to other people that might be struggling, and what would you point them to sort of continue to do or to start doing?
Yeah. Can I swear?
You can. I think that it's an adult audience, but it's live so quickly.
No, like, yeah, like I've met a lot of neurotypical people, and guess what? Like a whole heap of them are weird, and a whole heap of them are rubbish people. And there's a 50% chance they're not going to like you anyway. So, you know, don't let their misunderstanding of your intent and your drivers and your, you know, abilities become your narrative, right? And that's, you know, it's an important one. But on a more serious note, right? And you mentioned it in a lot of the language we use, and I find us like in this safe space where we're talking to each other, we get it, and we talk about the boring tasks and the discipline and all the rest of it, right? But we live like there, and there's a lot of internalized ableism, right? I do it to myself. Like I can advocate like a champion for any one of you or my clients or friends, but I can't do it for myself at work. And I come up against that, you know, that it's that moralizing where it's like, oh, you don't want to do the boring stuff. Well, I don't want to do the boring stuff. We're all about ADHD, right? It's that.
Yeah.
I think we've got to be careful. We've got to change the language we use sometimes, because it's not that. It's a lot more about what Rebecca's talking about, Mel, all of us actually, Andrew, but processing information, right? It's sometimes it's not, we can't do it, we don't want to do it. I can be the best admin person you've ever seen, right? 5 answers a big plus for that, but you've got to put me in the zone. You've got to block out the distractions. You've got to get me running at it, right? It's the changing lanes that's a struggle, you know, and it's if it's task-based, we're so context driven that no matter what, I can't block out the other pieces, or it's not that I don't want to do this or I'm not focused. I'm focusing on this and the next step and the next step and the next step. So that's not to say I can't do it, don't want to do it. Like it's more, I have to create the structures and set, you know, the surroundings that allow me to do things in a certain way. Now, lo and behold, like internally, you can struggle with that. Lo and behold, there's this whole piece which I've done as a consultant, human-centered design. If you flip the narrative, right, and you go, I think the new book, Ludmila Praslova, right, The Canary in the Coal Mine, she talks about it where neurodivergent people tend to be the ones that pick up on the challenges, organizational design, the you know, the negative toxic traits, whatever. We pick up on it first because people are judging us more harshly. You know, on a personal level, I'm maybe retreating into my shell because I'm struggling with the basic stuff and I'm not putting my hand up saying, hey, see in that meeting where I was really engaged and we were talking, I was actually in ideas mode, because you want a divergent thinker, not a convergent thinker. But then when I went to my desk and I had to go and just punch out the 5 slides you wanted, I forgot, and I don't have written instructions. So that combination of verbal and written, there are practical tactics you know, that combination, because I'll go away thinking, you know, your boss might just look at you and go, oh, you were there, you were present, now why aren't you doing it? And I'm sitting there going, oh my goodness. And then next thing you know, I've redesigned a whole PowerPoint deck or a design, like you've just gone off and you're not working, you're just getting dragged along in the current of your brain, right? So you have to just be really deliberate, you know, and understand what type of brain you've got, where the currents are going to take you, and then just, you know, navigate that. But you know, and I'm getting quite passionate now, but one thing I will say is it's getting into a space where it's just surround yourself with the right people and the ability to communicate that, right? And I found this, I'm going to give him a shout out because my old director at Macquarie, Jamie, right? And he just understood, he got it, you know, and the difference between having someone there who quite literally just opens the door for you, just gives you a seat at the table, just goes, yeah, sometimes does say breathe, you know, recognizes that you're just overwhelming because you're trying too hard, right? But there would be times where, you know, you look in your diary and you go, oh, I've got a meeting with Jamie, boom, I'm off to a flyer, or I've got to do X, Y, and Z. The same thing, but it's just so challenging, right? And that is that realization that you're so externally, and it's not, again, a value judgment. People think, oh, you're just motivated externally. It's about internalize. You've got to have that strength within, that discipline, that, you know, all that moralistic language that we use. No, it's not. It's because that's just how my brain works, that I need to create the surroundings so that I can play with. And, you know, it sounds, so I think we've got to control the narrative and the language a bit better and make it more strengths-based, human-centered design, and just get really good people.
Crawford, I'm going to have to wrap us, but can I get you to finish on the line? So I think that is a really good point. I think that creating a positive narrative as an ADHD person, to make sure that when you are talking about yourself, that you're not talking about it from a deficit-based, and actually you mentioned Jamie as a person that you had the trust and the confidence to speak to. I think that's the other thing. It's about giving yourself permission to actually find out who your tribe is, because as you've got older, you've known that yourself. Surround yourself with the right people. Make sure that you can message it right. Make sure that you feel comfortable letting them know why you're thinking differently and why you're treating a task differently, or why you're in an ideas mode and why that won't work if you don't. I think giving yourself that permission, which has been really quite obvious through the conversations about people being authentic, people being clear about what they need, and people not dismissing what they need to work, but actually telling people what they need to actually work their best, is a really important thing to give yourself permission with.
Yeah, I will just say Trevor Noah, who's an absolute legend, and he, obviously he's quite recently come out and disclosed his ADHD, but he was talking about it with Adam Grant, and he's talking about context. Great podcast, go and listen to it. But we're just so context driven. And you know what? If it's just a case of saying, can you just take a little bit more time to just give me the context, explain it, just so when I do get started, I get started, like Beck says, with the whole picture, not a small part. So I don't spend 4 hours trying to build my own context, which might not be the right one.
Yeah.
Hold me down. Sometimes it's just speed to getting things done. So yeah, it's just being able to turn it into positive.
Yeah, 100%, and giving people the reason why that you work that way. That's been a really interesting conversation, and we are out of time, but I do want to summarise the key bits. Like there's key areas there around, we do all have struggles, we do all have to plan differently, but we all work to our own sort of areas of what works for you, and it's about finding that, whether it's the listing things out, mapping things out, time blocking your time, or making things easier by just focusing on the basic information that you need, and hearing from people that regardless of whether you're in your own business or working for yourself or working in a high level or high demanding role, that you still experience the struggles. It still requires a level of motivation and engagement every day to keep yourself going. That might be that you need to give yourself tools, tips, time away, physical exercise, medication. There are things that we all have to do. But one of the key things that I understand from everybody that is in this session is a key factor of being successful, whether it's going out on your own or maintaining work, is to pick something that you're passionate about.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Big up, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we're wrapping. I'm just about to go into our next session as well, but that was a really good session, and I'm sorry to anyone that didn't get to ask a question.
It was a great session. It was fantastic, mate. But you're on double duty, aren't you?
I am on double duty, yes. I'm just, that's why I was parking people at the end. I'm like, get out of the road.
It's like landing a plane.
So
what you're about to talk to us about now is building an inclusive workplace and supporting those people with ADHD, and also improving on the recruitment process, yeah?
That's correct. It's really about just understanding the potential, because I think that we've got a high risk of talking about the deficits and talking about what we can't do and what we struggle with. So I really do want to talk about it from the what's the potential here, and also for people to think about flipping it on its head. I think we do need to start changing the narrative here. I don't think that neurodiverse people, particularly ADHD people, are at fault for all the challenges that they have in the workplace. I think that we've got to also remember that the way that the workplace and the way the world has been built is based around a neurotypical thought process. And I think if we start to flip that narrative and actually start to acknowledge that the reason why some things don't work for us is because they weren't designed for us.
Yeah. And where diversity is important, diversity of thought is just as important, and they have such an important place in the workforce.
That's right. So I'm going to try and pull up my presentation now, hopefully, and I can hopefully play it from.
And I will speak to you on the other side.
Yes, thank you. And it's here, so I can just click, I think, or can I click from this slide? Press presenter mode. Is it going to let me click? Yes, thank you for that. Well, welcome everyone. And again, I'm going to start with acknowledging the traditional owners of I've got a bit of a delay on my slide. I'm going to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today. That's the people of the Wurundjeri Nation. I am coming from Melbourne, and so I just think it's important, and this is a picture that I actually took at the last Aurora, or my friend took at the last Aurora, and I think it's important to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, and I pay my respect to any elders here today, and all elders past, present and emerging. So I'm going to start by talking a bit about my own journey in terms of ADHD and employment and what it's like in terms of navigating your career and work when you're ADHD. Sometimes I think back to the jobs that I tried or some of the places that I attempted to work in and think to myself, why wasn't I successful, or why didn't I stay there very long, or why didn't that work for me so much? And the reason for that is the ADHD brain is built to have dopamine fed in. It craves that passion, the excitement and the energy that the neurotypical brain gets enough of on its own. So you are highly driven by stuff that is either of great interest to you or that gives you that dopamine release. And that's why a lot of the time when you see the changeable careers or the changeability in your early roles or early career, it's not just because you have impulsivity, it's because a lot of the time you pick something that doesn't fit, or you try to fit into something because you think that that's a good career, but in terms of what happens in that job or what is expected of that job, it doesn't cover enough of your interests or your motivations. So like Andrew in the last session, when I originally went to university, I was going to start a career in law, and I only picked law because I knew that I was good with words, I knew I was good at writing, I knew that I was good at talking, and I knew that I was good at debate. But did it hold my passion? It probably didn't. And when I actually came out to Australia on a year's working visa, I was introduced to a young guy who was the same age as me. My sister had told me that this person was a local guy, that she knew his mum from her work, and they introduced me to him. And when I went and met him, he was a classically autistic young man. He didn't have any language. And I discovered at that point in time that my interest was really piqued. I was fascinated by how different people could be, how people's behaviours and how people's journeys could be different. And I think that's what started the journey for me. And I'm so grateful for it today. I know for a fact that it's been that journey and those like key moments, and when you can feel that drive and when you can feel that passion or that energy when something grabs you, that's a good start or a good instigator if you are an ADHD around that. Like, this is something that's resonating with me. This is something that I can't let go of. We heard Mel Webster in the last session talk about her work and her passion for disability and disability advancement and inclusion being her key driver. So if you do work in a job where it feels as if you're doing the graveyard shift all the time, and if you're not getting that satisfaction or that energy out of it, then chances are you might want to look at something different. So I think it's important to look at what ADHD is. Now, I feel as if going through this slide in this audience might be unnecessary, but I think it's still important to talk through definitions and to talk about this a little bit. So just a quick 101 of what ADHD is. ADHD can be explained as a I'll stop and start again. ADHD is a neurodevelopmental condition that is characterized in 3 buckets. So it's inattentive, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. The common traits that exist around ADHD are things like difficulty in focus in organisation, difficulty with short-term memory, impulsivity, which can lead to risk-taking behaviours, emotional dysregulation, hyperfocus or particular hyperfixations or focuses on particular areas of interest or tasks. Now that's how it's sort of listed under the sort of DSM. There are also, well, there's common traits, there are also significant areas of difference because, like many neurodevelopmental conditions, there is a spectrum of how you sit in terms of the different presentations. So people do present differently. As we heard in the last session, some people need mind mapping and need clear focus and rundown of what they're doing and need to actually list absolutely everything to keep the mind and the brain ticking over, whereas other individuals can be highly visual and hold that visual field in their head and actually use that visual field to then just use the one word prompt to go through their day. The statistics of ADHD are around about 4% of the population, but that's only based on those that have been diagnosed. So we have to assume that it is much higher than that. And we have to assume that with the changing presentations and what we now understand to be different observations around how people, particularly women and late diagnosis ADHD people present, that there is going to be continued lift in that sort of prevalence. And that leads me to the point about, is ADHD on the rise? Well, I don't think it's on the rise. I think it's always been there. I think that what we are seeing now is that improved awareness and understanding. We've got better diagnostic tools. We've got better understanding of how it shows up in other individuals. And I think that because there are better diagnostic tools for children and young people, it means that people who've missed diagnosis in their own childhood or their own early years are now actually getting that chance to utilise or understand the diagnostic model now. And because the work demands and mental health awareness has become more apparent in the last few years, that's another reason why I think ADHD has come more to the sort of centre stage as being a focus of what could potentially have previously been seen as a mental health condition. So a bit about the stats in terms of employment. The reason why I'm having this conversation is because the stats aren't great. The stats just now are quite disappointing. So around about 30% of individuals, about 30% of individuals are more likely to experience unemployment than their neurotypical peers. And that also might mean insecurity in their employment. So if you look at job retention in ADHD, there is interesting research where we can see higher rates of turnover and more frequent job sort of churn for ADHD individuals, and that's around adapting to the workplace conditions or actually managing to maintain their condition within the workplace. And I'm going to go into that in a bit more detail, and that's what a lot of this session will focus on. Now, again, the reason why this session is really important is because we can hear, again, from the sources that are listed at the bottom of the page. I did source this, that 60 to 70% of adults with ADHD report significant challenge in the workplace. Now, that's a worry at 60 to 70%. That means that our workplaces are really either not well designed, not inclusive, or that 60 to 70% of people who are ADHD aren't working in the right job. And I don't believe that to be the case, given some of the conversations that we've had, that most people who are ADHD tend to lean towards something that suits their interests. So I would say there is a good chance if people are having some challenge in the workplace that a lot of that will be down to the actual conditions in the workplace and how they have to manage their time or manage their performance in the workplace with their ADHD. An interesting fact, and I think that it's a political comment and a statement as well that's good for us to use when we're leaning this conversation towards should the government get involved and should the government mandate for workplaces to be more inclusive. Well, at this point in time, from Deloitte's last report in 2019, it's estimated that it costs around about 20 billion per year on productivity lost inside businesses, either with people taking time off, absenteeism, job loss and job churn, re-recruitment, and just the untreated costs of what it costs in society for people who are undiagnosed in ADHD. That's a major cost. So that there is a definite argument around that we need to take a more proactive approach inside businesses to look at how we actually apply inclusive strategies for ADHD individuals at work. So I want us to look at this a bit differently to start with. And yes, I'm being topical with Trump. Trump's campaign so far and Trump's behaviours are very strongly aligned with pointing out who isn't doing the job or that it was someone else, not him. And I think that that's an interesting angle to look at in terms of how we look at the common challenges for people that are ADHD in the workplace. If we look at the types of challenges that people can experience with the workplace, instead of us going with the lens of what is the difficulty that the person's having, is it their organisation skills, is it their impulsivity, is it their inability to concentrate or sit still or stay on task? I want us to look at the other part. So if we take distraction as the first item, if you think about someone who's ADHD being distracted, let's think about the workplace environment. So does the workplace environment create an optimum place for individuals to avoid distraction? I go back to the kind of pre-COVID world, when people were back in the new fancy offices that had shared working spaces and idea spaces and places to play and stay or shower and go out or perform and collaborate. Now, while these spaces might have had a time or might have had a purpose, open plan offices are not always the best environment for individuals who are neurodivergent, and actually not just individuals that are neurodivergent. There is a growing amount of evidence to show that there is a change to the way that people want to work, especially post-COVID, because there is a higher incidence of people that have worked from home and have gotten used to working in more targeted or focused spaces, that when you do go back into the office and you work in open plan spaces, the noise, the movement and the lighting and everything that happens in the office can actually be overwhelming and can make it really difficult for people to concentrate. So imagine that for people that are ADHD. Then think about what offices often look like. And offices are often really brightly lit, have got lots of signage and branding, kind of plants, desks, filing cabinets, paper, printers, noise, microwave, kitchens, smells. So the visual clutter and the sensory stimulation that you can get from an office environment can actually cause increased distraction. So again, I just want us to think about flipping that we talk about a person being easily distracted and a person with ADHD not being able to focus at work, but let's look at it as an environmental factor. And actually the office doesn't lend its hand to allowing a clear space for someone to work in a focused way. I also think that the other piece that is a common area of practice inside the traditional neurotypical workplace environment, and I think Andrew Thompson our panel member from our last session spoke to it quite well, that a lot of businesses, especially corporate businesses here in Australia, operate under rigid structures and hierarchical models that make it really hard to apply any type of creativity, any type of free thinking or change, or adaptations to how you might want to work to get to the end game or the end task. It's got to be done in a very, very specific linear way, and that doesn't work for the lateral brain or the lateral thinker. So a lot of these traditional 9-to-5 working models inside of project plans and really locked down processes can actually make it really difficult for people, especially if there isn't flexibility around task management or how to do a task. It's not a one size fits all. So it's really, really important that we, again, think about that. There's a clear issue with communication in offices, and again, I go back to the last session, that you can either have an excessive amount of communication and you've got to keep across all channels. So you might be looking at things on email, you might be looking at things on your Slack channels, you might be looking at things on Teams, you'll be looking at things in your drives, and that is actually really overwhelming. And you actually need to learn rules just to understand and negotiate where or how you're going to think or where you're going to put your time. So again, flipping this all on its head and thinking about whether or not the office has been set up and the teams have been set up in a way that make it reasonable or friendly or inclusive. These are things that we need to think about. I won't spend too much longer on this, but other areas that are challenging in the traditional or neurotypical workplace environment that don't lend themselves to being friendly or inclusive are the lack of task variety, the lack of autonomy, that people can actually then set up, drive and lead their own tasks and run and get things done. The lack of engaging performance metrics. Things can usually be done pretty, they can be done in a way that it just looks at qualitative, like data contributors, and it doesn't look at the quantitative aspect of what someone's done. I also think that it's been spoken about early on in the conference, but the piece around social dynamics and social expectations and pressures in the workplace can make it really, really difficult for ADHD individuals. So I think that there is something around creating workplace rules or creating a workplace mission that is really supportive of everyone. That these are things that are missing definitely in the traditional or the neurotypical workplace environment, which leads to social misunderstandings or workplace misunderstandings, and inevitably lead to people being either churned or removed from the environment or feeling like they don't fit in the workplace. Putting it in its traditional lens, so if we flip the coin and look at all the things that we've just spoken about, the things that mainly come up as issues for people who are ADHD at work are disorganisation, difficulty managing time and tasks, issues in communication styles, issues with staying focused, and sensitivity to criticism. Now, you can see from what we've just been talking about that if you actually look at the things that have been set up in typical offices, such as rigid structures for performance and communication, the setup of the environment and the actual rules or the ways that people meet and talk in the environment, these are things that could be easily changed. And I'm not saying that for an ADHD person that the world would be fixed if the office made all these changes. But what I'm saying about ADHD inclusivity in the workplace is if we focused more on the things that we don't do well in environments that could make environments more inclusive, then it would be much easier for people who are ADHD or for people that do have support requirements in the workplace to get what they needed, because they wouldn't have to actually ask to make the changes if we just set the environments up more inclusively. So what do we mean by inclusion? It seems like it's been a buzzword for so long now, and nearly everyone has it in their strategy. And most organisations now, to some degree, have a diversity and inclusion plan. So that means that if you are looking at inclusion, you are, as an organisation, aiming to provide equal access and opportunities and resources to people who otherwise would be marginalised, excluded or disadvantaged. So think back to what I've just mentioned around the setup of traditional offices. And immediately when you think about inclusion, we can see that there is a fair bit of work to be done, because offices aren't set up to be inclusive. Offices are set up to play a particular function and are set up as traditional work environments. There is more and more businesses that are starting to put more focus into universal design. And universally inclusive design is about creating workplaces that do lend themselves to different thinking processes, different capabilities and different styles. And that's where we're going to see really significant change in the workplace. So yesterday I actually came onto the call at around about, I think, 10:30 or 11 o'clock last night, and I heard the first presentation on ADHD employment and recruitment and what was effective within the UK for Tanya Martin working within EY. And Tanya's gone on successfully to actually set up her own consultancy business to actually help create more inclusive workplaces for neurodivergent individuals. And I think, to my experience of Specialist Stern, I think that a first step to inclusion in the workplace is being intentional about it. I think it is important for businesses and workplaces to make an intentional effort to change what they're doing. And for example, during my tenure and my time at Specialist Stern, the main focus of our work was to go inside businesses, and it was to work with businesses end to end through their recruitment and advertising process, to look at how they could change and adapt their advertising processes to be more practical, to be easier to read, to take away jargon and language that wasn't needed, through to how they would actually advertise the position and what they would ask people to do in terms of early applications, so that they weren't making them hard to navigate or jump through too many hoops, into the actual recruitment and assessment process itself, because the traditional interview process can often be quite exclusionary of people that are neurodivergent, and particularly people that are ADHD and autistic. So these intentional programs to drive inclusivity are important, but what we need to get to is we'll go past the point in time where we run specific programs like the neurodivergent programs, like the autism at work programs, and we will need to mature beyond the point where there is a specific targeted program or practice put in place to create a pathway for ADHD individuals into work. I think where we're at now, we need to move towards every single business in every single area of work, whether it's in care or professional industry or education. I think every single business needs to learn universal design inclusivity, because if we look at the generations that are coming through now, there are different thought processes. Children and students are interacting differently with each other, and people do have different expectations of how we're going to work. And those environments that we've become very used to, those sort of fixed 9-to-5 environments that are highly inflexible, that aren't creative, I don't think are going to suit the workforce of the future. So we do need to rethink inclusion, inclusive spaces, and how we work collectively in the future. So what might that look like actually? What might an inclusive sort of model or approach to work look like? This goes back to my Trump style meme earlier on, but I think it's about looking at your environment differently and looking at cause and effect and what is needed to create environments that nurture, support, and create opportunities for people to thrive. So the examples that I've given here are quite common examples that we've just talked about. One of the key issues that can happen in the workplace for many people that challenge people to stay and maintain safety and retain their job is communication. If communication is indirect, if feedback doesn't work effectively, if comms aren't written in a way that supports a person, then it can have a negative effect. And that negative effect in ADHD might be misunderstanding task, increased levels of anxiety, feedback sensitivity, and actually loss of job, because if you don't understand the messages or the instructions that have been shared with you, there's a good chance that you won't perform. And if you don't perform and you're not doing what's asked, then there's a good chance that you're out the door. So there are simple solutions to that, and that looks like giving concise factual info. And I actually feel embarrassed to talk about this because it all seems so easy to say, well, giving concise, factual and specific information and clear expectations for communication will help that. Being balanced and constructive in feedback and focusing on behaviour and items as opposed to a person's personality, and offer follow-up support and trying to help somebody fix something. So what I noticed when we started looking at this inside workplaces, when we actually started to look inside the culture of businesses and inside the workplace practices, was the types of things that we were asking businesses to change when we looked at causational factors of why certain things might not work for people, that the effect or the issue was most likely going to affect every staff member in the workplace. So while we've put up communication as being a significant issue for someone who is ADHD or neurodivergent, or who might have a sensory processing disorder or an intellectual disability, anyone that doesn't get clear communication, neurodivergent or not, might be at risk of misunderstanding. So it is in a workplace's best interest by universal design to create processes in their environment to make information clear, concise, not messy, not all over the place, to create communication systems that people can easily understand, put their hand to and utilise. I say the same about the open plan environment. It can cause distraction, and that's not something that works for lots of people. There are challenges within the return to office that lots of people are having now. It's important that we actually create a flexible office environment, that we create opportunities for working space that can be quiet zones, clutter-free, noise controlled, and allow for work from home arrangements. Because again, when we look at the post-COVID world and we look at more inclusive workplaces, there are a lot of people now post-COVID who actually do want to have a work-life balance, do feel that they can work well from home, and do have other responsibilities or parenting duties and juggles. And to be able to keep people in the workplace, again, it's important that we get workplaces to think more about how they actually create workspaces that can help people. I don't know if I've forgot to put the slide in for tips for individuals. No, I have got it in, that's good. But I'm going to drill down more on tips for individuals who are ADHD to tackle let me have a look. This is actually one of my favourite memes at the moment. So, and I actually really relate to this one, the amounts of times that in my career, and not just early career, but even now, the amounts of times as an ADHD person in the workplace where I still struggle with the rules of engagement in the office, in the conversations or in the particular meetings that I'm having. And I know that my brain is going off on one when I think to myself, I've got an idea or I've got a burning question or something's there and I need to say it. And how do I have this conversation? Do I just jump in? Do I just put my hand up? Do I just interrupt? Do I trip over my words? Do I say it wrong? Do I zone out? These are things that happen frequently for individuals who are ADHD in the workplace. And I think that the more we talk about these things and actually look at how we can fix these things or work through solutions to how we better navigate, and there are solutions. They don't work all the time, but there are different tools or different strategies that you can use to work through the workplace. So here's my list of some different things that you can do as an ADHD person in the workplace. I will start with time management. So we have heard in our last session and in some of the other sessions, what do people do to actually be effective in support managing their time at work? Well, the use of planners is a balance, because it works for some people and it doesn't work for others, but certainly some degree of structure is something that we do all need. You have to work yourself to identify what type of planner works for you. So it might well be that it's drilled down into detail and that you time block specific tasks and activities so that you can chunk tasks down, or it might well be that you just work to, you have a deadline and you have to finish or complete one whole task and you time block yourself out that time, and as long as you've got that task finished by the end of that time, you might not have to stipulate or break the task down. The use of timers and alarms is also useful, and the use of colour coding and flags. And I know that every day in my calendar, when I'm working, I definitely use or make use of prioritization colours. So that's useful as well. Other things that we want to use or look at are things like managing communication. So like I spoke about at the start, one of the key things that you can be challenged by are when to question, how to talk, or how to work through things. And for me, some of that is about self-control and actually making myself notes or finding other ways in which we can manage information. I'm running out of time because I know that we ran slightly over. So I'm going to move to the next slide, and I'll share these slides after I've finished, but there's a whole heap of tips of what you can do in the workplace. The next item is tips for employers. So tips for employers are things like I've said, really think about your work environment, really think about the individual and the individual that's working with you in the workplace. Every single staff member, whether they've got a disclosed disability or a condition or not, you should actually really set up a process at the start of someone's employment around getting to know what helps them to work best, what they need to thrive in the workplace, whether they like quiet conditions, whether they like focused places to work, whether or not they prefer different types of or certain types of communication tools, whether they're an auditory learner or a visual learner or a bit of both. These are all things that as an employer, if you get to know your staff individually, you'll get the best out of them. I think encouraging flexibility in tasks and encouraging a strengths-based approach to how you actually use people at work, so know what people are good at and use their strengths, is highly valuable. And I also think don't beat around the bush, be specific and direct, be clear and factual and concise, and give feedback constructively. And if you have got anything critical or constructive to say to someone, please do it in private, don't do it publicly. But always praise in public. I think that any employer can do well to educate themselves. I think that that's really, really important. And I think, like I said earlier, that's the next step. It's about thinking about an inclusive design plan and actually doing your best to educate yourselves and actually find out a bit about the demographic of your workforce. So just a bit about if you are an ADHD person and you are thinking about where might be a good place for me to work, or where might be a good place for me to start. The answer is that ADHD people could work anywhere if you really think about it, whether it's creative fields, entrepreneurship, fast-paced or high-performance roles, technology, consultancy. And the reason being is because people who are ADHD can pretty much put their mind to lots of different things. If you're in a creative field, people who are ADHD can be highly visual, so are really good at looking at visual concepts, conceptualizing, etc. Or if you work in a sales environment or a high demanding environment, like a hospital or a healthcare sector, these are high dopamine driving environments where you need to actually act fast. You actually have to turn things around and you have to be hyper focused. So again, people who are ADHD can work in lots of different environments. There's always been this piece about where can they really fit if you can't pay attention, or if you can't focus on things for long periods of time. Well, you can absolutely do that if you're focused and you're passionate about it. And the slides, I will provide slides notes after this, so there is a bit more in-depth information about why there are particular areas that people should focus on. But you can see here, I put it as number 10, that thinking about places where you can actually work with high autonomy, you can see what you're doing, and you've got role clarity is really, really useful for a person who's ADHD. Tips for recruiters. Now, this is an important sort of, before I finish up, this is one that I'm deeply passionate about, and I think that there needs to be a major change to how we think about recruitment anyway. I think that quite often when we go into any type of interview, it's a highly stressful environment for everyone, not just for a neurodivergent person, but even more so with a neurodivergent person, particularly ADHDers who are already thinking about that failure or that apprehension that they're going to muck up at the start. But things like creating a clear line of sight about what is going to be involved in the interview, asking for interview information to be given out in advance, like walk through the process, tell people what the journey is going to look like, how the process is going to be stepped out. Ideally, if you can give questions in advance to people, and it's not cheating, it's not like giving the game away. I think if most interviews now are asking scenario-based questions and you're putting people in a panel full of strangers and you're asking people to comment on the spot, then there is a good chance that an ADHD person is going to be able to answer that. We're not shy on being able to have conversation, but will you get our best answer? No, probably not. If you actually give people time to look at scenarios and give people time to think about the responses, you're going to get the most out of people. I think make the interviews structured. So that means, like what we had on the panel, if you have got 7 questions in 45 minutes, let the person know that you want a bit of a start, middle and end, 1 or 2 scenarios, and if they can answer the question in 5 minutes, because there is a tendency to go down a rabbit warren. So it is good to put time parameters and structures around questions. I think flexibility in assessments, like allowing people to test a task or do a task or go off and create something for you, is extremely useful. And I think being mindful of the environment that you choose to do interviews in. Remember that visual clutter and distraction. So think about a space that is quite calming and actually helps the person to stay focused and be in the moment. Like any neurodivergent or graduate or intern program, I would say that if a person hasn't worked before or has got a broken career history, don't just go to judge. If they've got good skill sets, good technical skill sets and can answer questions well, think about a work trial and always use the probationary period. I think that that's something that you really need to think about. And a person who has got a high level of passion and motivation for a particular type of work is actually a really valuable candidate. So if they don't have a lot of career experience, but they have the skills and the passion, that could be a really valuable commodity. And actually allow the person to draw attention to their skill sets, like allow the person to actually tell you what their skills and strengths are. And I know we do that in interviews, but get them to give you examples of where they've used it. That's really, really useful. Again, I'll share these tools and tips in writing with slides out of session. So I have run out of time, and I know that Rose is coming on after me, and I know that everyone will be waiting to see her. So just finally, I think it's really important to make sure that when you are an ADHD person or a supporter or a hiring manager or line manager of a person with ADHD, that you make sure that the person or yourself, that you're completely engaged and focused on your work. You have to be driven to be there. It's very hard to get up in the morning and to come into work. So you have to look at a topic or a subject that keeps you busy, that keeps you motivated and makes you want to get up in the morning. That's what feeds us our dopamine and what makes it important. And I can certainly say that if it wasn't for my passion for neurodivergence and making sure that we've got an inclusive practice in the workplace, or working towards more inclusive and general inclusive practices here in the workplace, I probably wouldn't get up in the morning. I get up because I want to make a difference. It's my driver. And once we find our driver, we can be better at what we do. And
Julie,
thanks for your
thank
time
you
and
for that.
attention. I know it's been
Marathon effort. Thank you so much. It's absolutely fascinating. So appreciate
Thank
your presentation.
Thanks a lot for that.
Take care. And let's change the view. So I'd like to introduce my next guest, but let me do a little bit of a background on her first. You've heard from her before. She's an ambassador of ADHD Australia. She's going to talk about, just to carry on from Julie's theme, she's going to talk about ADHD, living with ADHD in the corporate world. Her name is Rose Callahan. She is a Melbourne-based award-winning stand-up comedian, actor, writer, and presenter, known for her impactful one-man show, Attention Deficit, a pony. Diagnosed with ADHD at 32, Rose turned her experience into a sold-out hit, earning the Best Comedy Award at the Sydney Fringe Festival. As an ADHD Australian ambassador since 2019, she advocates for ADHD awareness through comedy, media, and social media. Rose is trusted by some of the most well-known mental health bodies, having worked with ADHD Professionals Association, ADPA, the Australian Clinical Psychologists Association, and of course, ADHDA. Welcome, Rose. Just get the volume happening. We'll just work on the volume. And Rose, if you can hear us, we can see you, can't hear you at the moment. Just, that sounds promising. No, still not. So just whilst we work on that in the background.
Have you got me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, cool. I might just pop my headphones back on.
Sure.
Sorry.
No problems at all. Yep, that's good. We can hear you. That's great.
Excellent.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. It wouldn't be a ADHD talk if there wasn't just a little technical difficulty at the start there. Hi, everybody. My name's Rose Callahan. This is my talk, ADHD in the Corporate World, a Survivor's Guide. Yes, it's a pretty dramatic title, but, you know, I'm an entertainer. What can I say? So let me tell you a little bit about me. I'm Rose, and I'm going to talk about my experiences from a lived experience perspective. And this talk is skewed towards managers or HR types who, you know, want to learn more about working with people with ADHD, but I think there'll be something in it for everybody. So about me, I was diagnosed at 32 and I'm 41 now. So, you know, it was a while ago now. So I've learnt a lot along the way. I was diagnosed the old-fashioned way by a doctor. You know, everyone just goes on TikTok and that's how they find out. But back then there wasn't much awareness about ADHD for women, inattentive ADHD. So it took me a long time to figure out that's what it was. I think it was about 10 years from when I thought about it and until when I actually got diagnosed. There's a lot of paperwork, you know. So why should you listen to my experiences and my thoughts? Well, I'm highly qualified to talk about it because I am a professional stand-up comedian. So I've been doing stand-up comedy for almost 11 years and I got into talking about ADHD professionally from when I did my first solo comedy show. So I'd just gotten diagnosed with ADHD and I was just processing the whole thing. So I wrote my first show about getting diagnosed, which was called Attention Deficit, Ooh, a Pony. And until I got bored of the name and then I changed it, which was a lot of like admin issues, but classic ADHD. So by night I do stand up and by day I am a freelance senior copywriter and content strategist. I've been freelancing for about 10 years. I've worked in advertising, marketing, digital agencies, government, telcos, radio, insurance. I've done lots of different things. I love freelancing because of the variety and I can constantly learn new things, but it's also given me a unique insight into different work environments as well. So here's some of the other jobs I've had. I've had a lot of jobs, which is pretty common with ADHD people because we have lots of knowledge. We want to learn new things. We've got lots of different skills. And sometimes it takes us a while to figure out what our niche is. Snowboard instructor, McDonald's, nightclub promoter, lift operator, you know, you get the gist. There's been a lot of things. So here's what's going to come up in my talk. I'll do some intro, key things to know, and then how to work with ADHD staff one-on-one, in a team and as a company, and then you will go on to have a huge epiphany that changes the course of your career forever and millions of lives. Yes.
So I'm just that you've just been on your screen at the moment, so it's just a little bit difficult for us to see.
Oh,
so I
okay.
don't know if you just cross the little cross off the screen.
This is the cross on the screen.
Yeah, so we've got an audience window. It says window for the audience. So we just need to see if you can drag that off the screen.
Does this look
perfect?
Better? Okay.
That looks amazing, and I will leave you to it. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Not a worry at all. You carry on. All good.
Thank you. Yeah, so the key thing I want to get across is the way to work with ADHD people in the workplace. You know, the main things, they're just great ways to work with everybody, whether they're neurotypical or neurodiverse. And, you know, for the neurotypicals watching, the people that don't have ADHD, you know, I know it's really hard for you people to sit still for long periods of time and concentrate. So if you want to, you know, grab some fidget toys, you know, pop on some AirPods and listen to some white noise or at low volume. I totally get it. It's a joke in case there'll be a few jokes in this talk. So key traits. I want to start off by talking about key traits. And to be honest, I'm of the opinion that ADHD is just a difference in how some people think. And it does feel weird to constantly be going around talking about all the weird or bad things about us. And for me, I'm more fascinated by neurotypical people, you know, people without ADHD. So I thought I'd take you through what I've noticed about some of these interesting individuals. Neurotypicals in the workplace. What are they like? Trait number 1, they love meetings. Can't get enough of a meeting. The longer, the better. Number 2, they mainly communicate in acronyms and buzzwords or using non-verbal, contextual and emotional cues. And many people, when they talk to them, won't understand what they mean, but we're all supposed to guess. Even the other neurotypical people often don't know. Number 3, they have a high tolerance for organizational bureaucracy, and they deeply respect hierarchies. Number 4, they don't require meaning or purpose in their work. They can do jobs that they find boring just to get money, and then they can do this for a really long time, which is pretty fascinating to me. And number 5, they like to hire people using a series of trick questions that need to be answered with responses that have been predicted and rehearsed in advance. This is all a little bit tongue-in-cheek in case you didn't pick that up. All right, let's get to the more serious stuff. So some basics about ADHD. I know there's been a lot of talks today. I'm sure that everybody is aware, but you know, I just want to address the different types of ADHD. Obviously, there's inattentive ADHD and hyperactive ADHD. They have sort of different symptoms. And then there's the combined type. I technically have the combined type, but I do think that, and a lot of people get diagnosed with the combined type now. It's very common. But I do feel that many people are predominantly driven by one or the other. My metaphor, I like to use it like hyperactive impulsive ADHD is sort of like a car that won't stop driving and sort of like goes in the wrong direction and sometimes crashes. An inattentive ADHD is like a car that takes 2 hours to get started and then constantly stalls. But with the right help and tools, both of these cars can just be smooth driving and have no problems at all. I do have a unique perspective on this because my partner, I think of myself as somebody that's really good at spotting ADHD in people. A lot of people have also gotten diagnosed from coming to my shows. And but yeah, he just got diagnosed with ADHD and we've been together for 7 years. So I didn't pick it up because he's very hyperactive and he gets all the stuff done around the house. It didn't click for me. But I will say as well that this is coming from the perspective of me, who has like mostly inattentive ADHD. So it will be skewed a little bit that way. So I have, I think ADHD is hard to understand when you read diagnostic criteria. It sounds very like medical. So I actually created my own adult ADHD diagnostic criteria and you rate all these sections on either big time, a bit, not sure, the other bit, or what was the question again? So number 1, do all your friends have ADHD? That's a big one. Number 2, are you a musician, comedian, or another form of insecure creative work? That's a big one. Have you been fired more than 3 times? Have you sent more than 3 absolutely unhinged text messages or emails to a lover, friend, or colleague because you feel they rejected you? Do you lose your phone and or wallet every 3 months? Have you received at least 7 public transport or parking fines? Is your sympathetic nervous system immediately triggered when the words tax return or ATO are mentioned? And do you ever think you've uncovered a large conspiracy no one knows about after spending a lot of time on the internet and then start telling people about it and then a week later feel deep embarrassment and shame? That one's maybe a little bit niche. So I don't know, does that help? It's just another silly little thing. So here's some key things to remember about ADHD. A great way to think about it, I think, is the spoon theory. And yeah, it's a great way to understand it. And that phrase was coined by a writer called Christine Miserandino. And she used it to talk about the amount of physical or mental energy somebody has for daily tasks. And in her case, she had a chronic illness, but people have used it since then to talk about physical disabilities, mental illness, ADHD, and other things. So the spoons represent units of energy. So let's imagine that regular people have an almost unlimited amount of spoons, but people with ADHD or other things, we have less spoons to start the day. And if we do too many of certain tasks in the day, we're just going to run out of spoons early. For myself, like, you know, medication adds to my spoons and it helps me allocate spoons throughout the day. But But when I run out of spoons, my brain just stops working. I can't proofread work. I can't double check anything. I basically need to sort of stop working and look at it again the next day, or mistakes will be made. So I remember having to work through this a lot in earlier jobs, and that's where flexible working is good. Another one of my theories about ADHD, because people often go, oh, you know, this person can't have ADHD because they seem to be coping really well in this way or that way. And obviously, every person we know them from a sphere in their life, whether it's your kids go to school together or you work together or your friends. So sometimes people at work can seem like they've got it really together because all of their attention, all of their focus is on their work stuff, but everything at home is a mess. You know, they're not finding the time to catch up with their friends and that sort of thing. So the next thing, I just want to go through my early life and career pre-diagnosis. I'm really sorry for this photo. This was in like the MySpace and Facebook era. So all my work photos are me like with my workmates out for drinks because professional headshots hadn't been invented back then. Now this is really early life. This is just some really subtle feedback I got from a teacher in primary school on some of my work. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. I wonder if it's showing any signs of anything there. But she did say lovely picture, which is nice. So I had, you know, a bunch of false starts, you know, in my career. And in school, I got special consideration in high school because I couldn't study, but I got diagnosed with OCD. So it was so close, but yet so far. I almost got kicked out of uni for not handing things in and handing things in late. I got fired from every hospo job I ever had because I'm inattentive ADHD. For me specifically, like my short-term memory, my executive function really struggles. So hospo jobs, like trying to remember all these things and carry them around in my head, it was just not the right sort of job for me. And it took me a really long time to figure that out. Yeah, and I got fired from a range of admin jobs that were seemingly very simple, like data entry. So that was very upsetting because I felt like, well, I thought I was smart, but how come I can't do these sorts of jobs? So I eventually finished uni. I did a bunch of internships and that sort of thing. And I really loved radio and I loved music. And as it turns out, I saw this job advertised and I landed my first professional job, which was working in radio and running music websites and helping with music websites. And yeah, I was so lucky. I think my bosses saw something in me, my little spark, I guess. Yeah, so, but you know, this was before I got diagnosed with ADHD. So it's not like it was easy. I got in trouble for stuff at work. I would get in trouble for being late, being too blunt or rude in meetings. That's the emotional dysregulation there. Doing certain things too slowly, handing in work late, not getting paperwork done. And this one I find funny, complaining about my salary to all of my colleagues was something that was brought up in one of my performance reviews. And my response was, well, I don't see a problem with it because I get paid minimum wage, so I get paid less than everybody else at this company, which was like, I guess technically true, but you know, maybe I didn't need to say that. Maybe having more of a filter would have helped. So, you know, and my boss especially, he was a very like sort of rigid guy, and he you know, 9 a.m. If you're a minute past 9, he considered that late. So I know that sometimes I frustrated him, but what I achieved, I got promoted to write a radio show that broadcast to millions of people around Australia. I got really into SEO and web analytics and built our website to become one of the top 5 music websites in Australia. I interviewed Justin Bieber, obviously that was the highlight, and I started writing news articles from these music interviews that we were doing, and I created my own media distribution list for all these gossip websites, and I had all these sort of viral news articles that got published on like the Daily Mail or Perez Hilton and stuff like that. So I was able to come up with lots of new ideas and have little side projects and that sort of thing. There were so many challenges that I could rise to the occasion. So I had lots of little ways to hop up and do new different things. And yeah, this job, even though I wasn't diagnosed yet, it really worked with my skills and my ADHD brain. So like the big radio show that I wrote, it had to be due every Friday. And there was obviously, you know, I was working with Kyle and Jackie O, so that, you know, it had to be recorded. There was big, there would be big problems if, you know, if I didn't do it on time. And then the news articles, they had to be done, it was sort of breaking news, so it was exciting. Yeah, so those first bosses, like, they could see my potential, and I just always think about this recommendation my boss gave me on LinkedIn. Rose is a very clever and experienced content producer creator with an unparalleled knowledge of pop culture. She can craft an incredible headline and knows how to find the hook in a story or interview better than anyone else. She also understands social media and how to get the most out of it better than most people. Rose is hardworking and dedicated. This is my favorite bit though. Rose is also a lot of fun on a personal level to work with. I think office vibes should, you know, be taken more into consideration when hiring, but that's just me. Yeah, so even though he's left me that review, at that point in my life, I was still very unconfident. You know, I had gone through so many failures in my life. I didn't inherently believe all the time that I was good at what I did. So I want to move on to, you know, some of the examples of how to work with people with ADHD. But I do want to say that I think a key part of the success and in our work, once you've been diagnosed and once you get to know your ADHD, is it is all about selecting and finding those jobs that work with your skills and your talents, and asking the questions in the job interview of what a day is like, what processes they have in place, and you know, how they allocate work. Are you expected to just be answering every email, you know, within 5 minutes, that sort of thing. All right, so here is my section on how to work with ADHD staff one-on-one, including the ones who haven't been diagnosed yet. And I think this is important to mention, the idea of, you know, disclosing ADHD or not. That's a big discussion, and not everybody's going to feel comfortable with disclosing their ADHD. And I think that that is valid. If somebody asked me whether they should disclose their ADHD to an employer, I would say not necessarily. For me, in the different places I've worked in, there's been some places that I've worked there for 3 months and I've never mentioned it to anyone. And there's been other places where I've just gelled with my boss and I can tell it's a safe space, so I'll tell them on the first day. It really depends. And, you know, there have been times, I can think of one specifically, where I did disclose it early on. And I do regret that, because I do feel like my boss judged me for it and treated me like I was less able. Yeah, so, and I was reading a thread on Reddit recently about disclosing disabilities, and all these people were talking about, you know, disclosing on their job applications and then not getting the jobs, but when they don't mention it, they always get the jobs. So it's a tricky thing. But I do want to talk about a great example of one of my bosses. So I was working at an agency for a few months, and I was doing social media sort of stuff, community management. It was good. It actually hired somebody else that hadn't worked out to do funny replies on social media on behalf of a big brand in a specific tone of voice that was funny, but you knew where the line was. So that's my sort of specialty. That was going good. I was allowed to have a little side project that was keeping me interested, and I had some other clients as well. But there was this one thing, is that I had to do this report every week, and it was like this constant source of stress, and it had to be in at just say like 4 o'clock on a Wednesday, and I just never got it in on time. Like, it wouldn't be 2 days later, but maybe I sent it at 6 o'clock. And then eventually I said to my boss one day, I was like, hey, Sarah, so the thing is, I actually, I've got ADHD. So do you think that maybe like, getting this thing in, I'm really struggling with it. So like with things like that, do you think you could maybe like give me like a fake deadline that you don't tell me about, that's like earlier than the real deadline? And she just looked at me and she said, I already do. And I was like, she's like, that's not the deadline. I can tell, I can see how you work. I can see that you're somebody that this sort of thing, getting that thing in on time, you struggle with. So she just figured out that I needed to have a fake deadline, and she was already doing it. So I thought that was amazing. And she was just a really good people manager. Like, the best managers I had were good people managers who didn't know that I had ADHD. So I want to talk about the 5 ADHD motivators, because sometimes getting started on a project can be really hard, and that's because the human brain's reward system runs on dopamine, which motivates us to like chase wins and finish tasks. But for ADHD brains, it's like that reward system is more difficult to access, and it takes a lot more dopamine to get motivation. But you can increase dopamine by focusing on things that motivate you. So interest. So if I focus on something that's already interesting to me, or something that's just a fascinating thing in general, that's a big thing. And I remember that from school, like I would do really well on subjects that I was interested in, but if I found it boring, I just couldn't focus at all. Novelty, something shiny and new, competition, challenge, or cooperation. I'm super competitive, and yes, that like really gets me going if you make it into a competition. Obviously, that's a fine line at work. You don't want to be being like, all right, everyone, like every day is a competition. Like, that would probably make me feel a bit anxious, but a bit of fun, healthy competition. Just say, for example, a big brainstorming session. Like, for me, that makes me go, oh, I want to come up with the ideas and have impressive ideas and show off. Urgency is a great one, and I think that's a classic. You can see that in my first professional job that I did well in, urgency was a huge factor in it, because I was working on breaking news stories, and that was every single day, and it was as it sort of came in or what had come in overnight. And the other thing was this huge radio show with big talent that went out to heaps of people. It had to be done on a Friday. Like, if that didn't happen, that's a big disaster. So that was a big driver for me. And that's, I think, the big motivator for anybody that's undiagnosed. That's the classic one. Oh no, it's due right now. Now I will do it. Passion and play, so humor, creativity, that sort of thing. Another framework that I really like to think about ADHD is the CELS framework. It's handy, it's easy to remember, and it's a great way to support us. So compliments, empathy, listening, strategies. And I mean, that works for everybody, right? So compliments, lots of people with ADHD have low self-esteem and confidence because of failures and setbacks that we've had over the years, like, trouble at school, getting fired from jobs, compliments are important to know that we are safe at work and not about to get fired. I know so many people with ADHD that just always think we're about to get fired. And I know this is changing, but when I first started work, just complimenting people day to day was not really a thing. We were just supposed to know somehow magically that we were good at our jobs, but nobody would tell us. And yeah, there was, you know, you would get told off, but you wouldn't get told that you were good necessarily. You know, with criticism, sandwich negative feedback between compliments, and give constructive criticism. Obviously, I think a great exercise for me was one of my jobs where I was an editor and I was editing other people's work. And a lot of the work I do is inherently, it's about doing the work and getting feedback from strangers, doing stand-up, or, you know, if I work in an agency, getting people to edit my work and review it and say what's wrong with it. So that's hard, but especially with junior employees, you know, it's important to say why something's wrong and exactly what you mean so people know for next time. So small compliments along the way increase our dopamine and they help us with motivation. So the next one's empathy. I think a great way to show empathy is showing us that you're not perfect. It makes us feel more comfortable, leading by example. One of my old bosses would say, like, oh, I'm having a bad brain day. I'm just going to work on something else for a while. Or, you know, I can't focus. I'm just going to go for a walk. And I was like, oh, okay. When you see your boss doing that, you go, oh, it's okay for me to do that. And you don't have such high standards for yourself, because I'm a perfectionist. And I didn't used to think I was, because I thought, well, how can I be a perfectionist if I'm not actually perfect? But, you know, the bar for what I think that my work needs to be is so high that, you know, you're very rarely happy with it. So another thing is just don't be weirded out if we cry. I'm a big crier. I'm still a crier. I've always been a big crier. Emotional dysregulation is something that we, you know, struggle with, but I've just always found if I start getting the feeling of crying, I just can't help it. So for years I cried in like every performance review I got. It's embarrassing, but it is what it is. And there's also something called rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which is a thing that happens to many people with ADHD, where sort of any type of perceived rejection, for example, a performance review is a great example. It makes us feel so overwhelmed and so bad. It's like a dysphoria feeling. I also, you know, with dating and stuff like that, I also felt it then, you know, just having very intense feelings. So listening, ask us what we're struggling with, listen to what we say, and, you know, ask us like, what uses up lots of spoons for you? Because it's different for everyone. You know, for me, you know, example in day-to-day life is like going to the supermarket. I can't, you know, that is just so overwhelming. Or leaving the house with my toddler, that uses up so much. So it's actually like to get to where I'm sitting today, I'm at my mum's house. She's taken my toddler out. I've had to look after him for the morning. You know, I had to get him out of the house. I had to get all my gear to bring here, take him over to my mum's, set up this stuff. I think after this talk, I'll probably just go and lie down for a few hours. So if you suggest a certain way to solve an ADHD related problem and we say it's not going to work, just listen to us, because it might sound like we're just shooting things down, but it's because we know what works and what doesn't. So you can just cycle through a bunch of ideas and then we'll go, oh, that's a good idea. So one-on-one meetings, you know, use them flexibly. Like sometimes it's good to just have a chat about things. Sometimes to problem solve things, I just need to say it out loud to somebody. And I think with the emotional dysregulation part, like just letting us vent about work situations is a good way to let us blow off steam. I think sometimes people get worried about it. Like you know, that you're feeling this way all the time. Like if you have a colleague that's annoying you, sometimes we just need to just have a little moan about it, and then we'll just get it out of our system and move on. All right, the last one is strategies, and here's some strategies that you know, that work. Motivators, obviously, they're a big one. Boredom is the enemy of people with ADHD, so think about those 5 motivators. Let staff have a bit of variety in their work so they don't get bored. A lot of ADHD people call them side quests, which I think is a Dungeons and Dragons term, but it's you know, it's just good to let us have these little projects to tinker away at when we have time aside from our main work. And, you know, like the job I was talking about earlier with the report that I wasn't getting it on time, like that job, for example, I was working on customer service for a big brand, and they had a really bad system. So I was like, can I design this new customer service strategy? And she was like, okay, sure. So that's the sort of thing that I love doing, keeps me excited. Yeah, and sometimes I have a big job, I can't get started on it. A Pomodoro timer is a great way to do it. And maintaining energy, obviously, people with ADHD get drained more easily by, probably not obviously, by focusing for extended periods. Encouraging breaks to recharge is important. Like, I think they say it's like, you know, it's like 5 or 2 minutes every half an hour or something like that can make you not get completely drained. And you've probably heard about hyperfocus. Like, we do have the ability to just like keep working and focus on something for hours and hours and hours, but it will eventually sort of catch up with us. So it is good to, you know, take a break every now and then. Yeah, and if discourage working for super long hours for extended periods, like, you know, hyper focusing, because we'll get burnt out. And if, you know, obviously there's times where you have a big project on and everybody's got to work a lot for a period, but I think it's important for you to think about how you can help with spoons. Like, working from home is a classic one. Like, that saves me so many spoons every day, working from home, because I find it hard to, you know, leaving the house, getting the tram, all that sort of thing. It just doesn't make sense to just make somebody do that every day. Obviously, there's times that it helps to be in the office, but, you know, if someone's going to be working a lot anyway, just reduce anything outside that as much as you can. And making admin manageable is very helpful. You know, I just think it's just boring tasks are so hard for us to do sometimes. Find a way to make it easier. You know, it's like we could block out time once a week, you know, have some reminders, that sort of stuff. And if people are still struggling, just think like, do they really need to do it? I know they should, but do they really need to? I was telling my friend about this talk the other day, and she was telling me about this girl at her work who she doesn't get the admin stuff done. Like, she just doesn't do it. She said, my friend said, she thinks she has ADHD, but she smashes through her work. They're sort of working a customer service role. And eventually everybody just went like, you know what, she doesn't have to do the admin. And her boss was like, she performs 4 times higher than everybody else in her customer service role. So let's just take that off her plate. Like, it doesn't really matter. All right, time and priorities. You know, we often have time blindness, so we lose track of how much time has passed. You know, there's these visual countdown clocks called a time timer. That's useful. I also, like, sometimes I just need to be able to see things. If I can't see them, I sort of forget about them. And one of the things I struggle with is prioritizing lots of small tasks with competing deadlines, and also estimating how long they will take. That's hard for me. So help with problem solving priorities that's the kind of thing that I find helpful. So if my boss came in and if I said, oh, I'm really worried, I'm overwhelmed and confused, she might go, don't worry about that. I know Thingo said to do that, but that's not important. This is the really important thing. That's very helpful for me. So how to work with ADHD staff in a team. I'll tell you another story. This is a job that I had when I got diagnosed with ADHD. And I think it was just before I actually got diagnosed. And I had this new boss, and she was a people manager. This was, just say, a very large telco, just say maybe the biggest one. And she was a people manager, and she'd worked in lots of different departments. She wasn't a subject matter expert in our department, but she knew people. And we had this really big project to complete over a long period. And I guess before that, I always inherently felt that I was disorganized. I felt that that was a core part of my being that I would never be able to change. And then she came in and she just had this very simple WIP document. It was just a spreadsheet, and it had all these tasks, and they were allocated to different people. And it was, the big work was broken down into smaller things. And then we would have a weekly catch-up meeting about it. And it wasn't about going, you didn't do your task. It was just about checking in to make sure that we were all on track. And these small deadlines along the way, like that is how you get somebody like me to do a big piece of work. So, some of the things I would just do, but the day before the meeting, I'd go, oh, we've got the meeting tomorrow. I've got to check my thing. And then I would do the things. And then, over the period, we did this massive project. And I was just blown away with how I was able to achieve so much. I just didn't know that it was possible. So, working in a team, I think project management tools are your friend, to manage workloads between people. I still remember one of the agencies I went into, and they didn't use email. Like, they just used it for scheduling occasional meetings. They didn't have meetings hardly at all. And I was just like, for me, it's still the gold standard. It was about 8 years ago. And, they had just great processes. They had a daily stand-up every day where everybody went around in a circle, talked about what they'd just done and what they were working on. They used the Kanban format of project management. It's very popular web designers, that sort of thing. And limited meetings. They communicated on Slack, which I love personally because you can just search it and find the info that you want. And everything was filed in a logical way. So somebody like me, a contractor, could just come in there, find what I wanted to, and spend as much time as possible doing the actual work, not searching through emails for information and that sort of thing. So I think it's important to document your work processes and the digital tools and their purpose in a central place, like an intranet. I love a wiki that has lots of information on it, so you can just look it up rather than having to find the person that has the knowledge. And I really love creating idiot-proof systems. That's sort of one of my little ADHD passions now that I'm an organized person. And these things work for ADHD people, but they also work for everybody and make everybody more productive. I also just want to talk about the importance of skill diversity in a team. And everybody has their strengths and the things they're not as good at. So it's like, rather than going, oh, ADHD people aren't good with these things, a perfect situation is where you have, and I can think of an example where I was paired. I'm highly creative. I'm good at looking at trends, looking at data. I have so much information and knowledge, but sometimes, just say we're doing a big presentation deck like this one, it's hard for me to figure out what to put in, and I just get a bit overwhelmed. So then I get paired with somebody who's very logical and is very good at getting everything in on time. So together we are the perfect team, because you get my big ideas and you get it in like on time, not too much information, just perfect. So it's good to have a variety of different people in any team. And so, as I've said, like the ADHD brain doesn't get rewarded for working towards long-term goals. So lots of encouragement's important. WIPs, daily stand-ups, that's, that sort of thing. helps keep everyone accountable. Breaking down big tasks into smaller tasks is really good. Check-ins. And I think sometimes just helping with roadblocks, knowing that I can speak to somebody and just say, I am struggling. I just don't know how to get through that. But that's really important. And having like an I'm not getting anything done plan is helpful as well. So I'm almost finished. How to work with ADHD staff as a company. So as I've mentioned, I think it's quite clear, flexible working and work from home is really important. We will have more energy and be more productive. Of course, there's times you should go into the office, but these companies want everyone in full time. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Having the right digital tools that assist productivity. Some places have so many tools and you don't know what any of them do. You have 5 tools to do something that you could get 1 to do. Make sure the tech works. That really stuffs me around if the basic things don't work. And just equipment. Pay for the extra monitor. Get the fancy chair. For me, I need 2 or 3 monitors depending on what sort of work I'm doing. It's just very important. And ADHD coaching is a godsend. It just was so amazing for me when I first got diagnosed. I think it sets you up with the skills to just manage things and organize yourself. So I did that, when I first got diagnosed. I don't know, companies offer so many random incentive things that nobody really wants. But if a company said, hey, if you have ADHD, we have an ADHD coach, we'll do a group session, we'll do one-on-one sessions, that would be so helpful, and it would help that person be more productive. And they would feel the loyalty and they'd stick around for longer. And then EAP services, mental health services, free psychology sessions. Lots of companies offer these, but I feel like they don't really, it doesn't seem like they want you to use them, because I'm like, is it confidential? Who's the person I get matched up with? Can I use my own psychologist? Answer these questions and make people feel more comfortable, because often it feels like you're only allowed to use them if you're in like really, really terrible strife. So that would be my recommendation. All right, so my 5 key takeaways for this talk for you. Takeaway number 1, it's about supporting us when we need it. It's not micromanaging. Listen to us. We're adults. Number 2, listen to us, meet us where we are. Number 3, some things are more difficult for us, but other things are easier for us. We are not bad. We are just different. Number 4, ADHD is different for everyone. So what works for one person won't work for another. So don't assume we're all cookie cutter. And number 5, everyone with ADHD is at a different stage of their journey. Some people are undiagnosed. Some people just got diagnosed. I've been diagnosed 9 years ago. So I have all my tips and tricks. Everyone's different. And one final important takeaway. Don't forget to connect with me on LinkedIn. Sorry for being that guy, but seriously, add me on LinkedIn. I post on there a bit. Sometimes I post jokes on there. So get around it. Thank you. That's me.
Rose, thank you for that. That was terrific. I was nodding my head all the way along, albeit off camera.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, listen, thank you for an inspiring presentation, and thank you for all the work you do for ADHD Australia, but in particular the community in general. It's terrific to hear from you again.
Thank you so much. It's
you have that
I enjoy it a lot.
You do the same.
Yeah. I've used up all my spoons.
There you go. I need to find some.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rose. Talk to you again.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, let's call up Mel. I'm just going to hand over to Mel Webster, who will be. I'm going to hand over the baton of being an MC for the time being. As I say, we've just gone into our 17th hour, and lots of people watching, so I really appreciate this. I will pass over. I'll just start to bring people in. Mel, how are you? You're going to be you'll be leading this panel discussion?
I will be, yes.
So I might toggle people in and you can introduce them, yeah?
Okay, terrific. Thank
Should
you.
I start with Ashley? Yep.
Yes, you can start with Ashley. I'll just introduce the session. So good afternoon, everybody. This session involves a program of research at Macquarie University into the lived experience of ADHD in school. The first two presenters will be discussing their research findings on studies whereby they have interviewed students with ADHD about their various school experiences. Our final speaker for the session will present on her personal experiences and perspectives as a female with ADHD. So I'd first like to introduce Ashley Behrens, who is one of my PhD students at Macquarie University. Her research aims to better understand the factors that contribute to social experiences of young people with ADHD using both qualitative and quantitative methods. Ashley is also a clinical neuropsychology registrar or a registered psychologist at Macquarie Health Neuropsychology Clinic. So Ashley, welcome, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, thank you, Mel, and thank you, everyone. It's so great to be a part of this conference. It's been awesome to hear the different talks and the panel conversations as well. I will just share my screen. Here we go. Okay, so as Mel mentioned, I'll be talking about the social experiences of children and adolescents with ADHD. And I'm also currently completing my PhD through Macquarie. And yeah, I'll be sharing some qualitative research. So I'd like to first start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which I'm presenting today, the Wangal people of the Eora Nation. I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present today. As we're here to share ideas and share research and our knowledge, I think it's also a nice opportunity to appreciate the thousands of years of knowledge sharing practices by First Nations people that has helped to sustain this amazing continent. So in terms of the background to the research, there are just three key things that I wanted to touch on. First is that research says that young people with ADHD commonly experience things like exclusion, rejection, and bullying. I see this clinically as well, but also not all young people with ADHD have problems with friendships and fitting in. And the research doesn't tend to investigate positive experiences and strengths. Second, much of the research takes what we call a medical model approach, where ADHD symptoms are seen as the main causes of social difficulties. And while I don't want to downplay the real impact of ADHD symptoms, we also know that for all children, social context is really important. And that has been a topic that has come up throughout the conference as well. And so I want to also think about the social context and specifically the school context when thinking about the social experiences of the young people in the study. And the third thing to keep in mind is that current research is mostly based on questionnaires completed by parents and teachers, but that means that we lose a little bit of the complexity in the social experiences, and also young people don't get as much of an opportunity to be a part of the research that really is about them. So that brings us to the study, where we wanted to address some of these gaps. And the purpose was to interview young people with ADHD to better understand their social experiences from their perspectives. There were three key questions, but I'm really just focusing on the second one today. And that was, what are the factors that contribute to the social experiences of those young people? So to answer these questions, I interviewed 9 young people with ADHD. They were aged between 7 to 18, and they had all attended mainstream public or private schools across Australia. The questions were designed to understand their relationships with peers, teachers, and other adults at school, but also their experience of school generally and their sources of support. So we really wanted to understand how they talked about their school, like the school context in relation to their social experiences. The interviews were analysed by myself and another researcher, and we wanted to identify themes for each individual participant, and then we follow that with a cross-case comparison where we look at these group-level themes. But something to note is that this small sample size and the qualitative approach is more about getting to understand like a more in-depth analysis of the person's lived experiences. And it's not really designed to generalize across all individuals with ADHD. So there were three main themes that emerged from the research, but I'm really only going to be able to talk about the first one today, which showed that the school environment did play an essential role in shaping the social experiences of the young people in the study. Within this theme, we look at the overarching school culture and formal accommodations and learning adjustments. We also look at the experiences of relationships with individual teachers and that kind of individual teacher support. And throughout this discussion, I'll touch a little bit on the emotional and psychological impacts of those experiences. So I'm going to go into how this relates to those social experiences over the next few slides. So first, it's the access to non-stigmatizing individualized learning support and accommodations that was really important for pupils' academic engagement, but this then flows onto feelings of safety in the school environment, as well as confidence and a willingness to engage with peers. So those who struggled to access or who weren't offered non-stigmatizing and individualized support highlighted the negative social impacts of that. So participant 5, for example, reflected on her high school experiences, and her experience showed that without learning adjustments, she felt dumb and less than other students. So she describes the impact of this on how she saw herself, but also how she felt her peers perceived her. Similarly, without supports, participant 3 described attempts to implement her own self-regulation strategies, like drawing while working, but these were punished in the classroom. And then when adjustments were available, she explained that they were sometimes isolating and she would get removed. So they were stigmatizing. So if you kind of try and self-regulate by yourself, you'd kind of get punished. But then if you use the formal supports, you'd get separated and isolated. So on the other hand, those who had ease of access to learning support and an overall positive view of the school environment also tended to have positive social connections and greater self-confidence. So participant 9, he accesses discrete support in the classroom and exam settings. And he also noted that his friendships were all positive and he had lots of friends and he didn't feel like he was disliked by his peers. And an excited participant 6 expressed that he felt supported by his teachers. And both of these participants expressed having a strong sense of self-confidence and belonging in their peer groups. So participant 6 and 9 were the only 2 participants in the sample who reported exclusively positive social experiences. And while we can't really draw causative conclusions about this, it seemed like the school environment corresponded with a stronger sense of social confidence. So through all of these experiences, we can see how support in the school environment could be associated with fears or judgment and self-doubt, or alternatively, social confidence and higher self-esteem. Continuing with this theme, negative impacts of the school environment appeared to be compounded for individuals who face discrimination in other forms, such as racism. So for example, participant A described regular experiences of racism during high school, as well as bullying and victimization. As a result, she attempted to blend in and to fit in, but this involved the suppression of her cultural and religious identity, as well as a desire to mask her ADHD. So, for example, by suppressing her talkativeness. And this compounding suppression of her culture, plus masking her ADHD, resulted in what she described as an identity crisis, where she lost her true self. And so fitting in as a coping mechanism served the purpose of self-protection from bullying, but came at the cost of a lost sense of self and a lack of true belonging and true social connection. So this highlights a potential vulnerability in individuals who face overlapping forms of marginalization based on different aspects of their identity. But you'll be pleased to know that in the longer run, participant 8 reflected on a shift towards becoming more free to be her true self. And this kind of experience was described by other older adolescents in the sample who reflected on shifts in their identity development, improvements in self-confidence, and a growing understanding of themselves over time. So it suggests that there are some developmental changes in how young people thought about their identities and their social experiences as they progressed through school. Now, in addition to the school culture and accommodations and adjustments, relationships with teachers were also really important and influential in terms of social outcomes. So most students described tension between themselves and a teacher, including feeling misunderstood, punished, targeted, and these things contributed to feelings of embarrassment, stigmatization, or feeling really othered in the classroom. But on the other hand, these same participants also described really positive experiences with teachers that they felt were flexible, empathetic, and understanding. So participants seem to have these really opposing experiences with different teachers. And the positive teacher relationships fostered confidence and social connection between peers, which was nicely illustrated by participant 3. So she moved to a new school and she described the school as safe and sociable. And she felt that this contributed to her confidence to communicate and to collaborate with others in the class. So an important aside is that participant 3 at this point had moved to a school where classes were much smaller and they were able to receive one-on-one support. So these vastly different experiences indicate that there are disparities in teacher levels of training and understanding with respect to ADHD, and we can see that this is really felt by the students. It also suggests that the positive teacher relationships may be more accessible for the students who can attend more well-resourced schools. So that is a very, very brief summary of just one of the key findings from the study. At present, in the literature, there's very little support for interventions that are targeted at specific social skills or specific individuals. And medication isn't consistently found to be associated with improvements in how the peer group accepts young people with ADHD. So the suggestions I provide here are not really focused on the social skills specifically or the individual specifically, but rather on how modifications at the broader school level could facilitate improved social outcomes. So first, we know that not all individuals experience social difficulties and disconnection, but those who did, there were some changes in how this was experienced over time. So it's worth monitoring and keeping an eye out for, transitions and risks at different stages of development and schooling. But I think a really important point to make is that the school environment plays a really important role here. And so we should seek to ensure that learning adjustments are accessible and non-stigmatizing. We should provide teachers with psychoeducation and also empower students and parents to self-advocate. We should also work towards developing an ethos of accepting and valuing neurodiversity and other forms of diversity in schools. And we also found that positive connections and bonds with teachers contributed to greater social confidence. So staff and teacher training is really recommended, as well as resources and support for teachers and staff to develop those stronger bonds with their students. But we know that much of this comes down to resources and funding, as well as collaboration between clinicians, families, and schools. So that was super brief. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time. And I think we'll take questions at the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Ashley. That was a terrific presentation. I think we will have questions at the end. So we've got 3 presenters, as mentioned. So we'll move forward to our second presenter, which is Lucas Sack. Lucas is a psychology honours student at Macquarie University. His research aims to utilise qualitative research methods in order to better understand the school experiences of women and girls who have been diagnosed with ADHD. Lucas's research aims to identify contributing factors to ADHD under detection, as well as key areas of support. So welcome, Lucas, and we're looking forward to it.
Thank you. Cool, thank you. Okay, so yeah, as Mel mentioned, I'm Lucas, I'm an honours student at Macquarie University, and so I'll be presenting my thesis research study, which was a qualitative research study that aimed to investigate and communicate the experiences of female students diagnosed with ADHD. So I'll briefly talk through some of the background of why we chose this research area, as well as some of the key issues that kind of led to our research question. And then following this, I'll talk through some of our participant demographics, as well as our methodology, and then discussion of some of our key research findings, and some of the implications of these findings as well. Just before I continue, I'd also like to briefly clarify our use of gendered language. So much of research previously done on ADHD treats sex and gender as interchangeable terms. However, sex refers to a binary categorization of biological male or female status assigned at birth, whilst gender refers to sociocultural roles and expectations attributed to biological sex. This reflects an individual's identification with these constructs of either masculine or feminine. Our research acknowledges this distinction, and we use gender, female, male, boy, and girl to refer to the self-reported gender identity of the participants. So the aims of our research was largely informed by the growing understanding of the barriers in place to the identification and diagnosis of ADHD in women and girls, especially in the school context, which forms a key area of impairment, as well as an area lacking sufficient support without proper identification of ADHD. So existing research identifies that males are 2 to 2.5 times more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD compared to females. Whilst this was previously seen as a diagnostic feature of ADHD, growing research and growing awareness of late diagnosis in females suggests that underdetection is likely taking place. Additionally, there's a significant gap in existing research investigating women and girls with ADHD, with only 9% of qualitative studies investigating the experiences of ADHD and ASD in schools, including female-only samples. And with mixed gender studies, 74% had majority male samples. So qualitative research is also important in this area because it gives a voice to underrepresented groups to describe what is important to them, as well as demonstrates respect for their knowledge of their own challenges, rather than conforming to the researcher's understanding through, say, survey studies. So underdetection of ADHD in females is largely attributed to factors such as differential symptom presentation in females with ADHD compared to males, as well as greater rates of internalizing symptoms and inattentive symptoms that may go under the radar for teachers in the classroom. Additionally, comorbidities and gender bias in symptom appraisal also might obscure detection in the classroom. Some previous research has identified the way in which teacher ratings of symptom severity are significantly lower than parent ratings for female students, but there's no significant difference for male students, suggesting that gender might play a role in symptom appraisal. Additionally, previous research has identified that lower teacher ratings were associated with greater levels of self-reported stress for students, indicating that there's greater amounts of stress occurring for these students who are undetected with ADHD-related challenges. Also, it might be the case that DSM-5 criteria may not be reflecting the different ways in which female experiences with ADHD might present, as well as the diagnostic manual lacking guidance on how gender may influence symptom presentation, due to its focus on symptomatic descriptions based on male samples. So this led us to our research question, asking what is the school experience of female students with ADHD? And with this, we sought to use a qualitative framework to avoid prescriptive hypotheses that might influence the interpretation of the data, as well as allow our approach to be completely guided by the participants' experiences rather than our prior expectations. So our inclusion criteria required that participants identified as female were between the ages of 10 to 20, were currently or previously enrolled in Australian mainstream education, and had a primary diagnosis of ADHD. So we recruited 7 participants in total, ranging from 10 to 19 years old, with a mean age of 13.7. A majority of the participants represented with the combined subtype, with only 3 out of 7 of the participants having the inattentive subtype. In addition to this, all students were taking medication for their ADHD and have received some form of individualized educational accommodation support. So to conduct this investigation, we used interpretive phenomenological analysis, or IPA. We chose IPA as it maintains high contextual sensitivity and ensures greater depth and detail that can't be captured in a quantitative framework. Additionally, IPA was chosen in place of other qualitative methods due to its exploratory nature and its participant-driven approach, which is well suited to communicating the experiences of an under-researched group. IPA also integrates participants' experiences in a cross-case conceptualization to develop group experiential themes by identifying the convergent and divergent experiences of participants. This methodology uses phenomenology to focus on the participants' lived experiences, as well as describing a theoretical framework of interpretation to account for the influences of the researcher. It's also a highly ideographic method, so it emphasizes an in-depth exploration of the individual in their own context, rather than attempting to generalize across contexts. So these are our overall findings. The yellow boxes are the group experiential themes that we developed across the 7 participants. So these were being understood and self-understanding, navigating autonomy and support, and neurodiversity and social experiences. Today, I'll just be focusing on being understood and self-understanding, which encompassed the participants' expressed desire to be understood by their teachers beyond stereotypes, bias, and preconceptions that surround ADHD, as well as the necessity of self-understanding as a precondition for self-advocacy behaviors. So this was constituted of 3 key sub-themes. So that was teacher understanding of ADHD, ADHD stereotypes and gender biases, and self-understanding and self-advocacy. So the first sub-theme, teacher understanding of ADHD, reflects the experiences of participants who desired for their teachers to have greater understanding of ADHD that reflected their experiences in the classroom. So participants often describe this in their teachers having like a poor understanding of ADHD in the classroom, and the limitations in teacher knowledge and self-advocacy surrounding ADHD have been demonstrated in previous literature. So participants often described the way their experience of learning and ability to engage improved when teachers tried to understand them, how they learned better, as well as trying to understand what ADHD was like for them in the classroom. So participants reported that teachers had varying levels of understanding about ADHD, and these misconceptions or lack of knowledge of how ADHD manifests in girls led to inconsistent or inappropriate accommodations for their challenges in class. So greater teacher knowledge has been demonstrated to facilitate better understanding for the reasons of students' classroom behavior, as well as informing greater empathy and more appropriate responses to behavior in the classroom, which also improves how students feel in the classroom and improves their ability to engage. So because of this, we saw that participants' experiences reflected that greater punitive and sanction-based responses to ADHD-related behaviors were present in teachers who had a poorer understanding of ADHD, and also relates to increased stigmatized beliefs surrounding ADHD with the lower knowledge or understanding of ADHD. So a second sub-theme reflected participants' experiences of stereotyped beliefs and biases surrounding ADHD. Participants described having to navigate the dominant popular understanding of ADHD as the naughty, hyperactive boy. Participants felt that their experiences were often misunderstood or diminished due to their lack of alignment with the stereotyped idea. So stereotype beliefs surrounding ADHD and gender shaped the way in which teachers perceived the behaviors of some participants, as well as the provision of effective classroom support. Our findings suggest that teachers' adherence to stereotype views of ADHD restricted to hyperactivity or commonly male externalizing behaviors can result in the inattentive or internalizing challenges of girls being often overlooked or not noticed. These findings also corroborate evidence that teachers underrate the severity of ADHD-related challenges in female students compared to male students, even when displaying the same behaviors. So some participants also described the way gender biases changed the way that teachers responded to the ADHD-related behaviors in the classroom. And our findings suggest that participants whose ADHD-related behavior violated gender-based expectations of teachers' beliefs surrounding the typical female student, potentially aligning more so with the stereotyped male presentation of ADHD, were often more likely to face a more punitive or disciplinary response from teachers. And finally, for our sub-theme 3, which was self-understanding and self-advocacy, this encompassed the role of self-understanding in promoting self-advocacy behaviors, as well as the role of self-understanding in reducing feelings of guilt and self-blame towards school-related challenges. This conveyed the importance of understanding and psychoeducation in promoting access to support, as well as reducing negative self-stigmatization towards an ADHD diagnosis. So participants described the way diagnosis and psychoeducation reduced their negative feelings towards themselves and their challenges they were experiencing at school, And self-advocacy was really relevant in this as something that allowed students to speak out towards what they wanted in class and what kind of support and accommodation they needed. And knowledge of ADHD in psychoeducation was a really strong promoter of this. So students with a greater understanding of ADHD and less negative self-stigma were better able to advocate for their needs in the classroom, and also are better able to communicate their needs. So for older participants, social media played a role in this, in reducing taboo and negative stigmas around ADHD, as well as increasing their understanding towards the challenges that they were facing in school, in seeing other people's challenges with ADHD online. However, they did also acknowledge the prominence of a lot of misinformation and stigmatizing content that they're exposed to on social media. So our research identifies the need for improved teacher education programs surrounding ADHD and neurodiversity more broadly, as well as the need for schools to provide comprehensive professional development focused on ADHD. And this is particularly present in the need for a greater understanding of how females present with ADHD, and this should be implemented into teacher education programs. Regular workshops and collaboration between special education and general education teachers might also help to bridge this knowledge gap. Schools should also implement implicit bias training for staff and initiate awareness campaigns that promote a better understanding of ADHD. Additionally, encouraging open discussions about neurodiversity in classrooms will help to reduce stigma for students and staff alike. And schools should offer targeted programs for self-advocacy, teaching students the skills necessary to be able to communicate their needs. And teacher training programs should promote their ability to help students develop these skills and recognize when support is needed. Additionally, more research is needed to develop more effective teacher education programs, as well as increase our understanding of differential symptom presentation in females to help bridge this gap of underdetection that's taking place. So in conclusion, we sought to use qualitative methods to better understand the school experiences of females with ADHD, and our findings indicate a role of teacher knowledge, bias and stereotyping, and the importance of self-knowledge and psychoeducation in shaping the school experience. And there's a prominent need to increase our amount of research into how females present with ADHD, as well as what we can do to better support these students in the classroom that might be going undetected. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Lucas. So we will swiftly move on to our third presenter, and both Ashley and Lucas will stick around for questions after we've heard from Steph. Steph is our third and final presenter for this session, and Steph is a second-year scholarship student at the University of Technology in Sydney. She's currently studying a Bachelor of Information Technology and has the lived experience of ADHD. Steph hopes to provide insights into social experiences and ADHD in females from her first-hand perspective. So thank you very much, Steph.
Hi everyone, my name's Steph. So like Mel said, I'm currently in my second year of uni studying Bachelor of Information Technology at the University of Technology, Sydney. Also, as Mel mentioned, I'm here to speak about my own personal experience as someone with ADHD, specifically in relation to some of the topics that have been researched by Ashley and Lucas. Before I get started, I'd just like to mention that I'm super grateful to have the opportunity to share my experience. It's an absolute privilege to be part of such an impactful event. So, as someone with ADHD myself, I know how important it is to have access to support systems that empower you to reach your full potential. However, I know that it's a common experience for students to make a choice between accessing support and maintaining social involvement or acceptance. This is quite concerning because, as obvious as it sounds, the choice to accept support should never impede on any other aspect of anyone's life. On top of this, it's really important for students to feel as though support is normalised and integrated into their day-to-day lives, as this is a major contributor to not only assisting students in reaching their goals, but allowing them to feel comfortable in themselves. If you're constantly being singled out for the purpose of providing so-called support, then you're much likely to feel detached from your peers, and you may begin to question whether this supposed support is worth the social exclusion that comes with it. School is also a period of life where social inclusion and acceptance are really important factors in themselves, even without considering the isolation experienced by students seeking support. As Ashley mentioned before, there is currently a direct perceived connection between individualized support and feeling a sense of isolation, and the fact that this is a common experience demonstrates the importance of making changes to the support strategies being carried out in educational environments. Although this might seem a bit negative, I personally think it's exciting because it gives us all the opportunity to think about possible ways that this can be changed and what we can all do as individuals to help. This also leads into my next point, which is that ADHD is not a lack of potential, despite some common misconceptions that are held today. Although ADHD presents a number of difficulties to those who experience it, there is absolutely no reason why ADHDers can't reach the same goals or achieve the same level of success as neurotypicals. Does this mean that situations will need to be approached from different perspectives? Yes. Does it also mean that different strategies might have to be implemented in specific areas? Yes. But none of that means that ADHDers are less capable than their neurotypical peers. In fact, it shows that we possess a level of perseverance and dedication that is often unthought of by most people. It also brings to question whether the teaching methods used and study methods taught in schools today are actually effective, or whether they only cater to the needs of a specific group of people. Obviously, there's never going to be a universally effective approach to learning, so maybe we need to consider strategies to make learning a more individualized process so that all students are given the best chance possible at achieving their potential. Even if you take ADHD out of the equation, I still think this is a topic that needs to be addressed for a number of reasons, the main one being that everyone learns differently, so if there's only one teaching method being used to convey information to students, then the chances of your whole class understanding that topic to the same extent are extremely slim. Everyone has different areas of strengths and weaknesses, so to expect all students to engage and learn from the exact same approach is an unrealistic expectation and one that needs to be changed. So, having just spoken about the importance of incorporating more diverse approaches to learning in schools, it's also important to think about the role that teachers play in all of this, particularly when it comes to ADHD. With ADHDers, extrinsic motivators are the key to providing comprehensive support, so it's vital that teachers are aware of the impact they have upon students. This applies both positively and negatively. Teachers who actively approach learning with a positive attitude and are willing to accommodate to individual needs are the types of teachers that are likely to make a long-lasting positive impact on their students. On the other hand, teachers who actively shame and discipline kids for needing something to be explained in a different way are teachers who push students away from persisting in challenging situations, unknowingly building a negative association with students' classroom experiences. Considering that positive reinforcement has been shown to be one of the best ways to encourage learning in students with ADHD, when this is paired with the fact that emotions play a major role in both decision-making and actions taken by ADHDers, it becomes apparent that a lot of this directly relates back to students' overall classroom experiences. I still remember all the teachers that I've ever had, and I know for a fact that the attitude they had towards my learning directly impacted both my interest and involvement in the subjects that they were teaching. It also links to self-esteem and belief in your ability to succeed in school. I remember I always thought that I was terrible at maths because throughout primary school I would often be ridiculed for asking questions in class, and it wasn't until my Year 7 maths teacher encouraged me to start asking questions again that I realised I did actually have the skill, but it just wasn't being supported until that point. If teachers can commit to implementing strategies that improve classroom experiences, students with ADHD will be significantly more likely to invest their time into succeeding at school, thus providing us with more opportunities to achieve our potential. My final point was inspired by part of Lucas's research and his participants' responses surrounding their interactions with social media. Linking back to what Lucas mentioned earlier, social media can definitely be a useful asset for ADHDers. It can be a place to connect, share, and relate to the experience of others, and sometimes may even be a push for people to investigate the possibility that they have ADHD, as I know it was for me. Despite its usefulness, however, it can also pose significant threats to the ADHD community as a whole. Social media content is generated with the intention of catering to the masses in the form of relatable posts that resonate with as many people as possible. This can be particularly damaging to the general perception of ADHD as a concept, as it gives social media figures the opportunity to generalize, minimize, and misinform about ADHD-related topics. As ADHD is often already misunderstood in terms of symptoms and support strategies, it's really harmful to portray those factors as a relatable experience that everyone faces. I know I've had my fair share of conversations where people expose the general lack of understanding surrounding ADHD. People often think they're being empathetic by saying, "Oh, I find it hard to focus sometimes too," or "everyone gets distracted sometimes," but really this just demonstrates the surface level understanding that most people have. As we all know, ADHD is so much more than just a list of symptoms, so to have this minimized view perpetuated through social media is only going to cause more obstacles for us to face. This being said, nothing is all bad, and I think that there is so much potential for social media to be used in a positive way, as it already has been in a lot of cases, but it's definitely important to recognize both sides of that, considering that it's something that will always be relevant. So if you ask me what I'd like you all to take away from what I've spoken about today, I would say the most important things are the ones you can see on this slide right now. Firstly, developing integrated support for students in a way that doesn't come attached with social isolation. Secondly, acknowledging that ADHD never has to limit anyone's potential. It just means that things need to be approached differently sometimes. Thirdly, understanding the significance of the learning environments that teachers create within their classrooms. And finally, thinking about how we can transform social media into the supportive and useful platform that it has the potential to be, while also recognizing the harm that it often causes today. That's all from me today. Thanks so much for listening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Steph, and thank you to our other two presenters as well, Ashley and Lucas. So I believe we're going to move now to question time. I'm not sure if others from ADHD Australia will be joining for those questions. Steph, while we're waiting to see if there are any questions, I had one for you. So having listened to... Hi, Mel. Having listened to Ashley and Lucas's presentations and their research findings, are there some things that you maybe saw as similar experiences to what you had, or potentially different experiences?
Yeah, definitely. I think especially what Lucas was talking about earlier about the difference between ADHD being recognised in girls versus boys is definitely a major factor. Even after I'd been diagnosed with ADHD, I definitely noticed the difference in treatment in just like a normal classroom environment. You know, it's a lot more normalised for boys to be sort of hyperactive and disengaged with what's being taught in a classroom. And so as a female, it's sort of like it feels like you're doing worse than your peers, even if you're actually just having the exact same response as them, just because of, you know, general understanding of it as a whole. So yeah, it's really good to see that it's something that's being looked into. And I think Lucas explained it in a really good way, because it's definitely something that needs to be changed.
Terrific. Thanks, Steph. And sorry, Mel Webster, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you very much. And apologies just there. I had a few technical difficulties, so I do apologise. So look, we've had a huge amount of specific questions that have come through for you individuals from the audience, but I'm really conscious of time, and we've got a number of people waiting for us to be able to respond. So can I make a suggestion that what we do is ask for yourself, Mel, some of those questions, and then we can post them on the ADHD website, if that's okay, some responses to some of those questions once they've come through, with obviously the recording, if that's okay.
No problem at all. So yes, please send questions through, and Steph, Ashley and Lucas and myself will respond to those.
Beautiful. And look, thank you so much. It's obviously always difficult when we've got a conference with lots of people keen to ask lots of questions and different things. You've obviously sparked a lot of interest, and I really appreciate you here today and giving your time and sharing your experiences. And like I say, we will put some feedback to the team, and obviously have that on our website as well, so people can ask questions to you, and we'll make sure that we post them afterwards. So thank you. Fantastic session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, wow, I feel as if it's been such a fantastic day. So many great speakers, a huge amount of knowledge that's been provided to us across the board. And next we have Lana Bartlett. So I'd like to welcome Lana, who is a professor in criminology and a deputy director at the Centre of Social Policy Research at the Australian National University. Thank you, Lana, for joining us today. You have exceptionally impressive background with, you know, a huge amount of work that you yourself have done across the board in terms of research. There's been 122 peer-reviewed books, various chapters and journal articles. It's I could go on. It's seriously really impressive, and we are so fortunate to have you here. So super excited to be able to ask you some questions, if I may.
Yes, that's not 122 books. That's 120 or something. Book chapters and journal articles. I think you stated
book chapters. Oh, I was like, geez. Yeah. Gosh, can you tell that we've been 12 hours doing this now and doing different things after a period of time?
It's actually Lorana Bartels is how you pronounce it, but that's fine. Look, thank you for having me here, Mel. And it's really lovely to be with you, and a little unusual for me, because what I normally do is I've been working in the criminal justice system for nearly 25 years now. And for the last few years, I've been talking to people about ADHD, but the audience I'm usually speaking to is people who know a lot about the criminal justice system and not much about ADHD. So I sort of start with, well, who knows what ADHD is? But I'm talking to people who work in prisons or work in the courts and things like that. Whereas here I've got an audience where I think it's safe to assume you all know a lot about ADHD, and many of you may have ADHD yourselves, which I don't. But you don't know necessarily that much about the criminal justice system. So it's a little different from what I would normally do, and hopefully you'll come away understanding a lot more about the justice system and why this is so important when we're talking about ADHD. So I'd like to start by acknowledging the country, as we do traditionally here in Australia. Canberra's Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, and for those in Australia, I'd like to pay respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us. So launching right in, why am I talking about the criminal justice system? Well, because that's what I do all day, every day. But the reason it matters so much and why it's so central to people who work in the criminal justice system, and now so much of the time when I talk to people, they're like, oh, a friend of mine who's a magistrate says, oh, now they understand what you're talking about. I think it's every second person in my court. Okay, so what are we talking about, and why does ADHD present so much in court? Well, Phil Anderton, who was a police officer for many years and now works in the UK running an ADHD clinic, said, it's now well established that ADHD, if untreated, poorly treated or mismanaged, has a causational link to the conduct of criminal behaviour. Why is that? Well, as many of you may know, people with ADHD are more likely to, and that's not to say everyone with ADHD does or that people with ADHD don't, without ADHD don't also do these things, but they are statistically more likely to be excluded from school. Now that's in and of itself a really, really significant factor. In fact, in the UK, people with ADHD are 100 times more likely to be excluded from school than those without ADHD. And there's a really well-established thing called the school to prison pipeline. So if you're not engaged in education in a constructive way, you're more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. And if you've been excluded from school, that's a really clear pathway. And I don't have the empirical data to back this one up, but I have a working hypothesis that so many kids whose first criminal act was property damage, to wit them scribbling on a desk in the corner of the classroom, that's the beginning of a one-way trajectory, right? They're more likely to be unemployed. They're more likely to have accidents, especially driving accidents. So incidents like dangerous driving causing death, those sorts of incidents, injuries, teen pregnancies, which for girls and women is itself an independent factor associated with criminal justice system involvement. Gambling, and again, if you think about, what you do for your dopamine hit, gambling's a pretty obvious one, and gambling's likewise a really significant risk factor when it comes to justice system involvement. And there's some really interesting research and really concerning research about domestic and family violence, where people with ADHD are both more likely to experience it as victims and more likely to perpetrate it. And there's research that I'll speak about in a moment about sort of unpacking that, and then what that has implications for treatment responses and engagement with perpetrators. And in particular, addiction issues. Substance abuse disorder is vastly elevated amongst people with ADHD. And again, you may have heard this, depending on how long you've been online, ADHD tends not to just come in and of itself, tends to be wrapped up in a package with a bunch of other things. ASD, autism spectrum disorder, which is also associated with increased involvement in the justice system, oppositional defiant disorder, suicidality, self-harm, personality disorders, and again, that's substance use disorder. So someone with ADHD is at 4 times increased risk of having a substance use disorder. And I could talk till the cows come home about drugs and the criminal justice system. There's ample data out there. When I'm in prisons, correctional staff will say 80, 90% of the people in prison have drug use issues. So, that link is really, really important to understand. So, just they're the risk factors. How does this play out for someone in the criminal justice system? Well, in a variety of ways. So ADHD increases the risk of false confessions and don't know answers, and a lot of behaviours that can be really problematic for the investigation stage. So, for example, inability to sit still, inability to listen to questions. I had a friend who was interviewing a client in prison, and he was pacing around, and she just couldn't get him to give her instructions, right? Which is a lawyer you really need. And she's like, she'd been treating him for years, engaging with him as his lawyer for years. And she's like, "What's going on, mate?" And he said, "Oh, I haven't got my ADHD meds. I can't focus. Now, she'd actually been his lawyer for years and didn't even know he had ADHD, but she'd previously worked with him in the community when he was medicated. And then it's like chalk and cheese. When he was in prison and didn't have his meds. This is a Western Australian study which found that young people with ADHD, and this was actually young kids who were medicated, so for boys it was 2.5 times more likely to land in youth detention, and for girls it was the risk was even higher, it was 7 times higher. And I heard some of the previous presentation about girls. Again, I know so many girls and women in the criminal justice system with ADHD where it's really flown under the radar. This study, the next one, Anz et al. From New Zealand's a pretty new paper, which is a birth cohort study. So they're looking at everyone born in a particular area in a particular birth year, and comparing those with ADHD and those without ADHD. And the figures there are just extraordinary. So by the age of 25, over 50% of people with ADHD had been proceeded against by the police, compared to 28% of people without ADHD, which I might add is also pretty high. And then if you proceed up the line all the way to incarceration, for people with ADHD, that was 8.5% of everyone in that area who was born in that particular year, compared to 1.5% of people without ADHD. And numerous data sets demonstrate that upwards of 20%, 25% are pretty standard figures of the prison population having ADHD. And that's 5 to 10 times higher than the general population. And that's where the screening or testing is done. So a lot of the time, there's no standardized screening. Okay, so it's not like you come in, they do tests, and then they treat you. So, for example, recently I was at a conference. I wasn't speaking about ADHD, but someone else there was. And at the lunch afterwards, I was at my table were 2 fellas who'd been to prison. They were only diagnosed with ADHD after they'd been to prison. So they went all the way through the system. It was never picked up that they had ADHD. Now, in all of this, there's some really interesting research, especially the paper that I've hyperlinked there from Sweden, Liechtenstein et al., which has shown the impact of receiving medication either in prison, that reduces things like assaults in custody, and participation in programs in custody, but also upon release. So a large study in Sweden found that during periods of treatment, men were 32%, there was a 32% reduction in offending, and for women, 41% reduction, which is really quite extraordinary. A lot of sort of criminal justice interventions programs, they kind of shout from the rafters if there's a 10-15% reduction. So something like this it's really surprising to me that this is not more widely known. And I've spoken to corrections ministers and justice health ministers about this sort of information and why this should be more widely recognised and taken into account in the public health planning and administration across Australia. Okay, so sorry, it's just taking a while to load. There we go. So I wanted to drill down a little more into what this, how this plays out across the criminal justice system. And again, I won't assume that you know that much about how the system operates, but there's sort of a pipeline or trajectory. The first stage is police, the second stage is courts, and the third stage is custody. But there's often a lot of intermingling because you could be going across these different things at once, right? You could be in custody and then taken back to court, or you're released from custody and then you're picked up by the police. So I'm presenting as a linear thing, but it's a little more fluid than that. What I wanted to show you is just some examples of where we have seen some innovations and promise. So the UK is really leading the charge here. Last year, and I was over in the UK and giving some talks on the ADHD just before this, just after this happened, sorry, they announced that the City of London Police would do a screening for everyone who's coming in to custody, and they would pilot. Then, if someone has a, I don't know if they're going to use the World Health Organization 6-question screener or whatever, but if it looks like someone might have ADHD, then they would do a more comprehensive screener and link them in with support, right? So that was announced early last year, and then out of that, they've rolled that out, and if you can see in the bottom of that slide, they found that up to 2/3 of people coming into a police station had undiagnosed ADHD, right? That's not the people who already knew they had ADHD. That's pretty staggering, right? 2/3 of people coming into contact with the police having ADHD, and they don't know that they've got ADHD. And then on the right-hand side, as I was looking at what was going on in the UK, I saw this really interesting, it was just a LinkedIn post or something from an ADHD charity in the UK around some ideas that they had of how police and corrections agencies could engage with neurodivergent people in ways that are a little bit more neuro-affirming, recognise needs for stemming, sensory needs, and the like. Because again, it's really abundantly clear to me how little training most people in the criminal justice system have, little understanding of the complexities and the needs, and what often ends up happening is there'll be a use of force, a conflict result where you sort of think, well, actually, with a different way of managing this, I think you could have headed this off at the pass. So, I'll talk to people, I do more work in prisons than with police, but I'll talk to people in prison setting and say, well, do you have some people where, they're the ones there, they're always picking the fight. They're always talking back. They're not listening to instructions. In fact, they're acting against their own interests. And they're like, oh yeah, man, oh they're a pain in the ass. Yeah, don't know what to do with them. Oh my God, they're always, destroying damaging the cells, doing this, that, and the other. And then, once you sort of talk about what some of the issues might be, what ADHD might look like, are they the ones with the extra energy? Would it be possible for them to have a bit more time in the exercise? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's got energy to burn. Yeah. And then, I'm not oversimplifying. I'm not saying this is the sum total of the solution, but, once you get staff who engaging with people all the time but don't actually understand what an ADHD brain looks like. They're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, after a gym session here's a little bit easier to deal with. And so, you know, a lot of training around what are some of the techniques that could take this from a conflict meltdown situation to we've just actually navigated this and managed this in a, you know, in a perfectly reasonable way. Okay, so then a couple of years ago, I was trying to get a sense of just how many cases there were going through the courts with ADHD, where ADHD was mentioned, and it had never been looked at in a systematic way. So the ACT, where I live, I just looked at every single court decision in the ACT Supreme Court over 2021, this is in early 2022, and scanned for ADHD and variations on the words, and found there were 291 cases. I got rid of the civil cases, and that left me with 211 criminal cases. And so I checked all of them for reference to ADHD. And I found that there were 15% of all those cases where they mentioned ADHD, which is pretty high. And again, that's where it's mentioned in the decision, where the judge is talking about it. There'd be plenty, of course, where they wouldn't know about it. I got rid of 2 where they weren't referring to the person who's before the court, the defendant, like they're talking about the defendant's child. That might not mean that the defendant also has ADHD, but we'll put that to one side. And so that left 32 cases involving 34 people. 28 of those cases, 88% of them related to sentencing decisions. So then I did a deep dive into those 32 cases in this article, paying attention to attention deficit disorder, hyperactive disorder, and examination of cases in the Australian Supreme Court. And these were the key themes that I identified. So comorbidities, 94% of the cases mentioned some other mental health condition. So pretty standard, right? And here's an example. So in this one case, SB10 right, counsel referred to his mental health issues, including ADHD, conduct disorder, and schizophrenia. And so what I found across all the cases was very little insight into ADHD. It was generally just sort of a throwaway line. There was no reference to DSM, research on understanding what ADHD is or how it may play out. It's generally like 1 or 2 comments. It's very, very brief. Substance use, 91% of the cases mention that the person has some kind of substance use issue. So again, kind of links in with what we would see generally in other studies. The defendant asserted he had used just about every illicit drug there was, right? And that's on his own admission. I was looking at what evidence there was in relation to medication. And what mostly there was that the person wasn't using medication. So statements like this: you were diagnosed with ADHD and medicated. You stopped taking dexamphetamine for your ADHD after about 6 months. So a lot of comments about how the person's not taking their medication. And also a lot of cases where there was a reference to ADHD, not a confirmed diagnosis, but they think they've got ADHD. And in particular, some cases like this one where there was lack of access to treatment. And again, for people in Australia, I think that won't come as any massive surprise, right? Because especially to get a diagnosis in Australia as an adult, that's very expensive. It's in the private sector, and in particular, if you're involved in the criminal justice system, you often don't have a lot of money. Your organisational skills are probably not great. So you have something like this. He was younger. He might have had ADHD, hasn't had a formal diagnosis, unable to undertake further testing in Sydney. And part of this is just a local variation. Here in the ACT, there's a real shortage of ADHD practices that will diagnose. So a lot of people go to Sydney, which is about a 3-hour drive away, and nor any treatment because of the difficulty of obtaining it here in Canberra. Some of the other themes that came out, and this again links with some of the earlier presentations that I caught, was around education. So Professor Susan Young has commented too many young people with ADHD are moving from classroom to courtroom. So that school to prison pipeline is really ADHD school exclusion present pipeline, right? So there are a lot of cases where there were references to the person before the court having had education issues. And that in and of itself is not surprising. Many people who go through the courts have had very limited education. But what was really striking was how few made that link with ADHD explicit or seemed to understand it. So this person struggled at school with poor concentration. He was diagnosed as suffering from ADHD. So it's there, and in some of the other decision cases, they weren't mentioned in the same sentence. They were mentioned kind of paragraphs apart. If you weren't looking for it, you wouldn't notice it. But they weren't sort of drawing a nexus of this person's got ADHD. That explains why they're excluded from school. This is a disability that's not been picked up and treated, and this is part of their trajectory of how they've landed in the criminal justice system. And then another really interesting dimension was family violence. As I said, that plays out in terms of both perpetration and victimisation. And there's some really interesting research that shows that if you treat ADHD amongst people who commit family violence offences, that really increases program effectiveness. And there's also research showing that the way programs are running now, men's behaviour change programs, they're really not targeted to the needs of neurodiverse clients. And I had a really interesting interchange with a woman who ran a court-mandated program. She was a disability liaison officer, had a kid with ADHD, and she was saying, absolutely, I've got 12 men in my program. 8 of them have an ADHD diagnosis. Another 2, I reckon they've got it. It's at the end of the day, if they're on meds, they've worn off. We expect them to sit still for an hour and a half. They can't sit still. They're staring out the window. They're not focused. It's the way it's delivered is boring. It's, no wonder these programs don't work. We are not tailoring them for the needs of these men, right? And so in the cases I looked at, 8 of the cases, a quarter of the cases mentioned family violence. But again, there was very little awareness of any link between ADHD and family violence. And so there, for example, are 2 cases where the person had previously breached a family violence order. That wasn't why they were before the court, but it was just a sort of throwaway line. But I'd like to see a bit more insight into someone who's maybe not really good at understanding consequential thinking or impulse control. How does that play out with something like a family violence order, for example? And sorry, before I move off that part of the paper, just in light of the comments about gender, another part of this paper was me looking at gender. Only one of the papers, one of the cases involved a female defendant. And so in my article, I hypothesise on how many women are going under the radar. The next thing I wanted to speak about was custody. I've already spoken a little bit about people in prison with ADHD. So this was a study in prisons in New South Wales. 100% of people with ADHD had some other lifetime mental health disorder, compared to 71% of people without ADHD, which is already very high, of course, but it's just everyone with ADHD had some other mental health condition. And again, that figure with drug dependence also higher, 87% of people with ADHD compared to 63% of those without. In another study that's just come out recently, most young people in custody in New South Wales, also New South Wales, who had ADHD also had conduct disorder, while those without ADHD did not. So again, you're seeing that link with other serious mental health and behavioural conditions. Now, the next thing, if you can see them on the slide, that's actually, it's extremely distressing. I deal with this sort of subject matter all the time. I probably should give a bit of a content warning here. It's the sort of thing that I'm surprised people were not rioting in the streets, but there was an inquiry in Tasmania into Tasmania's Youth Detention Centre, Ashley Youth Detention Centre, and the government has now committed to closing that down. It emerged that there had been abuse, including sexual abuse of the children held there for decades, in fact. And this one young man who gave evidence before that inquiry talked about the fact that he'd been subjected to, rape by staff, where they would withhold his ADHD medication for sex. So things like that horrific in the extreme, but also demonstrate just how incredibly vulnerable young people with ADHD in the justice system are. And there's this really interesting paper that just came out about the ways in which prison's particularly challenging for people with ADHD. Again, I've spoken a little bit about this due to the difficulties of following rules, impulsivity, sensory issues around noise, for example. And for a peer-reviewed paper, it's really interesting that that's, I've got their first names there. That was a special issue of the Prison Service Journal in the UK. Some of the articles were co-written with people with lived experience of prison. And it's a journal that's put out by the the time it came out was His Majesty's Prison Service in the UK. And because they didn't want the prisoners' surnames to be used, in the end, the academics and everyone who published them will all go by first names. So it's quite unusual in academic circles to have your first name. My papers aren't kind of out there as Lorang, they're out there as Bartels, but Lucy, James and Chloe, who are the co-authors of this, talking about ADHD in prison. That's why it's presented in that way. Anyway. The UK just recently started introducing so-called neurodiversity officers in all public prisons. I've heard mixed things about that. I've heard, really important development, and the policy recommendation that underpinned that was informed by the perspectives of people with lived experience of neurodiversity and justice systems. But I've also heard anecdotally that it's a bit of a ticker box exercise and it's not actually transferring into kind of meaningful adaptation. So I think it's a bit of a work in progress to see how that will play out. And I wrote a paper with a student that came out earlier this year where we did a narrative review of the literature around the impacts of medical treatment in prison. I talked about the Swedish study earlier. There are a whole lot of caveats, but generally speaking, treatment in and out after prison with medication does reduce ADHD symptoms, improve cognitive functioning, and lead to lower reoffending rates and reduce cravings for amphetamines. Now, I want to leave some time for questions, so I might whip through the next bit a bit faster. This is the ADHD guideline, which I think might be familiar to a lot of them. So I just wanted to say there's a lot in there. Many of you will be familiar with that. I just want to say there's stuff in there that's on the criminal justice system that is really, really important. So talks about how clinicians should be aware of the increased incidence of ADHD amongst people in out-of-home care, people who are imprisoned, right? The need for universal screening should not occur at the general population level. However, they do call for it, they say it could be done. I think it should be done in high-risk groups. Should then be done if the person's not responding to treatment or often have problems forgetting things and things like that, or have clinically significant impairment in educational settings. So, that's where you should really be looking at, I think we should be doing screening here. So certainly in the criminal justice setting, I think that we should be looking at widespread screening. There's a whole section of the guideline on the criminal justice system. This is obviously the part that's of most interest to me. So should establish screening protocols amongst people entering the criminal justice system, training for police, magistrates and custodial staff. That treatment should include pharmacological and non-pharmacological approaches. There should be education, occupational approach programs, and obviously prisons need adequate resources for that. I haven't spoken about this yet, really, but I think many of you would be aware that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are vastly overrepresented in our criminal justice system. They make up about 3% of the adult population in Australia and about 30% of the prison population, and about 5% of the youth population, over 50% of the youth detention population. The reasons for this are many and long and complex, but they underpin the need for culturally appropriate approaches when it comes to ADHD and Indigenous young people. And then section 6.3 of the guideline is around substance use and ADHD and that intersection. And so here they talk about the need for those working in public mental health and alcohol and other drug settings should be aware of the high occurrence of substance use disorders and ADHD, and treatment needs to focus on both. And, you know, the number of people I know who've been involved in the criminal justice system who have ADHD, who use illegal substances, principally ice, methamphetamine, when they are unable to get access to ADHD treatment. In fact, I know a woman who, you know, she came out of prison, she had a court order saying, take your ADHD medication, and she couldn't find a psychiatrist anywhere prepared to prescribe that. So she actually had to breach her court order because no one would prescribe the medication because of her substance use history. And then there's just some more general ones. Cross-border dispensing is a real issue with this population. So people might move from one state to another to have a fresh start. They don't want to be near their old peer group. They want to start over. They want to take their ADHD medication and they cannot get their script transferred across. That's a real issue. And then we also need treatment and support services and education in areas that intersect with the justice system, like child protection and social work. It's really important as well. So just in conclusion, the guideline provides a really clear roadmap when it comes to ADHD in the criminal justice system. There's a real need for early intervention, education and training, screening and diagnosis at all stages. I mean, if we get it right at the policing stage, like they're starting to do it in the UK, that would head a lot off at the pass. But for people who've obviously been in the criminal justice system for a while, and I'll just take a minute or so to tell you a really poignant anecdote. There's a gentleman I've known for a while. He's been in prison for over a decade, and he's in for murder. We've talked about that. He takes full responsibility for his actions. He says, you know, I'm a murderer and I have to live with that. But as I was writing the article, the court paper, he said, I think I might have ADHD. And I said, I don't know. I'm a lawyer, not a psychologist. I can't tell you that. But in the course of me writing it, he sought out a diagnosis. He was lucky enough to be able to do this privately. And he was actually able to get medication, which is hard to do in a prison setting, I might add. And I saw him when he'd started taking Vyvanse. And I went to see him in prison. And I said, how is it? You know, what's it like? And he said, my head's completely clear. And you know, this is someone who really had thought long and hard about what he'd done. And he said, you know, I know what I did. And I think if I'd have been on these meds, that guy would be alive and I wouldn't be here because I would have been able to stop myself. And that I just thought was so telling about the harm that we are causing to countless people by not intervening appropriately. So individual economic social benefits from actually treating this appropriately. And Anderton, who might include that quote from before, as he said, the responsibility lies with us, clinicians, public services, teachers, employers, everyone, really, to change our behaviours to accommodate the people with ADHD, not expect them to change to meet our expected norms. It's now time for the many diverse pathways into the criminal justice system for people with ADHD to be gated off and closed for good. So thank you very much. If there is any time, I'm very happy to take a few questions, but I think you're on a tight time schedule.
Lorana, it's, as I've said to you before, it's a stunning presentation. It's fascinating. Secondly, it strikes me as extraordinary that there are real low-hanging fruit opportunities for the benefit of those living with ADHD, but society as a whole, for not much cost and not much difficulty. I think it's extraordinary. And it's great to see that there are some other countries that are starting to explore that, such as Sweden and the UK, and of course through your work here, but amazing opportunities.
I think that's right, Robin. Here's one of the things that really, I must say, frustrates me, having worked in this space for over 20 years. There's a lot of trauma. There's a lot of, you know, it's a real, I could talk to a different audience and have about, issues around housing and criminal justice system. There are so many aspects of the criminal justice system where there are not very many easy fixes. Here, we could actually fix a significant, not the whole, but a significant, part of the problem. The number of people where, they're in the justice system, they get their meds. It's not the answer to everything, but, get their meds, and then they can start to build the life. And we're just not doing it. It's extraordinary. It drives me crazy.
There's opportunity. Step one is illumination, and that's what you're doing, and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
We've actually got a lot of questions. It's generated a lot of questions, but what we might do, because the Northern Hemisphere is starting to wake up, and we've got some segments with them that we have to dovetail shortly. But what we'll do is we'll publish those questions. Well, we'll share them with you, and we'll publish the questions and the answers, if you don't mind, on our ADHDA website.
Yeah,
Thanks,
absolutely.
Amelia.
I'll do my best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Great talking to you again. Take care.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And we will move on to our next segment, which is a pre-recorded segment. Thank you. Well, welcome back to the 2024 Global ADHD Conference. My name is Rob Lowe, and I'm the CMO of ADHD Australia. Please join me in welcoming our next guest, Dr. Shay Wassell. Dr. Shay Wassell is a prominent advocate and researcher for adults with dyslexia and neurodivergence. She holds a Master's of Public Health and Health Administration and a Doctor of Public Health, is a certified speech pathologist, and has extensive entrepreneurial experience in health and social enterprise. As the director of Rethink Dyslexia and founder and chair of the Dear Dyslexic Foundation, Shay uses her research, lived experience, and expertise to provide coaching, advocacy, and workforce solutions for individuals and organisations. And if that wasn't enough, Shay also has a new book out this month, a book that's been designed with you, the reader, in mind. Welcome to our conference, Shay.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here tonight.
Excellent. You are busy, apart from those extraordinary accomplishments. October is ADHD Awareness Month internationally, but also Dyslexia Awareness Month. That's correct, yeah?
It is, and I happen to be matching your colour scheme tonight rather than the red.
There you go. Excellent. Well, yes, you can do that tomorrow onwards. So we'll crack on. We mentioned in the intro that you're a director at Rethink Dyslexia. What is the organisation about, and what do you and the team do there?
So we are a national social enterprise with a team actually that's globally situated, and we work with young people and adults that have dyslexia and other neurodivergences. So we originally started with dyslexia because I have dyslexia and dysgraphia. And over the last 18 months, we've had a lot of particularly women coming to see us that have co-occurring ADHD and or autism. And so we run a number of programs to support young people and adults with job access funding, dyslexia screening, a broad range of services, and a lot of mental health support as well, because we know that's a co-occurring difficulty that we can have. And we do a lot of workplace training and workplace consulting as well. And everything we do is underpinned by my research that I've just finished at the end of last year with La Trobe University. But we originally started with podcasts, and so they've been running for 6 years now. And that was to start sharing the stories of adults with dyslexia, because we really didn't have anyone talking about it 6 years ago. But I think we've seen a real movement occurring across the neurodivergence at the moment, and we are having a lot more opportunities to have these types of conversations. So I really am thrilled to be here tonight.
That's fascinating. Can you tell me what the prevalence is of dyslexia and ADHD, and the degree to which there's an overlap?
So dyslexia itself, the prevalence rates are around 1 in 10. Australians will have dyslexia. In the US, they say 1 in 5 have dyslexia. And then at the moment, the research is telling us that around 40% of those with dyslexia will always also have ADHD, but we're seeing that change consistently at the moment as we see more and more, particularly women, being diagnosed in adulthood with both dyslexia and ADHD. So I would expect that that's starting to climb, and the prevalence rates are changing globally all the time for all the different neurodivergent conditions as more people get the opportunity to be assessed.
That was my next question. Is it something that's increasing in prevalence, like organically, or is it more that people are coming forward to be assessed?
I think there's a bit of a mix. I think parents are seeing their children get assessed, and we know that neurodivergence, whether it's dyslexia, ADHD or autism, is highly genetic in nature. In my family, it's from my dad, and there's a number of us that are neurodivergent. So I think it's partly that, and from what my understanding as well, and so it's important that we address the cognitive overload and mental fatigue that can lead to burnout, which really there's not much research on at the moment looking at that type of challenges occurring, particularly for women in the workplace.
Yeah, I presume dyslexia, like ADHD, comes in many different forms as well. Like in my family, my mother-in-law is profoundly dyslexic. She doesn't read or write much at all. Extraordinarily successful and creative. My son has mild dyslexia, pretty significant ADHD, but he has significant dysgraphia. I guess your strategies change depending on how severe the dyslexia or the dysgraphia and ADHD is. Is that a fair question?
Yeah, and I think that they're all on a spectrum, like all of the neurodivergent differences, and I think when it comes to dyslexia, it also depends on whether we got intervention in childhood, because we know for all conditions, early intervention is the key in helping us to succeed in adulthood. And so that, I think, plays a role in our ability to retain employment, gain employment, finish our education. But what we're seeing is actually a lot of women come through that are in mid to high-end roles, needing, I think sometimes we get into a certain role and then the strategies we may have had beforehand, whether it's for our ADHD or dyslexia, may start to not meet the expectations of the next level of work that we need to do.
Right.
And so a lot of time it's partly giving them the writing tools to help, and then also some of that more leadership support around how do you manage when you're neurodivergent and you're a leader, and you could be managing neurodivergent employees yourself. And so that brings an extra dynamic that we don't really think about in the workplace. So it's a bit of a mix around tools and strategies for the actual neurodivergent conditions, and then building that self-awareness and those strategies around looking after ourselves, but also knowing how our differences can impact on a team as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. The coping strategies you use for dyslexia and ADHD, is it similar for dysgraphia as well?
Yes, we haven't seen a lot of people come through with formalised dysgraphia diagnosis at the moment. I'm one of the only people I know of that's got dysgraphia as well. We see people coming through with dyscalculia, and for those...
What that is?
Yeah, for those who don't know what dysgraphia or dyscalculia is, we call it the 4 dysses. We've got dyslexia, dysgraphia, which is writing difficulties, so getting our thoughts down on paper. Some people also might have their handwriting, so their handwriting quite messy or illegible. And then dyscalculia is when someone's struggling with basic math skills. So I really thought I had dyscalculia because my maths is terrible. If I look at a spreadsheet, it's like reading another language. I put extra, I can't see where the decimal place goes when there's a lot of zeros. So sometimes I might put 1 billion when it should be 1 million. But I don't have, through my
That's why you don't work
diagnosis...
in a bank.
Yes, I would not succeed in the finance sector. But I do manage to run my own business with some support, so that's good. But for those with dyscalculia, it's that day-to-day maths. Sometimes it might be struggling to read the clock and seeing the numbers properly. So they all can quite intertwine. But for dysgraphia, it's significant writing difficulties. And there's really a lot of tools, like particularly for me, I've always had my mum, before she passed away, would edit all my work. And then I've had my auntie, but with AI now, I have AI really help me with helping with sentence structure. And so when we're working with people in the workplace, depending on what tools they're allowed to access, we'll look at how we can support them in those tasks that can feel overwhelming and take so much more energy to do.
It's interesting. My boy's at TAFE at the moment, and they've allowed voice to text software, which is substantially better than it was even 3 years ago, 10. And that's a game changer for him, because he knows exactly what he wants to say. He's a very good writer, but actually trying to take notes and writing up assignments is difficult for him. So I guess technology is playing a real and has increased emphasis in your area. It must make outcomes much more successful these days.
Yeah, I think I always say there's never been a better time than we're in now to be dyslexic, because of the AI tools that have come into play. I mean, it's easy as the first thing when we have a client, whether they're ADHD, autistic, or dyslexic, is, have you set Microsoft Immersive Reader up on your computer?
Right.
That's one of the simplest things that the majority of people don't know how to do, which then enables you to do your text-to-speech, your speech-to-text, some of those basic things that can really help in the workplace. But because dyslexia is more than just reading difficulties, across the neurodivergences, we all have executive functioning difficulties. But like for me, I really struggle with navigating. And so I'm old enough to know what a Malways is. And I used to have to, for those in overseas who don't know what a Malways is, it was a book of maps and how to get to certain places. And I used to have to stop and use a public phone to call my sister and try to explain to her where I was on the Malways so she could get me out, because I get so lost.
Wow.
So just having Google Maps has been life-changing, where I can travel internationally now and I've got a map that can help me. And I mean, it's not perfect. I still need extra time to get to that location. I have to find the numbers on the street. And because Google does a pin drop, it's not exact. So I still need extra time to find where I am. But for us as dyslexics, there's so many tools out there now that are available that can edit our work and can help us communicate in a way that, you know, even 5 years ago we couldn't have done.
Forgive me for getting into the weeds a bit, but I guess I've got a personal interest as well. You talked about turning on Immersive Reader in Microsoft. If you're in the workplace, you may or may not want to admit that you've got certain challenges, be that ADHD or dyslexia or dysgraphia, and that's just something that we'll be covering off in this conference. There's a whole lot of software, as I mentioned before, that can help you, but that presupposes that you have the condition, you're admitted at work, and you request that software. Do you have a view on that, about whether people should advocate and say that that's a challenge or not, or does it depend on the case? I was just wondering on your view.
Yes, it's a significant, complicated, layered barrier to accessing support for, I know particularly through my research with dyslexics, you know, in all the interviews I did, they had not disclosed their dyslexia, at least in one job. People are constantly hiding in fear and shame of being caught out. And so, and if you're not working with a computer, then, you know, Immersive Reader is not going to help you if you're on the job, on the tools or something like that. But if you are in an office job, something like Immersive Reader can be quite discreet, because you don't need to ask. But what we find is that we show people these amazing tools, and then we go through and IT blocks it. And so what then we have to, then not me, but the client has to then self-advocate, I need this tool. And so what we're finding is it's really in an organisation, it's sitting at the operational level, where really HR, finance and IT are some of the key players in enabling workplace accommodations at the moment. but that also means that the individual, whether they're dyslexic or ADHD or autistic, may have to go and disclose their difference multiple times, creating that psychological unsafety. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done in Australia, particularly around how we start to reduce some of these barriers and reduce these situations of psychological unsafety. And it's a really big challenge at the moment for individuals.
No, it's fascinating. We were saying earlier that it's Dyslexia Awareness Month. You're celebrating that, amongst other things, with a new book. It's Australia's first research on adult dyslexia, which touches on dyslexia and ADHD. What's the book called, and where can we buy it, and what are the central themes?
Well, the central themes are really interesting because when I started my research, I wanted to see whether my story was unique in that I was having all this really bad luck in the workplace. I was diagnosed with dyslexia and dysgraphia at 27, which is actually really young compared to some of the clients we're working with. We've just had someone come through that's in their 70s be diagnosed. So I actually feel quite lucky in a lot of ways now that I was in my 20s when I got assessed compared to some people that are coming through. But I wanted to do the research because, one, there was nothing in Australia, like there were no podcasts at the time, and whether it was just bad luck and it was bad job choices, or whether this was actually happening for others that were dyslexic in our community. And sadly, but not surprisingly, I wasn't unique. And it's not sad that I'm not unique. It's sad that this is happening to a significant number of the dyslexic community at the moment, these challenges that I had faced personally, from mental health through to being terminated in my job before my probationary period because of my dyslexia. So originally it was focused on the workplace, but as we interviewed and did the research, we started to create this journey of what was happening from children through into adulthood and what that journey looked like for dyslexics. And that's something that has never really been looked at before. We've got a lot of research in reading, got a lot of research around phonics and whole language and lots of debates around it. And we've got research coming out about young people and mental health. But once we get out of tertiary education, there's just this hole in Australia. There's actually been nothing that looks at what happens when you go into adulthood. Oh. And so we've been able to cover from school trauma all the way through to what we've called the golden threads, which is what creates the person that we end up being as we progress into adulthood. But it was hard to write, and at times I felt this is a really depressing book. But we've been able to start to demonstrate what's really happening for adults with dyslexia in Australia and what we can start to do to make change and to improve and to create, to reduce some of these systemic barriers that we're facing at the moment.
When you were doing that work, were there any things that you discovered, any observations that you made that were a surprise to you, even though you've obviously been in this industry for a while? Was there anything that was surprising, or is there anything that you think our viewers across the world today may be surprised by?
I think there'll be certain things that resonate, like the important role that parents play, particularly mums, in the advocacy space and the support space. I think people forget that it is a disability in a lot of ways. If we look at COVID, there were lots of benefits around working from home, which I absolutely love, but that significant reliance on written communication. So if you're on Teams, if you're on Slack, we're emailing, like no one picks up the phone anymore. So there's been, so to be able to just touch briefly on, the impact of communication, whether it's online dating and how that can be difficult, or texting, which is a real bugbear of my family with me and texting. So there were those things that have never really been talked about before. And I think also the educational trauma. We've seen a little bit of work come out of the UK by Neil Alexander Parsay, but nothing in Australia around educational trauma from a dyslexic point of view, from an adult reflecting. But I think really, for me, it was the resilience and the grit and the perseverance that these individuals, no matter how tough it was for them, they kept getting up they kept going to work, they kept showing up. And I think we're seeing a lot of work out of the UK about dyslexic superpowers and strengths. And I think this work really demonstrates the strengths and resilience that adults with dyslexia have. And I don't think we've really ever discussed the significant discrimination that we're facing at the moment.
Yeah, that's extraordinary. Where is the book available? Where can people buy it?
Well, we've got our first book launch in Melbourne.
Yep.
Next Saturday, which is exciting, and the amazing Mel Webster from ADHD Australia, which everyone knows, will be part of our panel discussion, sharing some of her lived experience, which I'm really excited to hear about. And then if anyone's interested in purchasing it, you can click the QR code and that will take you through to the bookstore where you can get a copy that hopefully will be out next week, all going to plan. And then we're taking on a bit of a book tour around to Perth, Tasmania, Hobart, and in Canberra. We're finishing up in November.
And are there any plans to sell it overseas, or an audio version, or?
Yes, I would be very undyslexic if I did not do an audio book. So it will be in an ebook form, so people can listen to it online. But otherwise, I'm hoping in the next couple of months, once it goes live, that I can then do an Audible book as well. And I think really just highlight the need for us to start doing some research into dyslexia in adulthood, but also how it interlinks so closely with other differences like ADHD as well.
Yes, it would be great to have an audio book, because there's 106 countries that are tuning in for this conference, and their needs are very, very similar, and I'm sure that they would love to see that. This is a question that will come up a lot in the conference, and that is, if I could grant you a wish, if you could wave a magic wand and you could change something about dyslexia, ADHD, neurodivergent challenges, what would it be? What would you like to see in this field that would be life-changing?
One thing, I think it would be if we could just, I think it would be if we could just try and lead with more kindness, empathy, and understanding. Because we are all different, regardless of being neurodivergent. I mean, that's what makes us the human race. And I think for me, at the moment, there's such a significant lack of understanding in Australia around adulthood dyslexia. And I think people just need to start listening. Listen to the stories, listen to what people are telling you, and lead with curiosity and kindness.
Awesome. I can't think of a better way to conclude this conversation than with those words. Dr. Patel, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing your time. Good luck this with Dyslexia Awareness Month, and of course the book launch. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'll swap colours to red tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
So I think there's a lot of conversations at the moment. We're seeing it on TikTok and on social media about particularly women getting assessed in adulthood.
Well, welcome back. That was a video that I prepared earlier. As we've been doing this conference, the world has been turning. And as a consequence of that, if you remember your science from school, it is now morning in the Northern Hemisphere. And we want to welcome back some of our international guests and hosts. And what better way than to conduct a panel with the ADHD associations of a number of different countries to ascertain and to determine the similarities and differences in the way that ADHD is administered